In the middle, there is an emitter, from which emerge two particles, one on each side. The two particles go to two detectors. Set up some distance to the left and right, respectively, of the emitter. Each detector has an adjustable dial with three settings, A, B, and C. And two lights, red, R, and green, G. Each time the particle from the emitter enters a detector, one of its two lights will flash. The dials are set independently and randomly with all possible combinations of dial settings being equally likely, see Figure 1. Moreover, the flashes have the following properties. 83, when the two dials have the same setting, the same color of light will flash on both detectors. There is no way of predicting whether the common color will be red or green. Both colors occur equally often statistically, and indeed on different runs on which the two dials have equal settings the color is seen to be statistically random. 3. 84, overall, without conditioning on dial settings, the pairs of flashes RR, RG, GR, and GG are all equally likely, unpredictable, and independent on successive runs. Each has probability 1/4. It just is a fact about quantum mechanics that we can come up with a setup having this essential structure. Consider any one run on the dispositional property interpretation. Then, the left particle has three dispositional properties, UA, UB, and UC, which specify which color of flash would result were the left dial turned to A, B, or C, respectively. The right particle likewise has three dispositional properties, VA, VB, and VC, which specify which color would result were the right dial turned to A, B, or C, respectively. Because of 83, it seems we have to suppose that for I equals A, B, C, the property UI codes for green if and only if 6 codes for green, and likewise in the case of red the two properties code for the same color. 3. More precisely, if Cn is the common color on run n and Dn, S, is the event that the dials have the same specific state S on run n, then P, Cn equals Rdn, S, equals P, Cn equals Gdn, S, equals 1/2. 163. Thus, when the two particles leave the central transmitter, the proper ties UA, UB, and UC of the first match up, respectively, with the properties VA, VB, and VC of the second. Unfortunately, a special case of a result known as Bell's inequality shows that this contradicts the conjunction of 83 and 84. For we can now think of the central system as producing codings for triples of colors, say, the triple GRG, when the particles are such that UA and VA both code for green, UB and VB both code for red, and UC and VC both code for green. Within our experimental setup, let E now be the event that both flashes are of the same color. Recall that the dials are set randomly. Observe that the probability of E given the central emitters producing a system dispositionally coded for the triple GRG can be computed as follows. The dials are set randomly and independently. Thus, there are 9 equally likely pairs of dial settings AA, AB, AC, BA, BB, BC, CA, CB, and CC. With the coding GRG from the transmitter, only 5 of them, namely, AA, AC, BB, CA, and CC, will yield E, that is, the same color. For instance, the pair AC will yield it because with the coding GRG, we will have UA code for green, and VC also code for green. Thus, E given the coding GRG is achieved at exactly 5 of the 9 settings, and hence the probability of E given GRG is 5/9. The same is true for any other coding in which the 3 colors in the coding are not the same. On the other hand, the probability of E given the coding GGG or the coding RRR is 1. Therefore, the probability of E given any one specific coding will be 1 if the coding has all colors same and will be 5/9 on any other coding. Hence, 85, P, E, greater than or equal to 5/9. Thus, the lights will flash the same color in at least 5/9 of the experiments. 4. But by 84, they will do so in half of the experiments. Therefore, 1/2 greater than or equal to 5/9, and that is absurd. This means that there are correlations between the measurements at the two receivers that cannot be explained in terms of a common cause. This both challenges the idea that one might explain away the indeterminism of quantum mechanics by positing hidden dispositional properties and produces another challenge to the PSR: what explains the correlations between the results observed at the two receivers? 4. This proof is due to Merriman, 1985, pages 43 to 44. 164. 8.2.3. Locality. It seems to follow that there cannot be any dispositional properties of the particles that explain why the results are as they are. There is, however, one part of the preceding argument that can be challenged. I wrote that it seemed that because of 83, the dispositional properties of the two particles had to be correlated in such a way that, say, when UA was such that were the left dial turned to A, green would result, then likewise VA would be such that were the right dial turned to A, green would result, and likewise for all other dial numbers and colors. The argument for this claim can be spelled out as follows. Suppose, for a reductio, that in some run of the experiment UA was such that green would result were the left dial turned to A, while VA was such that red would result were the right dial turned to A. Now it might seem at first sight that this contradicts 83, which claims that same colors result from same dial settings. However, there is no straightforward contradiction here, for it might be that in this run of the experiment, in fact, even though the particles have properties as described, the two dials will not in fact be both turned to A. If we added the further assumption that what dispositional properties the particles have does not depend on whether the dials are set to measure these properties, then we would indeed get a contradiction to 83, 4. Then the assumed setup in which UA coded for green while VA coded for red could indeed have physically occurred were both dials set to A, and A. Contradiction to 83 would ensue. This further assumption can be broken up into two sub-assumptions. The first states that what dispositional properties one particle has in no way depends on how the dial will be set. This is a straightforward consequence of the fact that we are dealing with dispositional properties about what the particle would do were the dial set a certain way. Those dispositional properties cannot depend on whether the dial is in fact set that way. The second is locality. What dispositional properties one particle has cannot depend on how the other, widely separated dial is set. If there could be such dependence, then we could always say that once the left dial were set to, say, B, then the opposite particle would learn that it should have a dispositional property to produce the same color, were the right dial set to B, as the first particle is going to produce. Locality is not a metaphysically necessary condition. Newton's theory of gravity was non-local. What one particle in one corner of the universe did affected what happened to another particle in another corner of the 165 universe instantaneously. This is more problematic given relativity theory. First of all, relativity theory says that no signal can travel faster than light. However, the setup described cannot in fact be used for actual signaling. As it turns out, one cannot use the dials on one end to transmit information to the other end. It is true that at the other end the same color will result if the dials are set the same way, but a person at the other end cannot know whether the dials are set the same way. And if one just decrees ahead of time that the dials are to be set in the same way, then no information can be transmitted from one receiver to the other. The two receivers will flash the same color, but there is no control that anyone at either receiver has over what color that will be, and such control would be needed for signaling. More seriously, however, instantaneous action at a distance given relativity theory is closely akin to backward causation, for if A and B are simultaneous spatially separated events in one reference frame and A causes B, then we can find another reference frame in which in fact B is earlier than A. Hence, there will be backward causation in some reference frames if there is simultaneous causation in any one reference frame, unless one is willing to say that which event causes which depends on the reference frame. But the latter conclusion would be unsatisfactory vis-a-vis a concept of causation that is objectively explanatory. Of course, one might simply suppose an absolute reference frame, say, one identified with naturally defined surfaces of homogeneity, Smith, 2002. However, one might be willing to tolerate a modicum of backward causation, for instance, backward causation of B by A when A is later than B in some but not all reference frames, i.e., when A and B are space-like separated, if this backward causation is unable to give rise to paradoxes, and the fact that one cannot instantaneously send signals from one receiver to another suggests that paradoxes will not result. Or, alternately, one might simply posit that there is an absolute reference frame, and the fact that A is later than B in some reference frames is unproblematic if A is not later than B in the specially distinguished absolute reference frame. And while this would indeed be contrary to the spirit of relativity theory, it would be compatible with all the observational consequences of relativity theory, for we could not observationally tell which reference frame was in fact the absolute one. All of these solutions would seem to allow for the possibility that one might have some kind of a deterministic quantum mechanics and to explain the EPR correlations. 166. 8.2.4. The conceptual possibility of deterministic quantum mechanics. Accounts of quantum mechanics that make it deterministic by positing certain dispositional properties or lower-level unobservable properties that ground these dispositional properties are known as hidden variable theories. Currently, the most serious such theories are the Bohmian ones, though there is currently no fully relativistic Bohmian theory, and there are problems facing extension of Bohmian theories to quantum field theory. The technical problem lies in formulating a precise scientific theory that gives correct observational results in line with quantum theory and that is not ad hoc. If all we want is to see that it is conceptually possible to have a deterministic theory that gives the same observational results as quantum mechanics, it is easy to see that this can be done. For instance, take a neo-Leibnizian theory that says that every point of space is a monad, and this monad has encoded within it a list of all the events that will happen throughout time at that point, and through an internal causal process it goes deterministically through these events as time passes. Moreover, we have Leibnizian pre-established harmony so that the occurrent events in the universe as a whole fit the statistics predicted by the correct physical theory. It is, of course, a little difficult to fit us into this theory, for on Leibniz's own theory we were monads, while here we are not. However, even this is not insurmountable. Trying ecumenically to show how the doctrine of transubstantiation fits into his system, in his correspondence with de Vos's 5 Leibniz supposed that monads could be united into a substantial bond, and thereby made into an extended substance, whose monadic constituency might shift over time. We can use this to fit us into the picture. We are, one might suppose, shifting agglomerations of space time point monads, and what we perceive is a function of those monads that fall into the substantial bond. If we want to allow for non-deterministic free will, we can suppose miracles, too, whereby we, who are not monads, affect the monads. This whole theory is crazy. However, it is a deterministic story and shows that it is possible to produce a theory with a deterministic metaphysics that is compatible with the observational results. And, of course, there is always occasionalism, as a way out of the difficulty here, a supernatural entity, or some physical entity at an initial time t0, could just 5. Ario and Garber, 1989, pages 197 to 206. 167. Directly cause all events at all times, in accordance with certain statistical laws. The point is not that these accounts are true, they surely are not. But that their availability shows that there is a definite possibility of avoiding indeterminism, even if Bohmian approaches fail. 8.3. Indeterminism and PSR. However, probably, the defender of the PSR should not be very afraid of indeterminism. After all, if we insisted that all explanations be of a deterministic sort, then the PSR would indeed become incompatible with contingency by the Van Inwagen argument as well as with libertarian free will. One way to explain contingent events non-deterministically is provided by the reasonless choice models of free will. We could understand the phrase randomly caused to be analogous to freely chose and say that the system's initial state and its randomly causing A explains why A occurred. Here, we can invoke the principle that when we have given the causes of an event, we have explained why the event occurred. We might also opt for a more Aristotelian solution, abandoning the requirement that explainers are propositions and saying that what explains why A occurred is the substance or substance-like cause of A, acting through substance causation. 6. This cause could be either the experimental system, or if one accepts that indeterminism only happens through observation, the cause of the indeterministic result could be a human observer. In response to the objection that in an indeterministic case, the cause only causes A or B to occur, and not A itself, we can return to the principle of disjunctive causation. Disjunctive states only enter into causal relations through their disjunct doing so. Thus, the cause indeed causes A. This is made even more plausible in this case in that physical causal relations presumably are between physical systems and or their physical states. But quantum mechanics on the standard interpretation does not provide us with disjunctive states. This might seem surprising given what one may have heard about Schr Oedinger's cat, that unfortunate creature that, as a result of an indeterministic lethal gas releasing process, is in a state that is a mix of being alive and being dead, assuming cats do not count as observers, because if they did, that would mess things up. However, the cat is in a superposed state, dead plus alive, and neither in the dead state nor in the alive state. Were it in a disjunctive state, either it would 6. This view is due to Haldane in Smart and Haldane, 1996. 168. Be in the dead state or it would be in the alive state. The superposed state is not a disjunctive state since if X is in the disjunctive state A or B, where A and B are pure states, then it is either in the pure state A or in the pure state B, or in both, while something that is in the superposed state logically cannot be in either of the two pure ones. It is upon observation that the cat exits the superposed state and enters either the dead state or the alive state, with previous conditions being insufficient to determine which. Then it is either dead or alive, precisely by virtue of being dead, or by virtue of being alive. But its being dead or alive is not technically a quantum mechanical state then, it just is in the dead state or is in the alive state, and hence it is plausible that it is the dead state that enters into causal relations and likewise the alive state enters into causal relations, while any disjunctive state of affairs, not a quantum mechanical state in the technical sense, supervenes on the non-disjunctive states and causal relations apply to the disjunctive state of affairs only stipulatively. However, this would only answer one of the two challenges of quantum Mechanics. The other challenge was that of the explanation of EPRCOR relations. This, too, can be met without making matters deterministic, for instance, by allowing some backward causation or supposing an appropriate absolute reference frame. Or, if one is willing to accept purely gnomic explanations that do not cite causes, one might just be satisfied that there is a law of nature that such correlations take place. Whether this would be satisfactory and what it would come down to in the end depend on the nature of laws, cf. section 16.3. 8.4. Particles coming into existence ex nihilo. A variant of the quantum mechanics objection is that according to quantum field theories, particles go into and out of the quantum vacuum at random. 7. However, the quantum vacuum is not nothing, cf. Davies, 2001. p. 241. Moreover, all this happens nomically, and unless one is a Humean about laws of nature, one should admit that there is a reality that underlies the laws. Laws of nature will be discussed further in section 16.3. Thus, the only part of this objection that should be any worry is the at random. But now what was said before is once again applicable. We can say that the system, in this case the quantum vacuum, indeterministically causes these events. Or we can opt for some hidden variable theory. 2. 7. I am grateful to J. Brian Pitts for this version of the quantum mechanical objection. 169. See that some such theory is logically possible and compatible with any evidence we might get. Just imagine that there is an absolute reference frame, albeit one that cannot be empirically detected, and that each point in space is a real entity, a monad, say, that contains a complete record of all the particles that will come to be or cease to be at that location at some point in time, and that this monad is what is causally responsible for these transitions. 170. 9. Turning Leibniz against the PSR. Recall Leibniz's argument that the PSR entails that space and time cannot be absolute, since otherwise it makes sense to ask, but by the nature of the matter it is impossible to answer, why the universe is situated in space and time where it is, rather than all moved over spatio-temporally. This can be turned around into a reductio ad absurdum of the PSR, space and time are absolute, hence the PSR is false. The general structure of the argument is this. 86. There is a possible world W just like the actual world in all qualitative features but nonetheless differing from the actual world in terms of the numerical identity of some entity, an object, a place, a time, etc. 87. If two worlds W and W have the same qualitative features, then no explanation can be given for why one rather than the other is actual. 88. Therefore, the PSR can be false, that is, there can be a contingent proposition P with no explanation. It is plain that the argument is valid, just let P be the proposition that W rather than W is actual. The only question, again, is as to soundness. 9.1. In favor of 86. Premise 86. Asserts the existence of a world qualitatively identical to the actual one yet somehow different. There are several ways of substantiating 86. One way is via a spatio-temporal translation as in Leibniz, just imagine all the contents of space-time having been moved over. Another is through considerations of counterfactuals. Would it not have been possible for you to have occupied precisely the role I occupy and for me to have occupied 171. Precisely the role you occupy? If this were to have happened, then a world qualitatively identical to ours would have been actual. The intuition about personal identity swapping is, of course, very controversial. One might say that we are constituted by some qualitatively describable aspects of our roles. But an argument can be given, if not for the actual truth of 86, then for a weaker claim that can easily be seen to suffice for the above anti-PSR argument. 89. There are possible worlds W and W just like one another in all qualitative features but nonetheless differing from the actual world in terms of the numerical identity of some entity, an object, a place, a time, etc. For this argument, I will need the notion of a property expressible in general terms, or general property for short. This is a property that could be expressed in a language lacking proper nouns of particulars, demonstratives pointing out particulars, or operators that rigidify terms referring to particulars. The definition leaves open the Kripken possibility that some general properties are defined in terms of demonstratives or rigidifying operators pointing out universals, for example, this kind of liquid or the, understood as a rigidifying operator, property of electrons responsible for their mutual repulsion. A temporalized general property is defined in the same way as a general property except that proper nouns rigidly referring to moments of time, demonstratives pointing out moments of time, and operators that rigidify times are permitted. Thus, every general property is a temporalized general property, but the converse only holds if time is relational. I will also need the notion of a t-bounded general property, for a given time t. This is a temporalized general property f such that the proposition that x has f does not make any contingent claim about what happens after time t. Characterizing this notion precisely is a non-trivial task. For logically simple properties f, a start of a characterization might be to require that the proposition that x has f is compatible with times coming to an end after t1. By interchange Hasidism I will mean the doctrine that there are two distinct possible worlds whose descriptions in terms of the temporalized general properties of their contents are the same. Such two worlds must differ solely in the numerical identities of entities in them as there is number 1. Cf. Gale, 2002a. 172. Other way for them to differ. Interchange Hasidism is just equivalent to 86 s being true at some possible world. Now consider the principle of identity of indiscernibles, PII. This holds that there could not be two entities that are indiscernible, that is, that have the same general properties. Many take the PII to be implausible. Could there not be a world with two qualitatively identical black spheres? Could the world not be perfectly symmetrical, and so I would have a twin symmetrical with me? Could there not be two qualitatively identical angels? The PII has a stronger cousin, the temporalized PII, TPII. States that, necessarily, for any objects x and y, if t is a time such that at least one of x and y existed prior to t, and for every t-bounded general property f it is the case that x has f if and only if y has f, then x is identical with y. I will be only interested in the restriction of the TPII to physical, enduring objects. Observe that the notion of a temporalized general property enters similarly into both the definition of Hasidism and that of the TPII. It is prima facie quite plausible that the PII is false. The falsity of the TPII is even more plausible, since it asserts that there cannot be two entities that, even though perhaps now discernible, had been indiscernible up to some time. I will now show that if the TPII is false, then interchange Hasidism is true. If the TPII is false, then it is possible for there to exist two beings x and y and a time t prior to which at least one of the beings existed, and such that for every t-bounded general property f, x has f if and only if y has f. Since I have restricted the TPII to physical enduring objects, x and y can be taken to be physical and enduring. Consider now a possible world W0 containing two such beings x and y. Note that in fact both x and y existed prior to t, otherwise, they differ with respect to the possession of the T-bounded general properties being existent prior to T2. I am going to need a technical assumption concerning the rearrangement of items in worlds. The technical assumption in its initial form is as follows. 90. For any possible world W and physical objects X and Y that exist at T in W with Y also existing at some time after T, there is a possible world 2. If one thinks that even temporalized existence is not a property, then one has to modify this argument slightly. One way to do this is to note that if one of X and Y exists prior to T, it has some shape, say, S at some time prior to T. Then, consider the property F of having shape S at a time prior to T. This is a temporalized T-bounded general property had by one of X and Y, and hence had by both. But anything that has F exists prior to T. 173. WTX at which it is the case that X exists at no time after T but Y exists at some time after T. This assumption follows from an intuition about the rearrangeability of items within a world. For instance, it is entailed by David Lewis's rearrangement principle, Lewis, 1986, section 1.8. One might object to the assumption on Kripken grounds. Perhaps there is a physical object X that has the essential property of continuing to exist after T, and if so, then the assumption will not be verified. Alternately, one might have a theological objection. If God necessarily exists, then it might be logically impossible for a contingent being that had a certain life history to cease to exist. For instance, if someone lived a just life up to time T but suffered terribly up to T, then divine justice would make it impossible for God to allow this person to cease to exist prior to receiving the reward of this just life. But even those impressed with this argument may well grant the weaker claim. 91. For any possible world W and physical objects X and Y that exist at T, there is a possible world WX at which X exists but does not have all temporalized general properties in common with Y. Observe that, 91, follows from, 90, for X and Y differ in terms of general properties at WTX, for instance, X ceases to exist at T but Y does not. Observe that, 91, will be satisfied if there is some world at which X exists but Y does not. Given this technical assumption, the argument becomes quite simple. If the TPII is false, then there is a possible world W containing physical objects X and Y that share all the same T-bounded general properties. Let WX be as in, 91. I now claim that there is a world WY that has the same description as WX in terms of temporalized general properties, but in which the roles of Y and X are interchanged in the sense that there is a temporalized general property F such that X has it at WX but Y does not, whereas Y but not X has F at WY. I will prove this as follows. Let A be a complete description of WX in temporalized general terms, say, a conjunction of all propositions, or atomic propositions, true at WX and expressible in general terms. Let F be any temporalized general property that X but not Y has at WX. Consider then the property S that an object U has if and only if 92, there is a possible world W such that W satisfies A and U has F at W. 174. Observe that S is a T-bounded general property of an object, even if F is not T-bounded, for the claim that for some W satisfying A the object U has F at W is a claim about U's logical possibilities in the space of possible worlds, rather than about U's future in the actual world. Observe further that X has S at W. Therefore, since X and Y have all T-bounded general properties in common at W, it follows that Y has S at W. It follows that there is indeed a world WY satisfying A, and hence matching WX with respect to the truth values of all propositions involving only temporalized general properties, and at which Y has F. Since Y does not have F at WX, it follows by Leibniz's law that WX and WY are distinct worlds. but since they agree on the truth values of all propositions involving only temporalized general properties, it follows that interchange Hasidiism is true. Thus, if the TPII is false, then interchange Hasidiism is true, and 86 is possibly true. But then if additionally, 87 is true, we conclude that the PSR is possibly false. If not only the TPII but the PII is also false for physical objects, then there is a quick intuitive road to interchange Hasidiism. For consider two indiscernible objects x and y in some world W. Imagine a possible world Wx where x stops existing at some time t but y continues existing. Then there will be a possible world Wy where in turn y stops existing at t but x continues existing, and we may further construct Wx and Wy such that they are indiscernible if x and y were. Note also that the preceding argument gets around a certain difficulty. The swapping argument is most plausible when the items are most similar. It is quite dubious whether you and I could have had reversed roles. For Kripken reasons, one might argue that had I started from different genetic material than I did, then I would have been a different person, and so I could not have played your role. On the other hand, if you and I were completely indiscernible, then swapping our roles would not make for any change of role, because ex hypothesi we would have the same roles. What the preceding arguments do is suggest that if items start out in the same roles but do not continue in the same roles, then they can be swapped. Meaningfully, the swap makes a difference, and yet the Kripken reasons do not seem to come into play because our roles started out indiscernibly. 9.2. A defense of the TPII. But is acceptance of the TPII so absurd? Ian Hacking, 1975, has noted that any apparent counterexample to the PII can be reconceived as a case with a more complicated relational space-time structure. 3. Consider, for instance, a situation in which we have an infinite sequence of events of the form ABABABAB, where all the tokens of A are indiscernible and all the tokens of B are indiscernible but with A's being discernible from B's, and where this sequence is all there is in the universe. That situation can be reconceived as a system with a circular time structure and just two events, A and B. Or consider a symmetric spatial arrangement, say, a two-dimensional universe rotationally symmetric around a central point as in Figure 2. We could just reconceive of this situation as a situation without indiscernibles but a more impoverished universe, identifying together the objects and points previously conceived of as indiscernible. In Figure 2 we would identify together the contents of all of the slices and then identify together the bounding lines. The resulting spatial structure would be a cone, see Figure 3. The Hacking solution, however, is less satisfactory in the case of the TPII. Consider a violation of the TPII that is not a violation of the PII. For instance, the universe in Figure 2 might exist in the state as pictured for a long time, and then some of the items might gradually and asymmetrically change position, so that we would no longer have indiscernibility, see Figure 4. If we are to apply the Hacking reconception method to deny the TPII, then we must suppose that the instant the letters start moving out of place, however continuous the movement, the space. 3. See also the discussion in Bellet, 2001. 176. Jumps discontinuously from a cone to a circle, and each of the objects in the original space then fissions into four objects instantaneously. If this is too much to swallow, and if we think we can imagine a system in which there is a symmetric structure for a while, then we will have to deny the TPII. If further we think that given a system satisfying the TPII it was possible for the universe to have come to an end before the indiscernibles diverged, then we will also have to deny the PII, since had the universe thus come to an end, we would have had a violation of The PII. 9.3. Against, 86. It is natural for a defender of the PSR to try to deny, 86, and, 89. Indeed, Leibniz would employ the argument with, 87, and the negation of, 88. As premises and the negation of, 86, as the conclusion. After all, if the two worlds are qualitatively identical, how can they differ? 177. One way to put the worry would be in a verificationist mode. 1. Might hold that a proposition that could not be verified by any conceivable observer is false or nonsense. But no conceivable observer could verify the difference between two qualitatively identical but numerically different possible worlds. Were things as they are in W, nobody could know the difference. However, while traditional verificationism must indeed reject the possibility of such a difference, it is not clear that every case of such differences must be rejected by every form of verificationism. Consider the worlds obtained by swapping who occupies your and my roles. Were things thus swapped, there would be a difference in what I perceive. I would be reading this book instead of writing it. So a verificationist way of putting the worry about, 86, is not quite satisfactory. But while the verificationist way of putting the worry is unsatisfactory, there is something right about worrying what the difference is between the possible worlds that differ only in numerical identities of objects. If we are to be realists about possible worlds and think them real entities, whether abstract entities such as collections of propositions or giant states of affairs as in Robert M. Adams, 1974, or Alvin Plantinga, 1974a, or concrete entities such as physical universes as in David Lewis's, 1986. Extreme modal realism, there is a worry about individuating them. While perhaps ordinary indiscernibles could be individuated by their spatiotum Pearl relations, abstract possible worlds do not stand in any spatio-tempo RAL relations. Nor do Lewis's physical universes, because each has its own space-time structure. However, this objection supposes a realism about possible worlds. A sophisticated fictionalism such as Sider's, 2002, pluriverse approach avoids the problem, because the possible worlds become mere characters in a story about the space of possibilities. 9.4. Against, 87. 9.4.1. Reasonless choice libertarianism. The PSR defender's other option is to dispute proposition, 87. If the reasonless choice libertarian view is coherent, then that Smith reason lessly and freely chose A is self-explanatory, except insofar as we need to explain why Smith existed and was choosing. On this libertarian view, one could thus give the Samuel Clarke answer against the Leibnizian arguments. A necessarily existent God reasonlessly and freely chooses which of W and W to actualize, even if the two universes are indiscernible. It might seem unbefitting of a God's dignity to make reasonless choices. 178. Leibniz would respond. But in the case in which the choices are between indiscernibles, this is not so obvious. It might be unbefitting of a God's dignity to make reasonless choices where there are reasons for preferring one option over another. But this is precisely a case in which there are no such reasons, and hence a God aware of this fact would not be doing anything unbecoming were he to choose without reason. If, further, one thinks that indeterministic non-intentional causation is possible, as in one of the possible ways out of the quantum objection to the PSR, then the absence of reasons for a God to choose on the basis of will not worry. 1. Instead, the reason for one rather than another of the possibility ties eventuating could be some random indeterministic physical process started by God. If one rejects random indeterministic processes as producing explana and rejects the Jameshian reasonless choice form of libertarianism. Then the problem is more difficult. One might attempt to use a non-sunless libertarianism here. But the problem is this: what kind of a reason could there be for a person to bring it about that W is actual instead of W? If the two worlds are indiscernible, there are no considerations that can tell in favor of one over the other, it seems. Because we are dealing with a libertarianism, it will not do just to object that there are no considerations overall in favor of one over the other. The libertarian, of whatever stripe, holds that sometimes one can choose an option even though overall the weight of reasons is on the other side. But the non-reasonless libertarians may still require that there be some reason for choosing as one did, even if the reason is weaker than, or at least incommensurable with, some reason for some incompatible action. And may insist that one chose that side in part on account of that very reason, despite one's knowing it to be weaker, or knowing that there are incommensurable reasons pointing in a different direction. But in the indiscernibility cases it does not even seem possible for there to be such a reason. Here it will be useful to recall the two forms that the argument for the existence of indiscernible worlds took. The first form was Leibniz's own, and used the possibility of the universe as a whole's being shifted in time or space. This form of the argument can be disputed without undue cost by the defender of the PSR. All she needs to do is to embrace Leibniz's conclusion that space and time are relationally constituted. The more worrisome form of the argument, however, is that based on the denial of the TPII. First off, the defender of the PSR could simply restrict the scope of the PSR to explaining purely qualitative states of 179 affairs. The numerical identities of things need not be explained then. However, unless one thinks that numerical identities are reducible to purely qualitative features, this restriction may not be satisfactory, since it would undercut basic intuitions behind the PSR, such as the intuition that there has to be an explanation why I exist. For if one restricts the PSR to purely qualitative states of affairs, then it might be explainable why someone like me exists, but not why I exist. However, if the defender of the PSR has managed to argue, as I have attempted to do in preceding chapters, and as must be done in order to refute the Van Inwagen fatalism objection, that indeterministic causal explanation is a genuine form of explanation in at least some cases, then she will now be in a position to respond to this objection. There could always be some indeterministic process that causes one rather than the other situation to eventuate. It may be indeterministic as to which of two qualitatively identical twins will die earlier, but the cause of the death of the one that dies earlier, even if it is indeterministic, explains why she died earlier. There is, however, a further difficulty that the cases resulting from the denial of the TPII present, in that one might have a way out of the Van Inwagen, free will, and quantum mechanical arguments without having a way out of this one. Suppose one admits that, indeed, libertarian free will based explanations are genuine explanations, but only when they make reference to reasons. Thus, the reasonless choice model of free will fails. If it is taken to succeed, then we can just take Samuel Clarke's solution to the whole problem, namely, posit a God who freely and reasonlessly chooses between the indiscernible worlds. I am imagining here a libertarian who admits that once one has cited the reasons and the fact that a free choice was made, one has explained the event. The reasons need not be such as to necessitate one to act, of course, but they must be there, and they must be sufficient to distinguish between the options. This kind of libertarianism will escape the indiscernibility objection to the PSR, but it is difficult to see how it would escape the present difficulty, for in the case of indiscernible states of affairs, no person can have a reason to actualize one state rather than another. Any reason in favor of one state is itself also a reason in favor of the other state. Thus if one thinks reasons must play a role in a free choice, and a free choice is the only example of indeterministic causal explanation, even if one thinks that one can freely choose between equally balanced or incommensurable reasons, one will have a difficulty here. 180. 9.4.2. Haesides and reasons. There is, however, a possible response. If one accepts the view I dubbed interchange Haesidism, one might feel compelled to accept the existence of Haesides, which are this nesses, the property of being a particular individual being. The Hecades make clear what ways the indiscernible worlds differ. There are, however, difficulties in the notion of Haesides, which thereby make the interchange Haesidism-based arguments less plausible. For instance, Adams, 1981, observes that there is a problem about the relation of me to my thisness, namely, the property of being me. It is not just that I have my thisness essentially. Rather, I have my thisness essentially, and my thisness essentially has the property of not being had by anyone other than me. Thus my thisness has a property that cannot be specified without specifying me de re. It will not do to specify me de dicto here, for example, by saying that my thisness essentially has the property of being had only by beings that have the property of being me, since that would be just making the trivial claim that my thisness essentially has the property of being had only by beings that have my thisness. But that would not distinguish my thisness from having green-dyed hair, since having green-dyed hair essentially has the property of being had only by beings that have green-dyed hair. But if my thisness has a property that cannot be specified without specifying me de re, then it cannot exist if I do not exist. Alternately, my thisness is essentially related to me and hence can only exist if I exist, since nothing can be related to what is not. Adams, 1981. Therefore, my thisness cannot be a Hecaide, since a given Hecaide exists in all possible worlds. But my Hecaide, were it to exist, would indeed be my thisness, and hence I have no Hecaide. The Haesidist might try to bite the bullet and say that if H is my Hecaide, then I simply am that entity that has H. And there is no need to specify further that H can only be had by me, because that would be tautologous. This would also allow a reduction of de re modality to de dicto modality. The claim that I could not be a horse could become the claim that, necessarily, anything that has H is not a horse. Furthermore, the Haesidist may object that it begs the question against Haesidism to say that I can be specified de re only if I exist. Plantinga, 1983, on the other hand, has questioned Adams's seemingly plausible assumption that it is an essential property of my Hecaide that it is the Hecaide of me, while granting that it could not be a Hecaide of me were I not to have existed, just as no one could be my brother were I not to have existed. And 181. There are additional reasons to reject an Adams-like bifurcation between qualitative properties that exist necessarily and Haesides that only exist if exemplified. See, example Rosencrantz, 1993, section 3.3. Or, alternately, an objector to the PSR might accept interchange Haesidism, the idea that there are possible worlds differing in the numerical identities of objects, without refeeing Haesides as expressive of these identities. Supposing on the other hand that indeed talk of Haesides can make sense, then at least sometimes reasons can be given in favor of acting in a way that produces one indiscernible state of affairs rather than another. Consider a question, perhaps facing God, of which of two qualitatively identical twins to give $100 to, or perhaps more radically which one to create. If there are Haesides, note that in the less radical case we only need Haesides of existing objects, which are much less controversial. Then I might make reference to the fact that the value of doing good to A person is a reason that makes reference to the numerical identity of that person. When I love someone, at least in some cases I do not love someone simply as falling under such and such a qualitative description. 4. Rather, I love someone in her individuality. And likewise the value of doing good for X makes irreducible reference to the numerical identity of X. Therefore, even if X and Y are hitherto indiscernible, the value of doing good for X provides a different reason from the value of doing good for Y. It is true that given indiscernibility, and assuming further that I stand in the same relation to both, which only follows from indiscernibility if I do not have a qualitatively identical twin, neither reason is stronger than the other. The two reasons are either balanced or incommensurable. But they are, nonetheless, distinct reasons, and hence a libertarian who allows that one can freely choose on the basis of balanced or incommensurable. 4. This can be true even if the description is historical, for I could find I was wrong in thinking that someone fell under the historical description and still continue to love the person, with the continuation being phenomenologically different from a case in which one stops loving one person and starts loving another. And even if I, in fact, do not continue to love the person, I might have been committed to this continuation and failed to live out that commitment. One might think, for instance, that this is true in cases of unconditional love, in which the love is neither conditioned on assumptions about the future nor on assumptions about the past. Of course, this raises all kinds of issues that go far beyond the scope of this book. This view of unconditional love fits well with Kierkegaard's view that genuine love does not love for reasons but does not logically require that view. It is one thing for the justification of the initial entry into love to be dependent on the beloved's apparently falling under a description and another for the love's continuation to depend on the beloved's actually falling under a description. 182. Reasons will allow that in this case there are different morally relevant reasons for the two possible indiscernible courses of action. This, then, would lead to an explanation of which of two worlds is actualized, in cases deriving from some failures of the TPII, in terms of some free persons, say gods, choosing between incommensurable or balanced reasons. But this only applies in cases in which one is doing something that in some morally significant way impacts a person or other item of moral significance. But what about a choice as to which of two indiscernible stones should exist, or which one should exist for a longer time? Could God have a reason there? One might first respond that it is the cases of persons that are most relevant vis-a-vis the preceding argument against the PSR. For one might insist that identity for non-persons is such that role swapping is simply impossible for them, and hence the argument for interchange hasidism in the case of non-persons fails. But it is less plausible to suppose this impossibility in the case of persons. We have some idea of what it would be like to play a different role from the one we do. Alternately, one might accept Augustine's claim that existence is in and of itself a good, and hence everything that exists is valuable. The choice of which stone should exist longer is, then, a very low-grade choice as to which stone should be gifted with a certain good, a choice that might well be seen as significant by a person who loves all of his creatures, including stones. Or even if one does not accept Augustine's claim, one might think that some moral significance can be found in any case. 183. 10. What survives the criticisms of the PSR? We saw four distinct kinds of objections to the PSR. First, we had Humean objections to the PSR understood as a necessary truth, based on the idea that in constructing possible worlds we are free to rearrange the items in the universe in any way, and in particular in a way that excises causes. We saw that this idea itself has not been sufficiently supported in any of its forms. We are also going to see in Chapter 19 that on the best available account of possibility, such rearrangement is not possible. Because in fact the best available account of possibility entails the PSR. The second kind of objection to the PSR was bound up with determinisms of various sorts. The fatalism objection argued that the contingency of the world was incompatible with the PSR. The free will and quantum mechanics objections argued that theories that we have good reason to believe are correct are incompatible with the PSR. Third, the Leibnizian arguments showed that without some form of indeterministic causation we cannot causally account for the possibilities of indiscernible worlds. We saw that the libertarian cannot, on pain of succumbing to the brute randomness objection to libertarianism, deny that free will causal explanations are genuine explanations, even if they are indeterministic, and I defended free will causal explanations using several models. In defense of both free will causal explanations and quantum mechanical indeterministic causal interpretations, further, I argued on the basis of two principles. The first simply states that by giving the cause of an event, one has always sufficiently explained it. The second, in response to the objection that in the indeterministic cases it is a disjunction that is caused, is the principle that disjunctive states of affairs do not stand in causal relations, except through their disjunct doing so. Note that we need not say which of the 184 models of explanation in the case of free will works. I am inclined to prefer the reason to the reasonless version. The reasoned version is of two varieties. In one case, the reason the agent chose A is that she freely chose A for R, where her freely choosing A for R is self-explanatory, modulo her freedom, her being impressed with R, and her existence, and in the other she chose A for R because she was impressed with R and chose freely. Both varieties when added to the explanandum give the listener the same amount of information, though the first puts more of the information in the explanans while the second leaves some information. For the explanandum, which one is the explanation may simply be a verbal question. A version of the PSR compatible with the preceding considerations is one that states that every contingent proposition has an explanation, but without its being required that the explanation always be distinct from the explained proposition or that the explanans should entail the explanandum. Moreover, sufficient reason needs to be understood not as necessitating reason but as sufficient explanation, where we understand that a causal account is always sufficiently explanatory, even when indeterministic. It is this version of the principle that will be the primary target of the positive arguments in Part 3 of this book. And, if one denies that citing the cause always gives a sufficient explanation, then one might just have to rename the PSR that will be defended the principle of good explanation. In any case, the principle that will be argued for will certainly be a non-trivial principle. As applied to the big conjunctive contingent fact, namely, the conjunction of all contingent true propositions with redundancies removed, the principle shows the existence of a necessarily existing being that is a first cause. This consequence constitutes a fourth anti-PSR argument that was discussed earlier. I argued that there should be no difficulty here, especially if we understand that necessity and analyticity need not go together. Part 3. Justifications of the PSR. 11. Self-evidence. The premier reason why people believe the PSR and weaker versions such as the CP is that they take these principles to be self-evident, obvious, intuitively clear, in no need of argumentative support. For instance, when presented with the Parmenidean PSR-based time-shift argument against change, even when the PSR premise is made explicit, most students do not wish to make it be their critical target. Sometimes, in fact, it takes quite a while before someone objects to the PSR. The public at large is likely to see the purpose of this book as silly. Why argue for the obvious? Of course, once it is shown that the PSR has the implication that there is a necessary being that created the universe, one is more likely to question the PSR. But even then, undergraduate atheists seem to have a certain preference for denying the contingency of the universe rather than questioning the PSR. Though of course that might simply depend on the details of presentation to them. At the same time, the premier reason why the claim that the PSR is self-evident is rejected by philosophers is that to many of them not only does the PSR not seem obvious, but it seems to be actually false, for instance because it is seen as implying the existence of God or the falsity of quantum mechanics. We have seen that the PSR does not imply the falsity of quantum mechanics. It may imply the existence of a creator, but that is no reason to reject the PSR, since there are no good arguments against the mere necessary existence of a creator. But no matter whether the arguments against the PSR work, the very fact that some intelligent people disbelieve it seems to show that the PSR is not self-evident. 189. 11.1. A definition of self-evidence. There are a number of ways of understanding the notion of a self-evident proposition. About the strongest is the following definition. 93. A proposition P is self-evident if, necessarily, anyone who understands it correctly understands it to be true, and it is possible for someone to understand it. The possibility clause is needed to rule out the counterexample of a false proposition that it is impossible for anyone to understand, if there should be such utterly incomprehensible propositions. This notion of self-evidence has a certain similarity to analyticity. An analytic proposition is one whose truth follows from the meanings of its terms. But not every analytic proposition is self-evident in the sense of 93. The proposition that the Pythagorean theorem follows from the axioms of Euclidean geometry is analytic but not self-evident. One can understand these axioms and the statement of the theorem without understanding the theorem to follow from the axioms. Nor is it obvious that every self-evident proposition is analytic. For instance, a case could be made that the proposition that there are thinkers is self-evident in the sense of 93, whereas it is by no means obvious that it is analytic, though a theist who thinks that God's existence is analytic might say so. For I cannot understand 93 without thinking, and on Kantian or Cartesian grounds one might argue that I must be aware of myself as thinking while thinking, and thus aware of there being thinkers. It is not obvious that this is so, but neither is it obvious that it is not. In any case, the difference between self-evidence and analyticity is that the latter speaks of propositions in themselves while self-evidence concerns propositions in relation to knowers. 11.2. The objection from smart people who disagree. Could the PSR turn out to be self-evident in this sense? The answer seems plainly negative. Adolf G. R. Unbaum, J.J.C. Smart, and David Hume are all intelligent people who rejected the PSR. Surely the claim that they did not understand the PSR that they were rejecting is incredible. There is, however, a tu quoque response. A number of also intelligent people, such as Leibniz and Aquinas, accepted the PSR, or versions of it, and saw it as something which is such that it cannot be understood without being understood to be true. Not only did they see it as self-evident, 190, but perhaps they saw it as self-evident that it is self-evident. If they were wrong about this, they were wrong about the meaning of the PSR, and hence they failed to understand the PSR that they accepted. This response, however, is questionable. The second-order judgment that a self-evident proposition is self-evident is one that depends on further concepts, such as the concept of self-evidence, and so there is more room for error, more room for thinking one has understood a proposition when in fact one has not. The very notion of failing to understand a proposition may seem incoherent. If Hume has failed to understand the PSR, then how can we say that he has failed to understand the PSR rather than some other proposition? After all, if he has failed to understand the PSR, then he had in mind a proposition, the PSR, which he failed to understand. And to have a proposition in mind is precisely to grasp that proposition. But this attempt to strengthen the argument against the self-evidence of the PSR fails, because there may be pragmatic features of Hume's activity that show that it was the PSR that he wanted to grasp. Obviously, he did not have the proposition before wanting to grasp it. Rather, he had a description of the proposition, such as the proposition that Leibniz believed and called the principle of sufficient reason, and he wished to grasp that proposition, which fell under this description. The defender of the PSR's self-evidence, then, claims that Hume failed at this task, despite all his intelligence. 11.3. But isn't the PSR easy to understand? Can the task be so hard? The PSR in the form we are interested in is a relatively simple proposition that states that every contingent proposition has an explanation. Which part do the PSR skeptics fail to grasp? Would it not be philosophical incompetence, of a sort incompatible with their intelligence, to fail to grasp the notions of explanation, contingency, and proposition, or to fail to understand universal quantification? But this question answers itself. Intelligent philosophers do disagree on what explanation, contingency, and propositions are. Obviously, therefore, some of them either fail to grasp these concepts or grasp other concepts than those that other philosophers include under these labels. In the latter case, they are not denying the PSR but some other proposition. For instance, it follows from the considerations in section 2.4 that if we understand cause in a Humean way, then it is very likely false that every contingent event has a cause. But since this concept of a cause is not Aquinas's, for instance, this in no way reflects on the CP as found in, say, Aquinas 191. This, however, is only an opening gambit in the defense of the PSR's self-evidence. Competent philosophers obviously are themselves quite aware of the differences in meaning of terms such as cause. Hume not only meant to deny that contingent events need to have Humean constantly conjunctive causes but also meant to deny that they need to have causes, as understood by Aquinas or Leibniz. But it may well be that Hume failed to understand the philosophies of Aquinas or Leibniz, of course, and hence failed to understand what he wanted to deny. However, Hume did not simply deny the causal principle. Hume held that anything contingent that existed could have existed by itself, with its existence being a brute fact. Given this, it is not necessary for Hume to understand the details of Aquinas's or Leibniz's notions of explanation or causation to deny that the CP as understood by Aquinas or Leibniz is true. He need only understand that the CP as understood by them entails the negation of Hume's independence of existent beings thesis. Analogously, if I believed that the only unmatered intelligent beings are humans and had a crazy neighbor who believed in the existence of superplasma-based sapient aliens, I would not need to understand the concept of super plasma to believe my neighbor's claim to be false. It would suffice that I would know that whatever my neighbor meant by it, it was a form of matter. But observe that in fact this observation supports a defense of the PSR's self-evidence because it shows that Hume could well have denied the PSR without grasping all the concepts in the PSR. He could have denied it under the description Leibniz's favorite principle. If his arguments for his own account of causality were cogent, then in fact he could have been at least subjectively warranted in denying the PSR without grasping it. This gives one a charitable way of understanding how an intelligent philosopher could have at least subjective warrant in denying a self-evident proposition. Of course, there are also uncharitable ways of understanding this, and we cannot a priori rule them out. The PSR is widely held to entail theism. One might deny it ad hoc for precisely that reason. Recall, however, the objection against a Humean claim that it is intuitively clear that a brick could come into existence ex nihilo. One response to this claim was that we should not have undue confidence in this possibility claim, as it uses a notion of possibility far removed from ordinary life. It appears that the PSR as restricted to contingent propositions is subject to exactly the same criticism, while an unrestricted PSR or a one. I am very grateful to an anonymous reader for this point. 192. PSR restricted in some way closer to everyday concepts, say, restricted to spatio-temporal affairs, would be easy to understand, and hence it would be harder to see why intelligent people denied it if it was in fact self-evident. Two responses could be made here. The first is that there is an asymmetry between the Humean claim and the PSR, for the ordinary concept of contingency is one of causal contingency, and this supports the PSR. As we shall see in chapter 19, while it tells against the Humean claim. Hence the Humean claim requires a departure from ordinary intuitions, while the PSR does not. The second is that this does not show that the claim that the PSR is self-evident is false, but merely that to someone who does not see matters as I do, the self-evidence to me of the PSR should not have much weight, and that I, too, should be cautious in my claim. 11.4. Two ways not to understand. 1.4.1. Conceptual color blindness. There are two models on which we could see a philosopher as failing to understand a self-evident principle. The first is a kind of conceptual color blindness. Imagine a person who does not have a grasp of moral concepts, understood in an objectivistic way. Having moral concepts could be, as Aristotle and John McDowell think it is, second nature to us. Moral deliberation practices could well be practices we need to be initiated into, just as we need to be initiated into mathematical practices, with both kinds of practices being doxastically alethic, seeking objective truths. Or perhaps the moral intuitionists are right and we have a faculty of moral intuition. Whichever view we take, we could perhaps imagine an intelligent person who lacks the faculty or initiation that gives us moral concepts. This is not obvious, of course. It might be that the structure of thought is such that without moral concepts there can be no thoughts at all. 2. One might think that one cannot have any concepts without having normative knowledge, such as that one ought not contradict oneself, or that one ought to base one's beliefs on evidence at least cateris paribus, or that if one thinks something is a C, where C is one of the concepts one has, then one ought not think it a D, where D is another one of the concepts one has. If, furthermore, rational normativity cannot be understood without understanding moral normativity, example because there is no distinction between rational and moral normativity, or because moral normativity is the paradigm of normativity, or because rational obligations are a subspecies of moral obligation and derive their oughtness from the moral, then one cannot have any concepts without having moral concepts. 193. And if so, then this example will have to be taken as grounded in a per impossibile counterfactual. Now, once one gains moral concepts, there might be self-evident moral truths, such as that, cateris paribus, pain is to be relieved. These might be such that once one understands them, one knows them to be true. Consider, however, an intelligent person lacking moral concepts. Such a person will fail to grasp these moral truths and will hence fail to see them as self-evident. She might, however, hold an error theory of them, even if She fails to grasp them. For she might be, as Mackey, 1977, is, a reductive materialist, and argue that it is clear, even without actual grasp of the concepts, that the concepts intended by those initiated into the moral deliberation practice or by those apparently having a faculty of moral intuition are concepts of immaterial realities, and hence positive propositions concerning these concepts are all false. Or, she might more cautiously say that the moral claims either are nonsense or are false, if she is not sure whether in fact the apparent concepts such as oughtness are genuine concepts. We might get some sympathy for this way of looking at things if we look at a religious concept we do not share, such as the apparent concept of the taboo. We may not in fact be able to map tabooness onto our own concepts. This might make us suppose that in fact the people who talk of things as taboo are speaking nonsense. But we need not take that radical view. We could remain agnostic about whether they speak nonsense. We could instead simply think that what they are saying might be false, without actually grasping tabooness ourselves. We know that those who talk of things as taboo intend this to be an objective normative property. Should someone say it is always taboo to talk in the rain during a full moon, we would know that her claim entails that some objective norm is always violated by talking in the rain during a full moon. Since we do not have a grasp of tabooness, we do not know what kind of an objective norm this is supposed to be, beyond vague indications that it is neither a norm of morality nor one of rationality. But if we justifiedly believe that there are no objective norms of any sort against talking in the rain during a full moon, we can know that her claim, if it makes sense at all, is false. 1.4.2 Talking ourselves out of understanding. A second model for failing to grasp a proposition while yet denying it is a case in which one has talked oneself out of comprehending something or talked oneself out of grasping some concept. Suppose moral objectivism 194 is true. Now imagine someone who has fallen under the sway of social constructivists or evolutionary psychologists. She has seen myriad analyses of how our engagement in practices of moral talk and deliberation can be explained sociologically or Darwinistically. After a while, she forgets that there is a distinction between explaining and justifying, and thinks that once one has given a causal explanation of our practice of moral talk and deliberation, one has said all there is to be said about it. One does not need to posit moral truths to which our practice is answerable. And so she loses sight of the moral concepts with which she grew up. She no longer has normative concepts of the dishonest, the just, and the cowardly. She only has sociological concepts of those people or actions that have the labels dishonest, just, and cowardly attached to them, or she has concepts of certain functional features of human beings that are more or less adaptive. We all know people like that. Indeed, some of us are people like that. If not in regard to moral concepts, then in regard to other concepts. We may imagine, further, that the person has at least subjective warrant in believing that the sociological or Darwinian accounts are complete accounts of the moral sphere of human praxis. But a moral objectivist who believes that once one has the concepts of pain and ought, then it is self-evident that, caeteris paribus, pain ought to be relieved need not find her belief challenged by the mere existence of the sociologically or evolutionarily minded critic. Of course, the critic's arguments may well be threatening. But the critic's existence should not be. One can talk oneself out of having certain concepts. If the reader finds the case of moral truths to be too dubious because she accepts the sociological or Darwinian reduction, she might simply try to imagine what the moral case will look like from the point of view of the moral objectivist. Or she may look at some other area, such as religion or mathematical realism. The existence of intelligent critics who deny the PSR does not, therefore, 4. Disprove the claim that the PSR is self-evident in the strong sense of being such that anyone who understands it must understand it to be true. One response may be, this may be all fine and good for cases of moral propositions, but the case of the PSR is different. I grant that it is possible that some proposition P employing a special set S of concepts is self-evident to someone possessing S, but denied by an intelligent critic, because she fails to possess S. However, this is only true in cases in which the proposition P carries no controversial implications that the critic disputes and that can be expressed in concepts available to the critic. The PSR, however, does carry such controversial implications. For instance, it 195 implies that there is either something outside time or something prior to the Big Bang, since it is only by reference to something outside time or prior to the Big Bang that the Big Bang, which is evidently contingent, can be explained, whatever explanation might turn out to be. However, this response misses the details of the preceding analysis. We started with the observation that it is only because the critic may understand some implications of the PSR that she can be justified in rejecting it. Likewise, the critic of moral discourse may well understand that moral discourse is such that if it is true, then reductive materialism is false. And she may understand this without grasping moral propositions, even if there are moral propositions. But, 93, does not say that one can see the proposition to be true when one has understood some of its implications. One can understand some of the implications of a proposition without understanding the proposition itself. Alternately, the critic might say, even were I to understand non-Humean causation, nonetheless I just would not see the PSR as self-evident. This response, however, is unsatisfactory. One's insight into what judgments one would make were one possessed of concepts that one is bereft of is obviously limited. 11.5. More detail. But there is a more powerful response along these lines that the critic of the PSR might make. Which part of the PSR is it that I fail to understand? And that is such that were I to understand it, I would therefore end up seeing the PSR as true. This requires more detail from the defender of self-evidence. Earlier, I used the illustration of the concept of a cause. It is implausible to suppose that every critic of the PSR, or more precisely, of the CP, is a Humean about causation. It is by no means obvious what it is about the concept of causation that is such that it is self-evident that any contingent event has a cause. I would suggest that the critic of the PSR might be blind to the nature of contingency. C.F. Reichenbach, 1972, p. 61. Every contingent proposition has an explanation, the PSR avers. Intuitively, contingency is closely bound up with causal concepts. We talk of an event as contingent on something when the latter contributes to the event's explanation, and without it the given event would not occur. Our everyday concepts of modality are, in fact, arguably causal in nature. Place, 1997, Mackey. 1998. It may be that were one to understand contingency appropriately, 196. One would see the PSR as self-evident. In Chapter 19 we will in fact see that a certain causal concept of contingency, or more precisely of possibility, is such that it entails the PSR, and I will argue further that this concept is superior to alternative ones. An intuitive grasp of this might be behind the self-evidence of the PSR. It is essential for this line of thought that the concept of contingency here not be a stipulative one, but the very same concept we employ normally, and the same concept that we find ourselves using in other plausibly self-evident claims, such as that physical events in time are all contingent. On this line of thought, the critic of the PSR has either never grasped or, more plausibly, has talked herself out of the natural concept of contingency. Instead, she has a different concept. The critiques of non-Aristotelian concepts of possibility in Chapter 19 will add weight to this suggestion. At the same time, it is necessary to make sure that the correct concept of contingency not be such that by predicating contingency of the occurrences of the sort that we wish to apply the PSR to, we beg the question against the PSR's opponent. For instance, it certainly would not do baldly to define an event as contingent provided it has a cause. The PSR we wish to defend would then become vacuous. Rather, the concept of contingency behind the PSR must be sufficiently closely related to our ordinary usage that it be clear that, say, the existence of horses is contingent. This kind of an account does not impugn the philosophical competence, at least narrowly construed, of the critic. It is not philosophical incompetence to lack the correct concept, say, of contingency. Different great philosophers have different concepts under the same label. Some may be wrong, some may in fact be failing to grasp a concept that they grew up holding but have talked themselves out of since. They are philosophically wrong, but it does not follow that they are incompetent, unless one construes philosophical competence sufficiently thickly to include such faculties of right judgment that one cannot go wrong about these matters. And if one does construe competence thus thickly, then there is nothing problematic about one philosopher's calling another philosopher, even a great one, incompetent. No doubt Spinoza failed in his judgment whether to take the proposition that everything is necessary as a conclusion or a reductio. And if it is this kind of failure that we label philosophical incompetence, then it is an incompetence compatible with greatness, and hence it is no failure in philosophical charity to ascribe such incompetence to another philosopher. 197. 11.6. Smart people who accept the PSR, but not as self-evident. A different sort of challenge is this. Some people who actually accept the PSR, such as Thomas Sullivan, 1994, hold that it is not self-evident in the sense previously indicated. Presumably, since they accept the PSR, they grasp it and should by grasping it see it as self-evident. However, there are at least two possible responses here. First, we may start with an observation inspired by Spinoza, cf. Treatise on the Emendation of the Intellect, section 35, that it need not be that it is self-evident that a proposition P is self-evident for P to be self-evident. Spinoza may later soften this by arguing that through knowing P by the mode of self-evidence we also know P to be self-evident, cf. Proposition 43 of Part 2 of the Ethics and the following scholium, but we need not follow him there. Timothy Williamson has criticized the idea that we can be in a condition C that is luminous in the sense that if we are in C, then we are always in a position to know that C obtains. Williamson, 2000, p. 95. The problem is that there is a continuum in all mental acts and that we cannot discern tiny differences, while we can move by tiny differences from C to not C. If we take the condition C to be knowing something through self-evidence, then this can be taken as a critique of self-evidence. While it is not obvious that there is in fact such a continuum in the qualities of all mental acts, the argument does suggest that the defender of self-evidence would be safer staying away from claiming that luminosity of self-evident knowledge if it can be avoided. To back up this Spinozistic response further, we might note that the principle of non-contradiction is very plausibly self-evident. However, a person may well grasp the principle of non-contradiction without having the concept of self-evidence. Thus, self-evidence is what justifies the principle of non-contradiction to her, but this is a justification she cannot give. And, similarly, it need not be self-evident that the principle of non-contradiction is self-evident. Alternately, the defender of the PSR might say that the timid believer in the PSR who does not wish to claim self-evidence, as does the critic, fails to grasp fully the concepts in the PSR. Indeed, perhaps by listening to critics, the timid defender has talked herself out of grasping these concepts. And just as the critics deny that the PSR is true without fully understanding it, but nonetheless perhaps subjectively justifiedly because they have a description of the PSR and may be subjectively warranted. 198. In thinking that no proposition falling under that description is true, so too the timid defender might have a description of the PSR and believe subjectively justifiedly that some or every proposition falling under that description is true. The phenomenon of holding a proposition P to be true without understanding it is an interesting one in general. It might, for instance, explain ordinary linguistic practice when an educated layperson makes a statement couched in scientific language that she does not fully understand, but from which she nonetheless can draw implications that she can understand. The same analysis might be brought to bear on the case of religious mysteries. For instance, a religious person need not claim actually to possess the concept Trinity to claim to believe that the doctrine of the Trinity is true. She might, for instance, believe that there exists a proposition very aptly expressible by the words of the Creed and that this proposition is true, without herself having a grasp of that proposition. Merrick's 2004. 11.7. The impasse. However, there is a much more trenchant response to the claims of self-evidence. Suppose the PSR is indeed self-evident and I grasp it as such. So what? There plainly are people who think it is not self-evident. My saying that it is self-evident will not convince them. Ex hypothesi, they lack the concepts involved in the PSR, and hence do not see it as self-evident. My banging my fists on the table will in no way help them gain the requisite grasp of the PSR. Thus, while my seeing the PSR as self-evident may possibly ensure that I do not have a responsibility to back it up argumentatively for my own sake, if I want others to share my conviction, I cannot rest with a mere claim of self-evidence. I can try to refute the unsound arguments by which a critic may have talked herself into a failure to grasp the principle. I can try to clarify the concepts so that she might have more hope of grasping them. I can discuss applications of the PSR to show that she herself may be committed to the PSR without knowing it. And I can give positive arguments for the PSR from other propositions. For even if a proposition is self-evident, there may still be arguments that can be given for it, based on other premises that one's interlocutor is willing to accept, perhaps other self-evident premises, or other premises that in an ideal world would be conclusions drawn from the PSR but in this dialectical situation are accepted in the absence of the PSR. Of 199. Course, if the PSR is evident, then there is something strange about giving an argument for it. For as soon as the interlocutor grasps the proposition expressed by the words I use to give utterance to the PSR, she will grasp it to be true. And if she does not grasp the proposition, how can she grasp an argument for it? But again, this can be answered by adverting to the preceding model of how someone might believe that the PSR is true without having a grasp of it. For one might have a vague grasp of the PSR, that is, a grasp of the PSR as a proposition falling under a certain description. And then one might accept an argument for the claim that some or all propositions falling under that description are true. For instance, one might not oneself grasp the concept of a cause, but one might accept arguments involving the concept because one may know that they hold for any of a family of concepts that include the desired one. 11.8. Mathematical analogies. It might be helpful at this point to recall two mathematical examples. The law of excluded middle, lem, says that for every proposition P we have P or P. It is quite plausible that this is self-evident. After all, were it not self-evident, we would be at a loss for how we could possibly get to know it. Would we prove it from other, more evident propositions? It is hard to find a proposition more evident than lem, unless it should be the principle of non-contradiction, PNC, which states that for every P we have P and P, but as it happens, one cannot prove the lem from the PNC, without somewhere along the way invoking some variant of the lem, say, in the form of De Morgan's law and the principle of double negation, that if P then P3. This is so because it can be proved that there are consistent quantified logics, indeed even consistent quantified logics supporting set theories, in which the lem is false but the PNC is true. Point 4. Nor do we know the lem inductively. We could generate a proposition and then find out that it is true or find out that it is false. Unfortunately, there is many a proposition for which we have neither found that it 3. De Morgan's law states that P and Q is equivalent to P or Q. Thus, if we have P and P by the PNC, then given De Morgan we have P or P. By the principle of double negation we have P or P. 4. In a topos theoretic framework, cf. Bell, 1988. 200. Is true nor found out that it is false. For instance, we do not know whether it is true or false that there exist aliens, or that Goldbach's conjecture, that every even number greater than 2 is the sum of 2 primes, holds. Now, admittedly, for every proposition for which we know the truth value, we either know it to be true or know it to be false. But this is a tautology. To know the truth value is nothing other than to know which of the two alternatives holds. Nor will it do to pride ourselves on the sheer number of propositions for which we have found out the truth value, and to claim that this number is likely to increase without bound, for surely we will never find out whether or not Caesar had an even number of hairs on his body the moment he died, and indeed as the past slips away from us, there will always be such propositions that we will not know. And even some of those cases of the lem that one can check might not be so unequivocal. How do I check that the lem holds for Oswald's assassinating Kennedy? I may reason as follows. If Oswald did not assassinate Kennedy, there was an enormous conspiracy in the United States. There was no such enormous conspiracy. Therefore, by modus tollens, it is false that Oswald did not assassinate Kennedy. But to infer from this that it is true that Oswald assassinated Kennedy is to infer P from P, and the validity of this inference is, under appropriate background assumptions, equivalent to the lem. This is not just a usual case of the need for employment of auxiliary hypotheses in experimental testing. Here, it is the very hypothesis tested that must be applied as an auxiliary hypothesis. So we do not know the lem empirically, even though surely we know it with certitude. But if we do not know it empirically, and do not know it by proof from more basic propositions, then it seems we must know it in some self-evidencing way. This need not take exactly the form, 93. Of course, but some account on which some propositions are a priori self-evidencing is needed. As in the case of the PSR, there are people who wish to deny the lem. Namely, the mathematicians known as intuitionists. The intuitionist insists on giving mathematical proofs that do not rely on the lem. But the intuitionist does not merely claim that the proof is not informative. Rather, she claims that this is not a proof at all. There is pragmatic value, of course, in having intuitionists around because they are likely to search for more informative proofs and encourage others to do so. But nonetheless, I take it, the intuitionist is wrong in taking the lem to be false or doubtful, even though there is no denying that the intuitionist can be a highly intelligent person. Indeed, great cleverness is needed to do mathematics in the absence of the lem. Note that just as in the case of the PSR, so too one can challenge the skeptic about the lem with a pragmatic inconsistency. Both use the principles in daily life. They may, however, both claim that there is a significant disanalogy between the daily life cases and the special cases in which the PSR or the lem does not apply. In Chapter 16 we will examine the issue of the everyday applicability of the PSR and what evidence it lends to the PSR as a whole. One might think that there is a significant disanalogy between the PSR and the lem, in that the lem is a much lower level principle that is employed much more often in daily life, while the PSR is a much higher level principle. However, the PSR, too, is used often in daily life. Alternately, one might note that the lem just is so much simpler than the PSR, or that it does not lead to conclusions as controversial as those to which the PSR leads. It is not clear, however, why this difference in degree should bar the PSR from the very possibility of being self-evident. Or one might insist that the lem is a principle so basic to human conversational praxis that it is simply impossible to be a talker, a participant in the human society, while denying the lem, whereas people like Adolf Grunbaum and David Hume certainly are talkers and participants in human society. But then so are intuitionists like Brouwer. 5. This elegant proof is a part of mathematical folklore. I remember first seeing it as a kid in the pages of Discover magazine. All these objections based on the simplicity or basicness of the lem suggest that perhaps a different analogy might be helpful. Consider the axiom of choice, AC, from set theory, to which we have already alluded. Recall that the AC, in its primary official formulation, states that if a set A is a collection of disjoint non-empty sets, then there is a set S that contains exactly one member from each of the disjoint sets. Finite cases are obvious and do not need a special axiom. If A equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, we can just let S equals 1, 3, 8. The AC is a principle of plenitude for sets. In a different equivalent form, it says that the Cartesian product of any number, finite or infinite, of non-empty sets is itself non-empty, where the Cartesian product of, say, 3 sets A, B, and C is the set of triples, A, B, C, where A is a member of A, B is a member of B, and C is a member of C. For a finite number of sets, the number of members in the Cartesian product is equal to the product of the numbers of the members of the respective sets. Intuitively, then, if we have an infinite number of non-empty sets of which we are taking a Cartesian product, the cardinality of the product should be larger. And so, we are likely to accept the AC, which simply says that the cardinality of the product is non-zero. But for all of its initial plausibility, the AC leads to at least one counterintuitive conclusion. For instance, as mentioned in section 3.1, it implies that we can decompose a solid ball into a finite number of disjoint subsets that can then be reassembled, by rotation and translation, into two solid balls of the very same diameter as the original ball. This is the Banach-Tarski paradox. Lest one run and buy a sphere of gold in the hope of enriching oneself through endless multiplication of gold, I should tend to add that just as proof, 94, did not give a procedure for finding the irrational number that when raised to an irrational power yielded a rational number, so too the AC-based proof here gives no algorithm for cutting up the sphere. And even if it did, it would not be an algorithm we could follow, because the pieces would not be solid, but would have something in common with, say, the aggregate of all the points with ratio NAL coordinates, except they would be weirder, in that at least some of them would lack a well-defined volume. Because of this weirdness of the piece, I think one would not be wrong in putting this counterintuitive conclusion down to the weirdness of the mathematical continuum, the spheres being a continuous entity. The philosophical root of the controversy behind the AC is that it posits the existence of a set S containing one member from each of the disjoint member sets in A, even though in general there need not be any 203. Effective procedure for constructing S. In this, the AC is like the lem. The lem claims that P or P, but there need not be any effective procedure for determining which of the two is the case. 6. If one is not bothered by mathematical objects or truths in the absence of effective procedures for constructing or verifying them, then one may well not be bothered by the AC, just as one will not be bothered by the lem. It may be worth noting that there is some, perhaps superficial, similarity to the PSR in this respect. The PSR does not itself give us a procedure for finding or stating the explanation. Indeed, if we had such a procedure, then we could apply inference to the best explanation in the place of the PSR. Point 7. Of course, the theoretical utility of the AC, its mathematical fruitfulness, might well count pragmatically in favor of it. But it is not clear how this fruitfulness should constitute evidence for the AC. All this might lead one to think that the AC is simply self-evident. Just as we cannot prove the lem without basing ourselves on things equally controversial to the intuitionist, so too we know we cannot prove the AC without basing ourselves on things just as controversial, since it turns out that at least Zermelo-Frankel set theory conjoined with the AC is consistent if and only if Zermelo-Frankel set theory conjoined with the denial of the AC is consistent. There is, however, a disanalogy between the PSR and the cases of the AC and the lem. While it may well be that we cannot find an argument for the PSR based on premises with greater innate intuitive plausibility than the PSR, we will find arguments for the PSR based on premises that in fact should appeal to a class of philosophers who do not themselves accept the PSR. However, there is no reason to think the possibility of giving dialectical arguments for the PSR is in fact a reason to deny its. 6. One might wonder whether there are any logical connections between the lem and the AC. It turns out that in an appropriate setting, the AC entails the lem but the lem does not entail the AC, cf. Bell, 1988, Theorem 4.31. 7. In light of footnote 6, one might wonder whether there is any logical connection between the PSR and the AC. One can give a somewhat tongue-in-cheek sketch of an argument for the equivalence of the PSR and the AC, given a causal principle applicable to chains of contingent events. As we saw in section 3.1, given the AC and the CP, it follows that there is a first cause for every event. This we might take to entail the PSR. On the other hand, given the PSR, it can be argued that there is a God, see chapter 4. If it could be argued that God has to be all-powerful in an appropriate sense, and in fact Jerome Gelman, 2000, has argued that such a God as the PSR yields would have to be, then, as Robert Meyer, 1987, quips, given a set A of disjoint non-empty subsets, surely God could choose a subset containing one element from each one. Alas, this tongue-in-cheek argument probably fails, since an omnipotent God can only do what is logically possible, and if the AC is false, then it is probably necessarily false and hence God cannot make such a choice. 204. Self-evidence. After all, Aristotle gave dialectical arguments for the principle of non-contradiction. 11.9. What self-evidence could be? Now that perhaps the reader's confidence that the PSR might turn out to be self-evident has been fortified, let us turn back to the question of what that would mean. We started with a strong notion of self-evidence on which a true proposition is self-evident if it is understandable and cannot be understood without understanding that it is true. It is plausible that if the PSR is self-evident in this sense, then indeed those who understand it know it. It is not obvious, however, that they know it. One might, however, accept that the PSR is self-evident in this sense, and still argue that those who accept the PSR because of its self-evidence lack knowledge, because there are defeaters available, namely, the arguments against the PSR. After all, understanding a proposition to be true is not the same as knowing it to be true. We have seen that the main arguments against the PSR fail or depend on dubious premises such as the impossibility of libertarian free actions, but there could well be people to whom the PSR is self-evident, who are aware of the counterarguments, and who are not aware that the counterarguments have been answered, or who disagree with the answers. It is not clear whether these people should count as knowing the PSR, even granted that it is self-evident. However, the mathematical cases might convince one that there are basic propositions that it is right to hold on to even in the presence of apparent counterarguments. One might think that part of claiming the lem to be self-evident is a claim that all evidence against it is thereby trumped. This might lead one to the following even stronger version of self-evidence. 95. A proposition P is self-evident if, necessarily, anyone who understands it correctly understands it to be true, and it is possible for someone to understand it, and understanding P makes the agent have infeasible knowledge of P for as long as she understands P. But it is highly implausible that at least the AC should be self-evident in this sense. Suppose a very competent and honest mathematician came up to me and told me that the proof that the AC is consistent with Zermelo-Fraenkel set theory if and only if the set theory is consistent on its own has been found to be wrong, and that in fact it has been shown that the AC is false. It would be irrational for me to conclude that because the AC is in fact true, the speaker is either mistaken or lying. Of course, the defender 205 of the Act's self-evidence in this strongest sense could simply claim that no one of us in fact understands the AC. But if so, then the self-evidence of the AC is, even if true, useless to us in every way. It is not obvious, however, whether someone who holds the lem to be self-evident would be irrational in rejecting the lem in an analogous case. And if she were not to be irrational, then it might well be that likewise the defender of the PSR would not be irrational, if it is in fact the case that the PSR is self-evident. No doubt the very strong formulations of self-evidence in 93 and 95 will strike many readers as highly implausible, at least as applied to the PSR. Be that as it may, I think the preceding considerations show that even these very strong formulations can be defended. If the PSR is true, then there is at least no evident absurdity in thinking it to be self-evident in these ways. A fortiori, there is nothing absurd about the PSR's being self-evident in some weaker way, such as in virtue of some fallible faculty of metaphysical insight by which we discern the truths of metaphysical propositions, or in the sense that all normal or unbiased agents who understand the PSR understand it to be true. We know the difficulties in spelling out such views. And all of these views have one thing in common. They are unhelpful when trying to convince a skeptic of the PSR. Finally, we should make a cautionary distinction. There is a difference between claiming that instances of the PSR are self-evident and claiming that the PSR itself is self-evident. For instance, one might argue that we all find ourselves with a truth-directed faculty that when presented with a contingent state of affairs produces in us a belief that that state of affairs has an explanation. Such a faculty is going to be reliable, since most states of affairs we are presented with under normal circumstances do in fact have explanations, and hence this faculty will provide us with knowledge, on both the reliabilist epistemology and on Plantinga's reformed epistemology, in normal circumstances. At the same time, its being so will be largely useless to those who, because of the presence of defeaters, or of a malfunctioning explanation-assuming faculty, do not have this knowledge. Suppose that it is further in fact the case that the PSR is always true, not just true in central cases, and that the faculty mentioned gives us the assumption of an explanation in all cases of a state of affairs taken to be contingent. Could one who has this faculty functioning properly with no defeaters claim in fact to know the PSR to be true in all cases? On the reliabilist or reformed epistemologies, it is the actual functioning of a reliable and/or truth-directed faculty that bestows knowledge. Knowledge. 206. That the faculty would in circumstances C bestow warrant on the belief that P does not itself bestow warrant on the claim that P would be true in C. Nonetheless, the fact that the faculty would bestow warrant on P in C might yield some evidence for P's being true in C, since one might think that, cateris paribus, it is more likely that such a faculty is right in any random set of circumstances than that it is wrong. This suggests that we need to distinguish between cases of the PSRs being self-evident and the PSR itself being self-evident. For many applications this will make no difference, even for global cosmological argument types of cases in which we ask why there are any contingent entities at all, since in these applications we will be applying the PSR to particular cases. However, if it is only cases of the PSR that are self-evident, then other PSR-based arguments may be questionable. For instance, repeated applications of the PSR might be problematic, as in if P has an explanation Q, and Q is contingent, then Q must have an explanation, for we are not actually given Q. The faculty by which we assume the existence of an explanation does not apply to propositions that are not given to the faculty. On the other hand, one might compare the case of logic. It may be that our inferential faculties only deliver judgments of the form this instance of modus ponens, or lem, is valid, but not of the form all instances of modus ponens are valid. Nonetheless, by reflecting on these faculties, we might well become convinced, and perhaps warrantedly, that their deliverances would be true in other cases. How this reflection would work is not clear. Perhaps it would require an insight that modus ponens as such is self-evidently valid. So perhaps the defender of the PSR as on the whole self-evident cannot confine herself to defending merely the weaker claim that cases of it are self-evident. A confession, the PSR is self-evident to me. But since this will carry little weight with skeptical readers, we shall move on to arguments for the PSR. 11.10. Paradoxes. A final objection to the notion of self-evidence is that it seems that any decent paradox has self-evident premises, but these premises are not all true. Thus, there are false self-evident claims, and it is difficult to see how self-evidence can be conclusive evidence. A quick answer is that such claims will not be self-evident according to 93, or 95, since these claims expressly say that the proposition is correctly 207 understood to be true. But this does little to assuage the worry, for now the question comes down to whether the person to whom, say, the PSR is self-evident has correctly understood it to be true. The defenses of the possibility that the PSR is self-evident have shown that one can think one understands when one does not understand. Likewise, one can think one correctly understands something to be the case when one does not. Nonetheless, in the favorable cases the understanding may indeed provide conclusive evidence. Consider, for instance, the fact that in normal cases, my seeing myself as thinking that P provides conclusive evidence that I am thinking that P. Nonetheless, if Spinoza, Kierkegaard, and Wittgenstein are right, there are times when people think that they are thinking that p when they either are not thinking at all or are thinking about something else altogether. 8. 8. Formulating the second part of this thesis precisely is difficult because the cases of interest are ones in which, because of a deep confusion, the person is unable to entertain p. But then if she cannot entertain p, how can she think that she is entertaining p? However, as discussed, she may think that she is entertaining a proposition falling under S, where S is some description under which P falls. Thus, Kierkegaard seems to think that many people of Denmark are wrong, that they are even thinking they, irreducibly to se, thought that I am a Christian. One way to make coherent sense of this is to say that such a Dane thinks that he thinks a thought with the logical form I am a. And further thinks that the blank in the thought is filled in with the same concept that the apostles expressed by the word Christian. It is a little bit more complicated than that, actually, because Kierkegaard also throws into question the I part of the thought. 208. 12. 3 Thomistic arguments. Recall St. Thomas's distinction between existence, esse, and essence, essentia or quidditas. Thomas took it as obvious that everything needed something by virtue of which it had being, and took this needed something to be a causal relation in the case of contingent things. Is there an argument on Thomistic principles for this intuition of his? I will argue that there is. Indeed, I will discuss 3 arguments, of which at least the second works, and there is something to be said for the third. While the first argument is, I believe, unsound, together the first 2 arguments can be seen as handling 2 horns of a dilemma, depending on which way the esse essentia distinction is taken. 12.1. First Thomistic argument, the regress of existences. 12.1.1. The regress of existences. Consider a puzzle about a given existing thing, say Socrates, on Thomistic principles. Socrates has an essence and an act of existing. When we say that Socrates exists, we are talking about his act, A1, of existing. This act of existing is the truth maker for the claim that Socrates exists. At the same time, the act of existing is itself something that exists. If it did not, it could not ground Socrates existing. Socrates' act of existing is not a necessary being, since then Socrates would be a necessary being. Thus, a one itself contingently exists. What is it in virtue of which a one itself exists? Well, it does not exist in virtue of a one's essence, since it is not a necessary being. Thus, it exists in virtue of its own act, A2, of existing. And so on ad infinitum. Socrates exists in virtue of A1, A1 in virtue of A2, A2 in virtue 209 of A3, and so on. And unless we posit a first cause, which the opponent to the CP will not want to do, there is no B in virtue of which all the AK exist. A crucial assumption here is that Socrates does not exist in virtue of himself. This follows from the fact that he is not identical with his existence, and, surely, on a Thomistic view that in virtue of which it is true that he exists just is his existence. If Socrates were identical with the existence of Socrates, the regress would be stopped at the first step. That Socrates is not identical with his existence, however, follows from the following considerations, for were Socrates identical with his existence, then on an Aristotelian metaphysics that sees the essence as a component in that which has the essence, it would likewise be true that Socrates' essence would be identical with his existence or a part thereof. The latter option can be disposed of easily. To talk of parts of existence is to commit a category mistake. Moreover, the existence, on Thomas's account of something that does not exist in virtue of its essence the way a necessary being would, is that which must be added to the essence to make the entity exist, and if so, then the essence is not a part of the existence. Thus, Socrates' essence would have to be identical with his existence, and hence, with Socrates, or at least Socrates would exist in virtue of his essence. But this implies that, necessarily, if Socrates' essence exists, so does Socrates. But Socrates' essence does exist, at least in the mind of those who think of Socrates, and hence it follows that Socrates exists. But Socrates is in fact dead. Of course, there may well be life after death, but then just run this argument in a world in which it is true that Socrates ceases to exist with death. Thus, the Thomistic account of existence appears to give rise to a regress. There are 2 points to be argued for now. First, that the regress would indeed be vicious. Second, that the generation of the regress can be curtailed, but only by rejecting the possibility of a thing whose esse arises neither from its essence nor from outside the thing. 12.1.2 The viciousness of the regress. Not all regresses are vicious. If P is a true proposition, then it is true that P, true that it is true that P, true that it is true that it is true that P, and so on. There is no difficulty in this regress because it is not a regress of grounders. It is not the case that P is true because it is true that it is true that P. But consider a different case. Suppose we thought that our knowledge 210. That P depended on our knowing that we know that P, and suppose further that we thought these were distinct exercises of knowledge. Then, we would indeed generate a vicious regress. Likewise, as Aristotle takes for granted in the first book of the Nicomachean Ethics, the regress of pursuing F1 for the sake of F2, F2 for the sake of F3, and so on, would indeed be vicious. One suggestion for when a regress is vicious is the case in which it is a grounding type regress, such as a causal, explanatory, or justificatory regress. In those cases the chain of groundings as a whole is without grounding. And it is as if we explained why the earth does not fall down by positing an infinite series of tortoises beneath it to hold it up. The infinite series is of no more use than one tortoise, and one tortoise is indeed of no more use than the earth itself. Nor will it do in a grounding type regress. To say that there is no cause, explanation, or justification to the chain as a whole, because these regresses occur precisely in contexts in which a cause, explanation, or justification is required. Thus, if the infinite chain of purposes generated by the argument of the first book of the Ethics is all there is, then in fact ultimately we act for no purpose at all, and it is a basic tenet of Aristotelianism that this is not so. This point has been questioned heavily in the case of causal or explanatory regresses. Hume claimed that in those cases a sufficient explanation of a chain of causes or explanations is in the internal explanatory relations between the members of the chain. I argued in detail in section 3.1 that this is false, but at the moment let me even concede the causal case. Nonetheless, other cases remain in which it is plain that a regress would be vicious. The ethical case, for instance, comes to mind. If after giving an infinite chain of purposes, speaking faster and faster as we go on, to make sure we say it in a finite amount of time, a friend asked us, "And what is all that for?" we would realize that even having given the infinite chain we have returned to the problem that started it all. The very problem of purposeless action because of which we embarked on the regress has reappeared. The case of the regress of existences is equally vicious. We have here a basic ontological dependence in Thomistic metaphysics. Each existent item depends on its act of existence in the most intimate way in which it can depend, namely, for its existence. But if the act of existence itself exists, as it must if it is to be something real, then its existence further depends on another act of existence, and we have a regress. But exactly the same problem reappears at the level of the infinite chain of existences. 211. The chain is something, and its existence must also depend on its act of existence. and hence the problem that started the regress is present at the level of the regress as a whole. We have a basic metaphysical dependency, each thing depends on its existence, without which it could not possibly be, and there is no avoiding the conclusion that an infinite chain of such existences would be like the chain of tortoises apparently keeping up the earth but in fact not helping to do any grounding at all. In fact, the dependency here is a truth maker. Dependency, the truth maker of the claim that the given object exists is its esse, the truth maker of the claim that its esse exists is the esse of that esse, and so on. If this chain regresses with no overarching esse by virtue of which all the others exist, then there ultimately is nothing by virtue of which it is true that the given object exists, and hence the given object does not exist. Of course this depends on the basic Thomistic ontology. If one thinks that the esse of a thing is not itself something real that the thing depends on, then one will not see this regress as any more vicious than the regress started from the observation that if P is true, then it is true that P is true. 12.1.3 How to stop the regress. One way to stop the regress is to insist that at some point in the chain, say, at n, we have an esse whose existence is identical with itself, n plus 1 equals n. On Thomistic principles, such an esse would then be a necessary being. Since the item itself as a whole would be identical with its esse, in particular its essence would be identical with its esse. But hence whatever it is that exists in virtue of it would also be a necessary being, and hence an 1 would be a necessary being, and going back along the chain we would find that the initial object is a necessary being. But it is always better to stop a regress before it even starts. The esse of the initial object is perhaps not to be simpliciter but to be caused. Thus instead of leading us to a further esse in virtue of which the first esse can be truly said to exist, we are led to an efficient cause. The strategy here at first sight seems to be the same as in Aristotle's Metaphysics H.6, which is the culmination of the ontological investigation of substance. There, Aristotle struggles with the question of what it is by virtue of which the form and the matter are united into one entity. We can see that the problem is similar. Positing a further entity by virtue of which the form and matter are united would generate a vicious regress, for we would need a yet 212 further entity to unite this entity to the form and matter. Aristotle notes, however, that the proximate matter and the form are one and the same, the one potentially and the other actually, so that to search for a cause or ground of the oneness of matter and form is like looking for the cause or ground of being one in general. For a particular thing is one, and what is potentially and what is actually are in a way one, so that there is no cause or groundation unless pleni it is something that moves it from potentiality to actuality. Metaphysics H.6, 1045b18, 22, my trans. What Aristotle seems to be doing is conceptually recasting the initial situation. It is a mistake to look for that in virtue of which the matter and form are one when by in virtue of we mean some sort of indwelling ground of unity. The only thing to be looked for is the efficient cause that moved the item from potentiality to actuality, that is, which caused the union of the matter with the form. Thus, we can stop our regress of existences by replacing a grounding relation, whereby the existence of an esse is grounded by a yet further esse, with a causal relation. Unfortunately, there are two interrelated serious objections to this approach to arguing for the CP on Thomistic grounds. 12.1.4 Why do we need a cause at all? The first objection is that once we see that there is no need for the esse of Socrates to have another esse that makes it true to say that the first esse exists, because all we need is a cause, then it is not clear why we need a cause at all. There is a difference between ontological grounding relations and efficient causal relations. When we sought that in virtue of which the esse of Socrates exists, we were looking for an ontological ground, a ground required by an ontology on which there is a distinction. between esse and essentia, for if we take that ontology seriously, then it seems the esse must itself have an essentia, namely, being the esse of Socrates, and an esse. But the causal relations seem to answer an explanatory question, not an ontological question about the nature of Socrates' existence. And so the initial reasons for generating the regress do not require us to posit a cause. Once we have seen that we do not need a regress of existences, we do not thereby see that we need a regress of causes. In the passage from Metaphysics H.6, the efficient cause that makes for the transition from the proximate matter, the matter from which the 213 object can be generated in a single transformation, to the final object, does not actually do any work in explaining the unity of matter and form. Aristotle says that there just is no ground or cause unless it is an efficient cause, but this does not constitute an assertion that there is an efficient cause, much less an argument for such a cause. Aristotle is telling us that it is ridiculous to look for the cause why matter and form are one, because that is like looking for a cause for why some object, say, a horse, is one. And the latter is plainly absurd. There is no ation of its being one, except at most an ation in a different sense, namely, whatever caused the horse to exist in the first place. The point is that the search for the principle of the unity of matter and form is a mistaken search. Invoking Aristotle as a parallel to the preceding Thomistic argument thus undermines the argument, for one can likewise say that what the problem of the regress of existences shows is that we need to see esse and essentia differently, and then the problem will disappear. We do not need to suppose an efficient cause. Aristotle discusses the efficient cause only to clarify what kind of cause can at most be said to be present. The preceding criticism does appear both to be plausible exegesis of Aristotle and compatible with Aquinas' commentary on Metaphysics H.6. However, it is not a sufficient answer to the puzzle of the regress of existences. The problem of the regress of existences might be seen to be closely parallel to the problem of the unity of form and matter. Why is essence united to existence? Surely this is a silly question. The existence simply actualizes the essence, just as an Aristotelian form simply actualizes the matter. But the question is not silly at all in either context. For when we talk about the forms actualizing the matter, it is as if we thought of the form as existing independently of the matter. Once we think of the form as not existing independently of the matter, the language of actualizing becomes more puzzling. That is why one might well think that even if Aristotle does not make this point in H.6, although his admission of the possibility of cause of the transition from potentiality to actuality at 1045b22 makes room for it, an Aristotelian system will need to suppose the form's priority to the matter. But this is accomplished precisely through having the form pre-exist in the efficient cause, either as the form of that cause, as when one animal generates another, or intentionally in the mind of an agent acting as cause. In the Thomistic context, the problem is at least as serious. The essence has no being apart from the concrete instantiators of it and apart from the minds that know it. In talking of its actualizing the essence, we say that the esse brings the essence into ontologically mind-independent 214 existence. But this requires that the esse indeed be an independent factor, an independent principle, that enters into the matter. But then it is right and proper, and for exactly the same reason, to ask about what makes this real thing, which must be prior to the essence considered as mind independent if it is to actualize it. B. 12.1.5. The esse of Socrates is Socrates being caused. However, once we realize that the esse of Socrates is Socrates being caused, then the whole puzzle disappears. For Socrates being caused is a radically different sort of thing from a substance. Something like the esse essentia distinction should still apply to it, though in a different way. The essence of Socrates being caused is actualized by nothing other than the causal activity of Socrates' cause, whatever that cause might be. To put it awkwardly, what this account posits is that Socrates' cause, or maybe its engagement in causal activity, is the esse of Socrates being caused. There is a problem here, though. Imagine Michelangelo's deciding whether to make a statue of David or of Saul, and suppose we take this to be a libertarian free choice. Suppose, further, for simplicity, that Michelangelo has a will so powerful that simply deciding which statue to make makes that statue come into existence. Then, the esse of the David is the David's being caused. Now, the esse of the David's being caused is Michelangelo's will, or perhaps Michelangelo's will's causal exercise. But Michelangelo's will and his will's causal exercise can exist even without the David's being caused existing. For he could have chosen to make a statue of Saul instead. So in what sense can Michelangelo's will be said to be the esse of the David? This leads us to the conclusion that, given libertarian free will, one and the same thing could have been the esse of more than one possible object. But if this is so, then it is not enough to know that the esse of the David's being caused exists to know that the David is caused, that is, that the David exists as caused. This reasoning applies more generally as an argument against Thomas's esse essentia system. Suppose that it is always the case that the esse of A exists entails that A exists. As before, generate a regress of existences. Thomas will reject the possibility of this regress being infinite, and let us follow him in this. Then the regress must terminate in something whose esse and essentia are identical, and hence that is a necessary being. By knowing that this item exists, we can know that everything else in the chain exists, then, at least link by link. Thus, the given contingent object ends up being such that its existence is entailed by the existence 215 of a necessary being. And that is absurd. The given object would not be contingent then. 12.1.6. Something could be the esse of more than one item. This argument shows that Thomas, were he to accept the regress of existence's argument, could not consistently hold that the esse of a contingent being is such that its existence entails the existence of the being. Thus, he would be committed to the principle that there is no entailment from the existence of the esse of a contingent being to the existence of that being. But surely he is committed to there being such an entailment by his whole esse essentia analysis. The very reason for positing the man's or phoenix's esse was that we observed that in knowing their essences we did not know them to exist. By implication, knowing the esse of Socrates lets us know that Socrates exists. But there is a de re/de dicto ambiguity here. Knowing the esse of Socrates as the esse of Socrates lets us know that Socrates exists. Thus, that the esse of Socrates, re de dicto, exists does entail that Socrates exists. But let X be a proper name for the esse of Socrates. Then that X exists need not entail that Socrates exists. X could be the esse of something else, if the preceding arguments hold. Thus, we can clarify Thomas's argument in a way that does not make it result in a contradiction upon being faced with the issue of libertarian free will. And it is a clarification Thomas is committed to, since he is committed at least to God's having libertarian free will, even if the debate continues whether on his view creatures have libertarian free will. Of course, much still needs to be worked out in detail in such an account. Is the esse of Socrates just Socrates being caused, or is it just being caused? The latter would mean we all have the same esse. This is not what Thomas intends, but it is not obvious that the system rules it out. Thomas does insist that God is not our esse. But on the preceding account, if God directly creates X, Y, and Z, then while God is perhaps not the esse of X, Y, and Z, God is the esse of X, and of that of Y, and of that of Z. Another point to be noted is that the cause of Socrates not only causes the esse of Socrates to be, but also causes it to be the esse of Socrates. Next, note that if Socrates' esse were Socrates being causelessly existent, then we would indeed have a serious problem. For on Thomas's ontology, that esse would need another esse, something in virtue of which it can be said to exist. Now, to block fatalism, the general conclusion that we must have cases in which one and the same item is the esse of more than one potential item must remain in play. However, in this case, the relation 216 of the esse of x to x in the chain of existences starting with Socrates is never going to be causal, since Socrates is causeless, x hypothesis, and anything that causes the existence of the existence of Socrates causes Socrates to exist. Therefore, the relation of the esse of x for x will have to be some stronger form of grounding, perhaps some sort of truthmaker style grounding, or some logical entailment style of grounding. But this is presumably not going to allow for indeterministic grounding. If item A grounds item B in this strong sense, then the existence of A had better entail the existence of B. Only a causal grounding relation is loose enough to deny this entailment. Compare the discussion of free will and quantum mechanics in Part 2. 12.2. Second Thomistic argument. The interdependence of existence and essence. 12.2.1. The non-universality of the esse, essentia distinction. There is a different approach to the CP also based on the esse essentia distinction, but with that distinction interpreted differently. While the first argument supposed the universality of the distinction, we start this time by denying that the distinction is universal enough to allow us to start the regress of existences. Socrates needs an existence and essence, but the esse of Socrates does not need this. An esse is a different kind of item. In fact, even if we take the first account, we still must allow some types of items not to have a distinction between esse and essentia, for as we saw, there will have to be cases in which the same item x, which is in fact the esse of A, could have been the esse of something else, say, B. Thus, it is an accident of x that x is in fact the esse of A. Accidents are items in the Thomistic ontology. Denote this accident of x, namely, the accident of xs being the esse of A, by y. Now, if every kind of item has the distinction, then consider the esse and essentia of y. This generates an infinite regress, the first steps of which are 96, A. 97, the esse, x, of A. 98, the accident, y, of x that x is the esse of A. 99, the esse, x1, of y. 100, the accident, y1, of x1 that x1 is the esse of y. 101, the esse, x2, of y1. 102, the accident, y2, of x2 that x2 is the esse of y1. 217. To arrest this regress we have to deny at some point that the esse essentia distinction is conceptually applicable or claim that the esse of one of the accidents is identical with its essentia. Suppose we take the latter option. For definiteness, let us suppose that the esse and essentia of y2 are identical. Then, y2 is a necessary being on Thomistic principles. But since an accident would not exist if that which it is the accident of did not exist, a necessary being can only be an accident of a necessary being. Hence, x2 is a necessary being. Moreover, since y2 is the accident of x2s being the esse of y1, it follows that it is a necessary truth that x2 is the esse of y1. This does not commit a de dicto mistake if accidents are identified in such a way that if H is the accident of B's having property F, then necessarily if H exists, then B has F. Hence y1 exists necessarily. Therefore so does x1, since y1 is an accident of x1. And so on. We finally conclude that A is a necessary being. Thus, this option is unavailable. This leaves only one option. We must at some point deny the applicability of the esse essentia analysis. On the account of section 12.1, we will presumably do so at the level of the accident y of x, that x is the esse of A, and, indeed, Aquinas explicitly denies that accidents ordinarily 1. Have an esse essentia composition, Summa Theologica 3, 77, 1, Objection 4, and Reply 4. We will say that all we have is the fact of xs being the esse of A. We have predication, but we do not need to refi it into the kind of entity that needs an esse essentia distinction. There is some justification for thinking that an esse essentia analysis applies to the esse of A, because this esse in some sense does something, namely, actualizes the essence of A, and hence is to be thought of as an active principle, as something sufficiently substantial that it should need a distinction between esse and essentia. But perhaps we need not say the same about an accident, which is but a modification of a more substantial entity and receives all its reality from that entity, at least in the ordinary course of events. 2. But we may reasonably disagree. We can take the preceding problems as a sign that we should not push the esse essentia distinction too far. Thus, 1. The exception is that of them after transubstantiation. Cf. Note 2. 2. Thomas allows, in his account of transubstantiation, for an accident, say, whiteness, to remain in existence after the substance it is the accident of ceases to exist, Summa Theologica 3, 77, 1. Nonetheless, does not seem possible that an accident should exist without that of which it is an accident's having existed at some point, and that is all that is needed for the previous discussion of the second regress. Thomas himself admits that the individuation of the accidents after transubstantiation supervenes on their individuation prior to transubstantiation, and the latter individuation is through that of the subject they had inhered in, that is, the bread and the wine, Summa Theologica 3, 77, 1, Reply 3. 218. Perhaps indeed the distinction should not apply to the esse of Socrates itself. Once we say this, our initial regress of existences is arrested at the first step. We have the esse of Socrates, but no esse of the esse of Socrates. Moreover, if we take this view, we no longer have any need to take the controversial view that the same item could serve as the esse of more than one possible item. In fact, there is good independent reason not to take this view, which in turn is good reason to reject the claim that the esse essentia distinction applies to an esse, for if the same x could serve as the esse of more than one possible item, then x has a certain independence. If the esse of Socrates can only be the esse of Socrates, then a statement that the esse of Socrates exists can be taken to be a long-winded way of saying that Socrates exists, just as the statement that the accident of Socrates' wisdom exists can be taken to be a long-winded way of saying that Socrates is wise. But if the esse of Socrates could have been the esse of Clinias, instead, then no such paraphrase is possible, and hence the esse essentia distinction should kick in for the esse of Socrates, leading us back to the first version of the argument. Thus let us then explore the view on which each act of existing can only be the act of existing of one item. Socrates' esse can only be the esse of Socrates. This shows that there may be an interdependence between the esse and essentia that is not visible if we simply characterize Aquinas' view in terms of the priority of existence over essence. Our first view did, indeed, allow for a completely unambiguous such priority, and to the extent that one thinks either Thomas's view or the truth of the matter exhibits such a priority, one will opt for that view. But this one does not. The essence of Socrates is needed to specify what the act of existing of Socrates is. It is the act of existing of Socrates. 12.2.2. The interdependence of essence and existence. But at the same time, essence really does depend on existence. This is the Aristotelian moment in Thomas's thought. If there were no minds, there would be no essences of non-existent things. As it is, there might be Such essences, because the essence of a house could have existed in the mind of an architect even if no houses had ever been made. Indeed, it might have to be admitted that in God's mind there are in some sense all kinds of essences of non-existent things that God could make. But once we admit the existence of God, then we have the CP for free. If there is a first cause, then everything indeed has a cause. For the moment let us restrict ourselves to essences as existing mind independently. Thomas does 219. Hold that it is different for an essence to exist in mind than for it to exist in a thing, and of course he must be right. Otherwise, when we think of a house, there is a house in our mind, and we do not need to build a house. We just need to find a way of getting ourselves into this house. The mind-independent existence of the essence of Socrates does depend on Socrates' existence, given an Aristotelian ontology. But as we saw, likewise Socrates' existence depends on Socrates' essence in some way. The essence can be characterized independently of the existence. I can know what a man or a phoenix is and still be ignorant whether it exists. In reality, Aquinas, 1949, Chapter 4. We thus have a puzzle. In the case of Socrates, we get out of the difficulty as follows. The nature or essence of the human being, as found in Socrates' parents, precedes Socrates temporally. Through a causal activity in which their nature or essence itself plays a causal role, we must not think of a nature or essence as something causally inefficacious in an Aristotelian setting. Socrates is generated. Socrates' existence is something new on the scene. Socrates' essence is new only qua the essence of Socrates. It is already on the scene in his parents. Thus, in one sense essence precedes existence. The essence, as found in the cause, is prior in the order of explanation to the existence of the effect. At the same time, the existence of the cause, the esse of the mother and the esse of the father of Socrates, precedes that essence. 12.2.3 Individual essences. This leads to a natural question. Is the essence as found in Socrates numerically the same as the essence as found in his parents? In the case of Aristotle, substituting form for essence, this is a disputed exegetical point. Aquinas says, if someone should ask, then, whether the nature of the human being so considered, i.e., in itself, can be called one or many, neither should be granted, because both are outside the concept of humanity and both can be added to it. If plurality were included in the concept of humanity, it could never be one, although it is one inasmuch as it is present in Socrates. Similarly, if unity were contained in its concept, then Socrates and Plato's nature would be one and the same, and it could not be multiplied in many individuals. Nature or essence is considered in a second way with reference to the act of existing esse it has in this or that individual. Aquinas, 1949, Chapter 3. The last sentence of the first quoted paragraph clearly says that at least in some sense, the nature or essence is many. Yet the next sentence suggests that we can talk of a single nature as found in many individuals. 220. The question is an important one here, for if numerically one and the same essence were found in Socrates and his parents, then the preceding solution to the puzzle of bidirectional priority between esse and existence might be quite satisfactory. Socrates' essence is prior to his existence, because his essence pre-existed in his parents. But if Socrates' essence is different from that of his parents, then it is not the case that the essence of Socrates is prior to the existence of Socrates in any sense. If we were dealing with Aristotle, we might try to solve this by shoehorning him into a commitment to diverse individuals sharing numerically one essence. Though the resulting view would be rather implausible once one identifies an Aristotelian essence with a form, and hence with a soul. But Thomas does want to maintain a difference between the essence of Socrates and the essence of his parents. However, we can consider the essence of Socrates in two ways. First, as instantiated by an individual existing in a particular place in space and time, Thomas talks of individuation through matter considered under determined dimensions, 3 and, second, as not designated in this way. The essence of Socrates, while not numerically identical with the essence of his parents, is nonetheless generically identical to it, Aquinas will insist. And this is good enough to solve the puzzle about the mutual priorities between esse and essentia. What needs to condition the esse of Socrates, what needs to delimit it, is not so much that it is the act of existing of Socrates but that it is that of a human being. The humanity of the existent object is indeed prior to the existence, in the sense that to specify what sort of an existence we have in view, we need to specify that it is a human existence, an existence of a human being. And the generic essence of a human being as such is to be found in Socrates' parents, not, indeed, a second essence of them, but their own individual essences considered generically. 12.2.4 Further differentiation of existences. This, however, is not quite enough. It does guarantee that the esse of Socrates and the esse of Alexander's warhorse Bucephalus are numerically distinct. One is a human and the other an equine esse. But we started this discussion by offering it as an alternative to the first Thomistic argument for the CP, premising our alternative on the idea that the esse is not an independent principle that can actualize more than one essence, and 3. Hence it is not the sort of thing for which we should in turn seek another esse-essentia distinction. Thus we also need to differentiate the esse of Socrates from the esse of Clinias. But this we can do through the matter of Socrates, the matter considered as initially occupying such and such a spatio-temporal location, which initial location defines Socrates' identity. Or at least a traditional Thomist account would say something like this. Given Thomas Aquinas's, 1949, Chapter 2, talk of matter as designated in 3 dimensions. If we depart from Thomas further, we might consider the identity of chunks of matter as primitive, though doing so may create other problems. Point 4. Thus, in the case of objects that have a cause, there is a solution to the problem connected with the mutual interdependence of essence and existence. The existence is determined or conditioned by the essence. Considered generically, in a way in which it does indeed precede the existent object, and, in the case of a material object, the matter. At the same time, the essence considered individually depends on the existence, as Gilson famously insisted. Note, too, that this solution involves something stronger than the CP for substances. It involves a claim that an object having an essence must arise from another object that has generically the same essence, or else, to return to an option that we had set aside but now can restore, from a minded object that had this generic essence existing in its mind. 12.2.5 Alternatives and objections. This is an argument for the CP from Thomistic principles to the extent that this or some other solution involving the CP is required for solving the difficulty. To complete the argument, thus, we need to examine 4. The most notorious of these problems is the problem of constitution. Thinking of the identity of a chunk of matter as definitory of the identity of a substance may require that the chunk be identifiable independently of that substance, for instance, through pre-existing. Thus we have to have a chunk of matter with a primitive identity survive across substantial change. This, however, raises problems of constitution, because it allows us to speak of a chunk of matter, and its identity, and a substance, and its identity, so that we can ask ontological questions about what it is that unites the matter with the form, and how the matter is related to the substance. And we cannot then take the solution that, as a reading of Metaphysics H.6 would say, there is in a sense no difference between the matter and the substance. but if we accepted only the spatial dimensions of matter as definitory of the identity of the substance, then we could allow that insubstantial change the matter itself changes numerically, while remaining the same spatially. The matter would no longer be identifiable apart from the substance, and the problem of unity, that is, of constitution, dissolves as Aristotle shows in H.6. 222. Alternatives? One alternative solution would be to reject entirely any precedence of essence over existence. Of course, the problem of what it is in virtue of which the esse of Socrates is different from the esse of Bucephalus remains. But we can solve this without talking of any prior essence at all. Rather, what makes the esse of Socrates different from that of Bucephalus is just that the two have different matter. This is problematic, however, especially if we accept the Aristotelian intuition that when a horse dies, the substance in question ceases to exist. But when Bucephalus dies, his matter keeps on existing. Since we are now working on the view that the same esse cannot be the esse of two different entities, say, Bucephalus and Bucephalus's carcass, it follows that the esse of Bucephalus cannot depend for its identity solely on the identity of the matter. However, one might argue instead that the identity of an unmatered object supervenes on the identity and properties of matter, that is, whether A is identical with B can only depend on the relation between the identity of the chunks of matter in A and B and on the properties of this matter, such as electric charge and momentum. Thomas can, however, accommodate such a supervenience claim in his ontology. Thomas holds that it is the form of an unmatered object that is responsible for the properties of the matter, including the matter's dimensional properties, to the extent that these properties are not imposed upon the object from without. And it is the properties caused from within that are responsible for an object's identity. What makes a colt the same entity as the adult horse is the development of the properties of the colt into those of the adult horse, directed by the colt's own system. What makes a brazen sphere the same sphere at two different times is the causal interconnections between the positions and properties of the particles at the first stage and those at intermediate times. If external influence disturbs these interconnections too much, for instance, by replacing all of the brass at once, we are dealing with a different object. Thomas will then say that the essence is involved in the causal properties of the matter of the object, and hence, making identity depend solely on these does not get one away from the essence. A more serious problem for my argument is this. Let us grant that the esse of Socrates does depend in some way on the essence of the human being, and the essence of the human being depends on an existence either of a human being or of a mind thinking about human beings. But why cannot the esse of Socrates and his essence come into existence simultaneously and causelessly? 223. There is no problem with the esse of Socrates and his essences coming into existence simultaneously. That certainly happened when Socrates was formed in Phanered's womb, assuming this was his mother's name, and not just a literary conceit of Plato's. However, if this is the whole story, if there is no essence of the human being preceding Socrates in existence, then we have a vicious circularity in the order of dependence. The esse of Socrates depends on the essence of Socrates then, while the essence of Socrates depends, for Aristotelian reasons, on Socrates himself and hence on his existence. Their coming into existence simultaneously is no help at all, for the esse of Socrates needs to come before the essence of Socrates in the order of dependence, and yet the latter on this proposed solution to the puzzle needs to come before our proposed solution to the difficulty. Only worked because the essence that the esse of Socrates depended on was not the essence of Socrates, but the generic essence of a human being, which we can find in any man or woman, or in a mind thinking of human beings as such. Granted, the essence of the human being must come into existence before the existence of Socrates, at least in the order of dependence. But this still leaves two loose ends. 2.2.6 Essences ex nihilo. One may object to the argument for the CP by asking whether the essence of the human being does not itself come into existence ex nihilo, thereby violating the CP. However, the essence of the human being, on Aristotelian grounds, cannot exist apart from an actual human being or a mind thinking of human beings as such. Now, we have just seen that we could not have the essence of the human beings coming into existence simultaneously with an actual human beings coming into existence, with no previous existence of such an essence. So the remaining possibility here is that the essence of the human being came into existence ex nihilo in a mind. But, first, this possibility does not challenge a CP for substances, if this mind is what creates human beings. The individual human being still satisfies the CP, even if the essence of the human being does not. However, this concession need not be made. This essence's being in mind is itself going to be a mental act, something real and with causal power. Thus, it may well be that we can apply the esse essentia distinction to this mental 224 act, and, if so, then we will have to be able to find a cause of this mental act's existence in terms of something else in which we can find the same essence as the essence of this mental act. 2.2.7 Non-causal dependence. The second, and more potent objection is to ask why the dependence between the existence of Socrates and the essence of the human being must be causal. This objection envisions one of two scenarios. On one scenario, there is a mind that thinks about human beings, but there are no human beings, and then Socrates pops into existence with no cause, and in particular with no causal connection between Socrates and the essence of the human being as existing in the pre-existent mind. On the other scenario, there are other human beings before Socrates, and hence the essence of the human being exists, but Socrates comes into existence causelessly, and with no causal connection between him and the essence of the human being as it is found in the other human beings. If one has Kripken objections that Socrates could not have been conceived of parents different from Phaenaret and Sophroniscus, then let us not talk of Socrates here, but of Socrates, a human being who pops into existence ex nihilo but is very much like Socrates. Both of the scenarios do ensure that the essence of the human being is already there on the scene when Socrates pops into existence. Thus we do not have the absurdity of an esse's popping up ex nihilo without that essence on which the esse depends already present. Nor does this view commit us to the essences existing abstractly in a Platonic heaven. However, the view is unfaithful to Aristotelian principles. The basic reason the Aristotelian rejects the idea of essences dwelling abstractly in a Platonic heaven is that the Platonic heaven is causally separated from concrete things, and hence the forms are not available to play any causal or explanatory role. The two scenarios under consideration will both be seen to suffer from a similar defect. The essence of the human being is not available to play the role for which it is needed. One way to see it is this. Thomas is in fact committed to individual essences. If we accept this, then the generic essence is an abstraction, it is not something really there. Now, the esse of the real Socrates of our world, as we saw, must depend on the essence of the human being. But this essence only exists concretely as the essence of Phaenaret or of Sophroniscus or of Herodotus, or the essence of the human being as 225. Thought of by Protagoras or by God or by a modern genetic engineer. Each of these essences, considered generically, is an essence of the human being. However, these essences are different. If Socrates was conceived of Phaenaret and Sophroniscus, then it is their essences. Aquinas and Aristotle thought only Sophroniscus's, but their biology was deficient. That are plainly the ones Socrates' act of existing involves, and neither the essence of Herodotus nor the essence of the human being as thought of by Protagoras or a modern genetic engineer enters in. The case of God depends on whether we follow Aquinas in thinking that the soul of each human being is directly created by God. In any case, this shows that the existence of Socrates does not depend on any essence of the human being other than that essence as found in his causes, whether as found formally in them, to use the phrase that is familiar to us from Descartes, as in the case of Phainarete and Sophroniscus, or as found eminently in a mind, as in the case of God, assuming Socrates' soul was directly created by God. Therefore, presumably, if Socrates were to have just popped into existence ex nihilo, his existence would not be dependent on any human essence. Certainly if our real Socrates' esse did not depend on the essence of the human being as thought of by Protagoras, neither would the esse of Socrates have depended on that essence as thought of by Protagoras. Were Socrates to have popped into existence causelessly, and it would not have depended on Herodotus's essence. But neither would it have depended on the essence as found formally in Phainarete and Sophroniscus had Socrates not been their son, any more than it would have depended on Herodotus's essence. Nor would there be any need for the act of existing of Socrates to depend on any essence found in the mind of God, if God were not a cause of Socrates. Therefore, the act of existing of Socrates would not depend on any essence of the human being, which we have already seen to be impossible. Thus, on Thomistic grounds, it is impossible that Socrates should pop into existence ex nihilo with no cause. Two objections can be leveled against this argument. First of all, it uses the assumption that there are individual essences, that there must be specific essences of human beings on which the act of existence of Socrates depends, but which one cannot single out in any non-arbitrary way. Thomas does accept individual essences, but an Aristotelian critic might not. In response, one might note that even without individual essences, the act of existence of Socrates does not depend on the essence. 226. As considered in its grand overarching spread through all human beings, and all minds thinking of them, but in this essence as it is found in Sophroniscus and Phainarete and perhaps God. And the argument goes through, the act of existing of Socrates has no X such that the essence of X or the essence as found in the mind of X is that on which this act of existing depends, contrary to what we have argued. The second objection is much more serious, and indeed it rises to the level of a new objection against the whole Thomistic account. What if in fact the act of existence of Socrates were to depend on all the essences of the human being, not just those found in Sophroniscus, Phainarete, and the mind of God? But as it would be strange to suppose that Herodotus's essence becomes involved just as soon as we move from Socrates to Socrates, since there is no more reason why it should be related to Socrates than to Socrates, we will extend this to a more general account. Every human being's act of existence depends on the essence of every other human being and on the essence of the human being as found in the mind of anybody in whose mind it is found. Thus, we can handle Socrates and Socrates uniformly. This objection presumably rejects the Aristotelian account of how the form of the parent is involved in the production of the child in the case of a child's coming into existence in the usual way. Rather, insofar as conditioning the esse of Socrates goes, the essences of Sophroniscus and Phainarete are no more involved than that of Herodotus, though they may of course be causally involved in different ways. The puzzle now before us is how something, namely, the esse of Socrates, can come into existence causelessly ex nihilo but always already dependent on something else. Its coming into existence causelessly ex nihilo suggests it is an independent thing. So how can it be dependent on something, as it must be on the essence? And why is it that the esse of Socrates cannot come into existence when there are no human beings in existence or in thought already? What is there about a thoroughly humanless reality that precludes the causeless event of Socrates' esse popping into existence from happening? One could perhaps imagine a positive realities preventing something from happening causelessly. Maybe the presence of a rock in a place in space can prevent Socrates from materializing there causelessly. But how can a causeless event need anything to make possible its occurrence? And besides this, the very idea that the essence of the human being should condition the esse of Socrates without a causal connection. 227. Between this essence and the esse is very un-Aristotelian. As noted before, such a notion damages the Aristotelian critique of Platonic forms. 1.2.2.8 Conclusions of argument. What we have seen, thus, is that there are two different Thomistic ontologies that can be given, depending on whether one thinks that the esse of an object itself is subject to esse essentia analysis or not. Each ontology requires the CP to overcome difficulties. Thus, indeed, the CP is at the heart of Thomistic metaphysics. Whether the PSR is at the heart of it, 2, depends on the connections between the CP and the PSR, which were discussed in Chapter 3. How good an argument for the CP this is would depend on a more thorough analysis of Thomistic metaphysics and especially of the esse essentia distinction. The CP argued for on the second Thomistic ontology is one that combines a principle that says that contingent objects, that is, ones that have an esse essentia distinction, have causes, and that the essence of the effect is found in the cause, either formally, as when the cause is of the same sort as the effect, or eminently, as when the essence is in the mind of the cause. This has theological implications, of course. Assuming that the essence of the human being is generically different from the essence of any other animal, and given that human beings have not always been around, then it follows that at some point a mind that had thought the essence of the human being created a human being. Though of course not necessarily ex nihilo, perhaps, for instance, using the matter of a non-human animal. One might avoid this conclusion by supposing, implausibly, that the essence of every animal, say, is generically the same, and the difference between Socrates and Bucephalus is only quantitatively greater than that between Socrates and Napoleon. But then, we require a mind to have created the first animal or at least the first living thing. This approach to the CP thus leads not just to cosmological arguments, but to teleological ones as well. John Haldane, Smart and Haldane, 1997. Pages 98 to 106, has recently resurrected teleological arguments of this form. Of course, some will take these theological conclusions to discredit the metaphysics on which all this is based. But since there is no strong evidence against the mere conclusion that there is a mind that designed every species and endowed members of the species with essences, this would be irrational. Note that evidence for evolution is beside the point here. Such a mind might well have employed evolution as its means of production. 228. An evolution taken by itself fails to explain why animals have the essences they do, the Thomist will insist. 5. 12.3. Third Thomistic argument, substance accident. Ontology. Bruce Reichenbach, 1972, and more recently Mark Nowicki, 1998, have given an argument for the CP based on a substance accident ontology. On this ontology, if something is not dependent on anything, then it is a substance. Now, consider a contingent object, say, Bucephalus. Bucephalus has an existence. This existence is either dependent on something or not. If it is not dependent on anything, then Bucephalus's existence is a substance. But that is an absurd conclusion. If Bucephalus's existence is a substance, then it makes sense to think of it on its own, without Bucephalus. But that is plainly absurd. Note that this argument fails as applied to a being such as God who, according to Thomas, is identical with his existence. There is a very serious direct objection to this argument. If the existence of Y is to be an accident of some other substance X, then we are using accident in a sense too far removed from focal uses such as when we say that snub-nosedness is an accident of Socrates or that greenness is an accident of the chair. Furthermore, there is something uncomfortable for a Thomist in adopting the preceding argument. Presumably, in the case of an object Y immediately caused by God, the substance that Y's existence depends on is God. Since the dependence here is supposed to be accident substance dependence, it follows that Y's existence is an accident of God. But Thomas thinks, on the basis of arguments that to a Thomist are very plausible, Summa Theologicae, 3:6, that God has no accidents. If one responds by saying that the notion of accident is used here in an extended sense, then one endangers the whole argument. A different response to the argument would be a Platonic Phrygian. 1. The existence of Bucephalus is really an accident of the essence of Bucephalus, namely, the accident of its being instantiated. The essence of Bucephalus is then a substance. However, we should not insist on the claim that a substance causes its accidents. Our Phrygian will tell us, and in particular the essence does not cause its being instantiated. So the fact 5. The argument in this section has a significant similarity to one given by Barry Miller, 1983. However, Miller's argument starts with the controversial assumption that one could not refer to a non-existent individual. 229. That the existence of Bucephalus is an accident of something, such as the essence of Bucephalus, should not thereby force us to admit that it is caused by something. The latter criticism can be detached from the Platonic Phrygian ontology. In fact, granted, the existence of Bucephalus depends on something in the way that an accident depends on that of which it is the accident. But why should we think this dependence to be causal? After all, will not even the defender of the CP admit that some accidents are passive, such as Bucephalus's being shod, with the substance of which they are accidents having little or no causal input? Since the relationship between a substance and its accidents need not be causal, the Reichenbach-Nauecki argument seems only to yield a dependence principle. Every contingent being is dependent on something else. But there may still be something more to the argument as an argument for the CP. For suppose Y's existence has no cause but does depend on some substance X. One may worry how a dependent being, an accident, can come into existence causelessly. After all, if something comes into existence causelessly, is it not thereby an independent being? Are we equivocating on two senses of dependence, accident-substance dependence and causal dependence, or do these two senses have something in common that would help make this into a valid argument? 230. 13. Modal arguments. 13.1. The strategy. One strategy for substantiating a principle is to start with a weaker and thus dialectically more acceptable principle, and then show that the weaker principle implies the stronger one, or that the kind of intuitions that lead to the weaker one also lead to the stronger one. Nowhere has this strategy been as prominent as in ontological arguments for the existence of God. Instead of asking the atheist to accept that God exists, the ontological Arguer asks the atheist to accept a prima facie weaker and more plausibly claim, such as that possibly God exists or that we have a coherent concept of God. However, the theist has either previously defined God to be a being whose existence is necessary or in some way from which necessary existence provably follows. Therefore, the theist's interlocutor becomes committed to the claim that possibly necessarily God exists. But, by the axiom S5 of modal logic, if possibly necessarily P, i.e., MLP, then necessarily P, i.e., LP. Hence, necessarily God exists. When formulated so baldly, the argument simply begs the question. Consider it written out. 103, ML, God exists. 104, therefore, by S5, L, God exists. It is a difficult problem to make precise the notion of begging the question. This example argument does not beg the question merely because it has only one non-logical premise. After all, any valid argument with multiple premises can be replaced by one with a single conjunctive premise. The reason this ontological argument begs the question is subtler. Ordinary language does not deal in nested modal operators. 231. Arguably, part of the meaning of modal operators in nested contexts is encapsulated in the axioms they satisfy. Therefore, one does not count as understanding what 103 says unless one understands that the M and L are governed by S5, that is, unless one understands that ML can be replaced with L. To accept 103, one must understand it. But to understand it, one must understand that it is equivalent to 104. Although a full analysis of begging the question is not available, it is clear that any argument in which a premise cannot be understood without being understood to be equivalent to the conclusion does beg the question. This analysis of the argument is due to Richard Gale. This is not to say that all ontological arguments beg the question. The argument may be less bald. Rather than assuming S5, it might include a substantial argument for S5. 1 or, alternately, rather than baldly defining God as a certain kind of necessary being, it might start by defining God in some other way, say, as that than which nothing greater could be conceived, and then showing that anything that satisfies this definition must also be a necessary being. However, even so, the ontological arguer must be careful lest her premises be such that they cannot be understood without one thereby understanding that they imply that ML, God, exists. 13.2. Sullivan's argument for the CP. A strategy similar to that of the modal ontological argument has been tried by Thomas Sullivan, 1994, in an argument for the CP. A very similar argument can also be found in Leftow, 1988. Sullivan first assumes that every event possibly has a cause. 105, turned AE, MC, C causes E. The person skeptical of the CP no doubt has Humean intuitions that there are lots of possibilities. Any given event might come to exist without a cause, and hence the CP could well be false, but likewise it might come to exist with a cause. It thus appears reasonable for Sullivan to ask his interlocutor to accept 105. Now, we do not have a full analysis of causation. However, Sullivan offers as a partial analysis that if C causes E, then C is a necessary condition for E. Let me make a friendly amendment here, because as it is one. For instance, Plantinga, 1974b, pages 108 to 112. 232. Formulated, we are not going to reach the conclusion. 2. Sullivan's intuition requires not only that C is a necessary condition for E, but that C's causing E is a necessary condition for E. Thus, on this partial analysis of causation. 106, L turned A C turned A E, C causes E proper superset symbol L, E occurs proper superset symbol, C causes E. Now suppose E actually occurs. By 105, let W be a possible world at which C causes E. Then, it is true at W that L, E occurs proper superset symbol, C causes E, by 106, for some C and E. Therefore, it is actually true that ML, E occurs proper superset symbol, C causes E. By S5, it follows that L, E occurs proper superset symbol, C causes E. Hence, since E actually occurs, it follows that 107, C causes E. The argument from 105 and 106 to 107 is clearly valid given S5. Is this a good argument for the CP? This depends. One might argue that if 106 is partly constitutive of the meaning of causes, then one cannot understand 105 without understanding the nested modalities as collapsing via S5 as in the preceding argument. This, however, is less plausible than in the case of the modal ontological argument, because the deduction of 107 from 105 and 106 is harder to see at a glance than that of 104 from 103. What counts as question begging is relative to the logical powers and dialectical position of one's interlocutor. Thus, to a sufficiently smart logician, both arguments would be question begging. The smart logician would not assent to 105 if 106 is partly constitutive of the meaning of causes, unless she already accepted the CP. On the other hand, rather than having 106 be partly constitutive of the meaning of causes, one might take it to be a substantial metaphysical thesis about causation. Unfortunately, the argument on that interpretation becomes unsound. For while Sullivan is free to stipulate that causes behaves as 106 suggests, though note that if he uses the word in a non-ordinary sense, then one's intuitions behind 105 may be deceptive. 106 is false on the ordinary interpretation of causes, since 106 entails that if an event E is caused by C, then it is an essential property of E to be caused by C. But certainly if E is something like there being a great fire in Rome in the 1st century, an event which no doubt actually had some cause, quite a number of different events could have caused E, Nero's soldiers could too. The problem is that Sullivan assumes only that if C is a cause of E, then C is a necessary condition for E. He shows that if it is possible that E has a cause C, and E is actual, then C is actual as well. But it does not follow from this that C is actually a cause of E. 233. Have set Rome afire, the Goths could have sneaked in much before their heyday and lit Rome, a particularly unfortunate series of lightning strikes could have occurred, and so on, with each of these events being capable of being solely responsible for E. Therefore, it is false that it is an essential property of E to be caused by C. There is more plausibility here if one thinks of E as a rigid designator of an event rather than a definite description. As Quinton Smith, 1994b, suggests, one might argue on Kripken grounds that the causal history of an event is essential to it. If so, then if E is a rigid designator of an event, and E is in fact caused by C, then E could not have been not caused by C. However, the Kripken considerations are quite controversial, and the argument threatens to become closer to being question-begging. For if the Kripken considerations are correct, then essentiality of cause might be part of the concept of a rigidly designated event. If so, then to understand 105 is to understand it as saying that possibly E is essentially caused by some event. But perhaps, as in the case of the modal ontological argument, one cannot understand the nested modal operators, in this case possibly and essentially, without understanding that the possibly can be collapsed out, and then the argument becomes question-begging. 13.3. The weak PSR. 13.3.1. The argument. Sullivan's argument is not the only attempt to derive a version of the PSR from a weaker version that claims that the stronger possibly holds. A different approach is to be found in the context of a new cosmological argument for the existence of God by Richard M. Gale and me. Consider the weak PSR, which says that every contingent proposition possibly has a complete explanation. WPSR, turned AP, P is contingently true proper superset symbol MQ, Q completely explains P. Here, the word explains is used in such a way that the proposition that Q explains P is guaranteed to entail both P and Q. A proposition can only explain if it is true, and a proposition can only be explained if it is true. The WPSR is weaker than the PSR despite the PSRs concerning explanation and not complete explanation, because the PSR entails that there is not just an explanation for every proposition, but a complete one. See Section 1.4, that is, one that explains every contingent aspect of the explanandum. 234. Now, as it turns out, the WPSR entails the PSR for contingent propositions, for suppose P is a contingent true proposition. For a reductio, assume P has no explanation. Let P be the proposition. 108, that P and there is no explanation for P. Observe that P is contingent and true since P is. Therefore, by the WPSR there is a possible world W at which P has a complete explanation. Suppose that Q completely explains P at W. Now, if a conjunction of two propositions has been completely explained, then so has each conjunct. Hence, the first conjunct, P, of P is also explained by Q at W. Hence, it is true at W that P has an explanation. But Q explains P at W, and hence P is true at W, and hence there is no explanation for P at W. Hence, P does and does not have an explanation at W, and that is absurd. Therefore, the assumption that P has no explanation leads to absurdity. Thus, P has an explanation, and so the WPSR entails the PSR for contingent propositions. 13.3.2. Does this beg the question? Although a version of this argument has been criticized by Graham Oppy 2000, as being question-begging, it is in general not, unless the reader be too much of a logician. Certainly it is possible to understand the WPSR without understanding that it entails the PSR, for it is only when we apply the WPSR to P that we can conclude that P has an explanation. It is certainly not necessary for understanding a universally quantified claim such as the WPSR that one should understand the implications of every instance of it. If it were, then the categorical syllogism all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, therefore, Socrates is mortal would be question-begging. All one needs to understand is what the WPSR asserts of each proposition. And this one can do without seeing that the full PSR follows. 13.3.3. An alternate, incompatible principle. But from the fact that this argument for the PSR does not beg the case, it does not follow that it is sound. The argument is indeed valid, and the only controversial premise is the WPSR. One way to object to the WPSR is to produce an alternate plausible principle that is incompatible with the WPSR. For instance, the Humean who agreed with the WPSR on the grounds of the plenitude of the space of possibilities might Say that she not only thought the WPSR to be necessarily true, but on 235. Exactly the same grounds of plenitude thought that, necessarily, every contingent proposition is possibly unexplained. 109, turned AP, P is contingent proper superset symbol M, P and Q, Q explains P. However, the necessary truth, 109, is incompatible with the necessary truth of the PSR, and the latter is entailed by the necessary truth of the WPSR. The Humean may then claim that there is an epistemic tie between 109 and the WPSR as competitors for the title of a necessary truth. Both are equally plausible, but they cannot both be necessary truths. This particular form of the objection is easily countered. 109 is just false. The proposition that there exists a beautiful work of human art is a contingent proposition that cannot lack an explanation, for, by definition, any work of human art is produced by an artist, and the artist's production will explain the existence of the work. There is, thus, no such thing as an unexplained work of human art. Similarly, that there is a caused rock is just explained by the activity or occurrence of the cause of a rock. But the objector is not done. Consider the following more worrisome claim incompatible with the WPSR. 110, MP, P is contingently true and P is unexplained. Grounds of modal plenitude support this alternative. Moreover, 110 might seem to be preferable to the WPSR on the grounds that the WPSR is universally quantified while 110 is merely existentially quantified. However, there is more than one reason to prefer the WPSR to 110. The idea of a contingent propositions lacking an explanation is prima facie less comprehensible than that of its having an explanation. The ordinary person is puzzled enough by the idea that something might not have an explanation, and how much more puzzling is the idea of something that could not have an explanation. Moreover, an intuition about something's possibly lacking an explanation requires the existence of a world about which a negative fact holds. Whereas an intuition about something's possibly having an explanation requires only the existence of a world in which a certain positive fact holds. One claim to be made now could be that negative facts are more ontologically mysterious. One might, for instance, argue that ultimately there are only positive states of affairs, and any negative state of affairs must be constructed out of positive ones. Thus, the state of affairs of there not being any unicorns might be constructed out of the presence of objects logically incompatible with unicornicity in every part of space. But it is not at all clear how one might similarly handle the state of affairs of a 236 propositions not having an explanation. After all, prima facie, an explanation need not involve anything material, so simply filling all of space with objects whose existence is incompatible with the existence thereof. A causal factor explaining the explanandum will not do. This is not to say that the problem cannot be solved, but just that it is a strike against confidence in 110. And there is a related reason not to trust the intuition about 110. In ordinary modal talk, we rarely imagine whole cosmoi. Rather, we imagine parts of cosmoi. When thinking about what would happen were Hitler never to have been born, our imaginative survey is fairly limited. It reaches only to Earth, and perhaps other parts of the solar system, between the late 19th century and maybe the 21st century. Our modal intuitions about this hypothetical possibility do not include statements about what would happen, say, in the Andromeda galaxy as a result. Our thinking is local. Now, given an event E caused by C, it may well be easy to imagine E in the absence of C. To do this, we only need to imagine a cosmos where there is something incompatible with the presence of C. Where C was. But to imagine the event E as not caused by anything at all would require a quite detailed exercise of modal imagination. We would have to imagine a whole cosmos, not just a part of one, because no state of a part of the cosmos is sufficient to guarantee that E lacks a cause, for, after all, it is always logically possible that there be a cause outside the part we have imagined. Thus, imagining something's lacking a cause or explanation is a case in which we should not trust our modal intuitions very much. Therefore, 110 is something we should be cautious about. Endorsing 13.3.4 Range of application of the WPSR. A final objection to the WPSR is, however, more serious. To show that the PSR follows from the WPSR, we apply the WPSR to a rather extraordinary second-order proposition, one involving a quantification over all propositions, namely 111, P and Q, Q explains P. But it is quite possible that when we assented to the WPSR we were only thinking of its application to simple first-order propositions. One solution to this is to use a more complicated proof of the implication from the WPSR to the PSR, one that only uses first-order 237 propositions, though with the final PSR and initial WPSR being restricted to explanations of contingent first-order propositions. 112, turned AP, P is first-order and contingent proper superset symbol MQ, Q is first-order and Q completely explains P. The proof needs the assumption that any two distinct worlds differ in the truth value of a contingent first-order proposition. Let the big conjunctive contingent first-order fact, FOF, of a world be the conjunction of all contingent first-order propositions in that world, with any logical redundancies omitted in order to root out set theoretic paradoxes. This itself is a contingent first-order proposition. Our assumption implies that two distinct worlds have different BCCFOFs. More strongly, if two worlds are distinct, then the FOF of each world is false in the other. To see this, suppose W1 and W2 are distinct. Then there is some contingent first-order proposition R that is true at one and false at the other world. Then the FOF of the world at which R holds will contain R, while the FOF of the other world, the world at which R holds, will contain R. It follows that the FOF of each world will be false in the other world. Now, let P be the FOF of the actual world. Then, by the WPSR, there are a world W and a proposition Q such that Q completely explains P at W. Note that no assumption is made about whether Q itself is first order. Then, P is true at W, since only true propositions have explanations. But P is the FOF of the actual world, and by the remarks of the previous paragraph, it follows that W must be the actual world. Hence, Q actually explains P. Now any true first-order contingent proposition is contained in P. Hence, if P has an explanation, so does any true first-order contingent proposition, since in completely explaining a conjunction we have explained the conjunct. 3. Unfortunately, this approach, too, requires that we apply the WPSR to a fairly contrived proposition, the FOF of the actual world, and it can be argued that our modal intuitions, and we know modal intuitions are in general fallible by seeing how puzzled we get about various philosophers' cases, about such contrived propositions are not as reliable as our intuitions about more restricted propositions. Whether 3. This version of the argument is close to the argument in A New Cosmological Argument. Gale and Pruss, 1999, where, in a slightly modified context, it is further shown that Q is a proposition reporting an intelligent and powerful necessary beings freely bringing it about that P. 238. This criticism is completely fair is not clear, but it does weaken the argument. 13.4. Causality and counterfactuals. 13.4.1. The effect would not have occurred without the cause. The WPSR-based argument and Sullivan's argument give us two desiderata for a modal argument for a version of the PSR. The argument should not require that we apply the weaker modalized version of the PSR to some particularly contrived proposition or event. Nor should the argument require a contrived and counterintuitive notion of causation. That almost immediately leads from possibly having a cause to necessarily having a cause. Sullivan claimed that a cause was a necessary condition for the effect. While this requirement is too strong, surely at least something like the following fact is true, that C causes E entails that were C not to have existed or taken place, E would not have taken place. This is not a complete analysis. Moreover, it requires that in cases of causal overdetermination, we describe C carefully, for instance, as a disjunctive event. But this counterfactual claim is certainly a part of the notion of causation. David Lewis thought that this was a complete analysis of causal connection, but this further controversial claim will not be needed. 4. Suppose that an airplane crashes as a result of metal fatigue in the ailerons. Then the following nested counterfactual is true: were the plane hit by a surface-to-air missile, then the plane would have crashed, and it would have been the case that were the plane not hit by a surface-to-air missile, the plane would, or at least might, still have crashed. The plane would or might still have crashed because of the metal fatigue in 4. One might argue as follows against Lewis's more general claim. The recently shown failure of Lewis's own semantics for counterfactuals properly to exclude absurd cases of backtracking counterfactuals in which the consequent is in the antecedent's past, Elga, 2001, Pruss, 2004b. Strongly suggests that a semantics for counterfactuals will have to presuppose an asymmetry between the past and the future. One might further argue that there are no scientific asymmetries sufficient to ground an asymmetry of such philosophical significance, and this might lead one to the Kantian view that the asymmetry in time supervenes on the asymmetry of causation. The past is just that region of time where, at least most of, the causes of present events are situated, and the future is just that region of time where, at least most of, the effects of present events are situated. But if the asymmetry of time is presupposed in a semantics for counterfactuals, and the asymmetry between cause and effect is presupposed in the asymmetry of time, then at the pain of circularity one cannot analyze causation in terms of counterfactuals. 239. The ailerons. Analogously, one might say this. Suppose that an airplane crashes for no reason at all. Then the following nested counterfactual is true: were the plane hit by a surface-to-air missile, then the plane would have crashed, and it would have been the case that were the plane not hit by a surface-to-air missile, the plane would, or at least might, still have crashed. The plane would or might still have crashed for no reason at all. But this results in the absurdity that in the counterfactual world W, where the plane is hit by a surface-to-air missile, and where no other crash-inducing causes are available, since the counterfactual that moved us from the no-cause world to W presupposed only one added cause, the surface-to-air missile, it is the case that were the missile not to have hit, the plane would or might still have crashed, contradicting the fact that the missile is the cause in W of the plane's crashing. As it stands, the argument may be thought to rest on improperlyism, relating the case in which the plane crashes for no reason at all to the case in which the plane crashes for some specific reason. In the latter case, when we move to a counterfactual world by positing a new cause, we generate a case of overdetermination, and hence a case in which the effect would still happen even without the new overdetermining cause. But in the case in which the plane crashes for no reason at all, the counterfactual world in which a cause is posited is a world where there is only one cause, and hence the counterfactual that were the cause not to have occurred, the effect would not have taken place is intact. 13.4.2 A precise argument. We will see, however, that we can make a variant of the preceding argument into a valid and plausible argument for the CP. We will need a certain precise version of the observation that were the cause not to take place, the effect also would not. The version says that if E is in fact caused by C, then E would not have occurred were no cause of E to exist. 113, C causes E, D causes E, rightward arrow E did not occur, where P rightward arrow Q stands for were P to hold, Q would hold, and where marks entailment. We also need a might operator, P rightward arrow Q will stand for were P to hold, Q might hold. The two operators are related as follows, P rightward arrow Q, P rightward arrow Q. Premise, 113, takes into account the possibility of overdetermination, in which more than one event occurs, each of which is sufficient to cause E. It also takes into account the possibility that perhaps, were C not to 240 have occurred, some other event D would have caused E. For instance, if members of some group are asked to volunteer to execute a traitor, then it might well be that Jones's shooting the traitor causes the death of the traitor, although were Jones not to have shot the traitor, someone else would have, and hence the traitor would still have died. Since we are dealing with events, what will be argued for will be a CP. Our first weak version of the CP is that every event possibly has a cause. And this is our second premise. 114, turned A E occurs proper superset symbol MC, C causes E. The third premise is from the preceding discussion of counterfactuals. Were the cause not to have occurred, the effect would not have occurred. David Lewis proposed the following analysis of counterfactuals for a possible proposition P rightward arrow Q holds providing there is a P and Q satisfying world that is more similar to the actual world than any P and Q satisfying world is. Lewis, 1986, Sector 1.3. While this analysis is doubtless not correct in all its details, 5. The intuitive idea of a connection between counterfactuals and possible worlds remains. When we try to see whether P rightward arrow Q is true, we mentally move to a world relevantly similar to our world, but in which P holds, and see whether Q holds in every such world. Which features we must carry over from the actual world to the counterfactual world for it to count as relevantly similar is a difficult question. One might well say that, to the extent that P allows, one needs to carry over laws of nature and the past of P, while Lewis insists that relevant similarity has to do with being as similar as possible to the actual world. If, on the other hand, we think that there is some world relevantly similar to our world in which P holds but Q does not, then we say that were P to hold, Q might not hold. In modal logic, the Brouwer axiom, which is entailed by S5, says that if a proposition P is actually true, then necessarily that proposition is possible. In terms of accessibility, this says that if we were to move to a world accessible from the actual world would be accessible from that world. The accessibility relation is symmetric. But perhaps the best way to think about the Brouwer axiom is to think of it as encapsulating the observation that in any counterfactual situation we might consider, the events of the actual world would remain as alternate possibilities. 5. See, for instance, Edgington, 1995, Elga, 2001, and Pruss, 2004b. 241. There is an analog of this observation in the case of counterfactuals. 115, Q and P and MP, proper superset symbol, P rightward arrow, P rightward arrow Q. If we actually have both P and Q holding, and then move to a relevantly similar world W in which P does not hold, so as to evaluate a counterfactual with antecedent P, the events of the actual world are going to be relevant for the evaluation of counterfactuals in W. Hence, if we ask in W what would happen were P to hold, we need to say that Q might happen since Q in fact happens in the actual world. Consider how 115 plays out in a paradigmatic case. Suppose P claims that Jones freely chose to set fire to a barn and Q claims that Jones was arrested. Then, were Jones not to have set fire to the barn, it would have been true that were he to have set fire to the barn, he at least might have been arrested. In the case in which P reports the occurrence or non-occurrence of some punctual event in time, we can think of the space of possibilities as a branching structure. Were P not to have occurred, we would have gone on a different branch from the one we in fact went on. But were we to have gone on that branch, it would have been true that were P to have occurred, events might have gone just as they have actually gone. The fact that events have gone a certain way witnesses to the relevance in the counterfactual world of the possibility of their going this way. In this sense, 115 is an analog to the Brouwer axiom. We also need two further obvious axioms dealing with counterfactuals. 116, PQ, P rightward arrow Q. 117, P rightward arrow Q, and P rightward arrow Q, MP. Entailment relations are stronger than counterfactual conditionals, and it cannot be that both Q would hold were P to hold and Q would happen were P to hold, unless P is itself impossible. But now, 113, 117, imply the CP. Let Q be the true proposition that event E occurs. For a reductio, let P be the true proposition that there is nothing that causes E, that is, D causes E. By the weak CP of 114, MP. Thus, by the Brouwer analog, 115, we have 118, P rightward arrow, P rightward arrow Q. Let W be any possible world at which P holds. Then, W is a world at which E has a cause. Since non-existent and non-occurrent things can neither cause nor be caused, E occurs at W as does a cause, call it C. Applying 113, we see that it is true at W that were no cause of E to have 242 existed, E would not have occurred, that is, it is true at W that P rightward arrow Q. Since this is true at every world at which E has a cause, that is, at every world at which P holds, it follows that 119, P rightward arrow Q. But P rightward arrow Q is equivalent to P rightward arrow Q. Thus, by 116, 120, P rightward arrow Q. By 117, and 118, it follows that MP. But P was assumed to be true, and true propositions are possible and hence absurdly MP and MP. Thus, the assumption for the reductio is false, and so P is false. Hence, there is a cause of E, and the CP follows. Note that the CP follows here not just for individual events, but for chains of events, provided one assumes that for any ungrounded chain it is possible that the chain should have a cause. As argued in Chapter 3, once one accepts the CP, one should also accept the PSR. 13.4.3. The possibility premise. The most controversial two premises in this argument are the possibility premise, 114, and the Brouwer analog, 115. As for 114, we get it for free in some cases. For instance, when it is claimed by a Humean that There is nothing absurd about a brick's coming into existence without a cause. It is plain that it is possible for a brick to come into existence with a cause, since that is how they generally do it. The objector to the PSR is not very likely to object to 114. It would be a strange kind of contingent event that was just incapable of being caused. One might scruple at the possibility of any given chains being caused. On the other hand, if one wished to extend 114, as described in the previous paragraph, one might particularly worry how a chain that extends infinitely far back into the past could be caused. One answer is that it is possible for there to be a being outside time that causes the chain. Another might be that it is possible that there be an eternal being simultaneous with the chain that causes every link in it, thereby leading to causal overdetermination, because the link at one time would be caused by both the eternal being and the preceding link. 13.4.4. The Brouwer Analog. 13.4.4. Lewis's Semantics. The real difficulties are with 115. The first difficulty is that 115 cannot be a conceptual truth on Lewis's semantics. 243. 4 counterfactuals. According to David Lewis, P rightward arrow Q is true if and only if either P is necessarily false, or there is a P and Q world closer to the actual world than any P and Q world, whereby an R world I mean simply a world where R holds right offer a proposition true at W and only at W. We might take A to be the BCCF of W, or we might take A to be the proposition that W is actual. Let Q equals A0, where W0 is the actual world. Let W1 be any other world, and let P equals A1. Then, Q and P and MP holds. Consider the antecedent of 115. This says that there is a P world W at which P rightward arrow Q and that is closer than any P world at which P rightward arrow Q. In fact, there is only one P world, namely, W1. Thus, the antecedent of 115 says simply that P rightward arrow Q holds at W1. Now, P rightward arrow Q is equivalent to P rightward arrow Q. The proposition P rightward arrow Q holds at W1 if and only if there is a P and Q world that is closer to W1 than any P and Q world is. Now, there is only one P and Q world, namely, W0, and a P and Q world is just a world different from W0 and W1. Thus, P rightward arrow Q holds at W1 if and only if there is a world different from W0 and W1 that is closer to W1 than W0 is. Thus, P rightward arrow Q holds if and only if no world is closer to W1 than W0, other than W1 itself. Thus, if 115 holds, then no world, other than W1, is closer to W1 than the actual world, W0. It is already deeply implausible that this should be true for every W1, namely that the actual world should be the closest neighbor to every other world. But if 115 is a conceptual truth, then this will have to hold not just when W0 is the actual world, but for any other world W in its place. Thus, for every pair of distinct worlds W1 and W, there is no world closer to W1 than W is, other than W1 itself. This shows that given any world W1, there are no worlds W2 and W3 distinct from W such that W2 is closer to W1 than W3 is. All worlds are equidistant from W1. By Lewis's semantics it follows that no non-trivial counterfactuals hold. Where a counterfactual is non-trivial providing its antecedent is false and does not entail the consequent. Thus, one cannot accept both 115 and Lewis's semantics as conceptual truths. However, all we need, 115, 4 is the special case in which Q reports an event and P reports the non-existence of an event under a certain description, namely, under the description of being a cause of the event reported by Q, and it might well be that in those cases, 115 could still hold on Lewis's semantics. The previous counterexample was generated using very special propositions. The proposition Q was taken to be true at exactly one world and the proposition P was taken to be false at exactly one world. Ordinary language counterfactuals do not deal with such special propositions, and hence it might be that the intuitions supporting 115 do not. 244 require us to make 115 hold for these propositions, and hence these intuitions are not refuted in the relevant case by the counterexample. This, however, is shaky ice. One might perhaps more reasonably take 115 to entail a refutation of Lewis's semantics. In any case, Lewis's semantics are known to be flawed, especially when applied to propositions like the ones in the preceding counterexample. To see one flaw in them, suppose that W0 is the actual world, and we have an infinite sequence of worlds W1, W2, W3. Such that Wn plus 1 is always closer to the actual world than Wn is. For instance, these worlds could be just like the actual world except in the level of the background radiation in the universe, with this levels approaching closer and closer to the actual level as n goes to infinity. Let P be the infinite disjunction of the on for n0. Fix any n0. On Lewis's semantics we then have 121, P rightward arrow on. As Wn plus 1 is a P and on world that is closer than any P and on world, since there is only one P and on world, namely, Wn, and Wn plus 1 is closer than it. This implies that it is true for every disjunct of P that were P true, that disjunct would be false. But surely there has to be some disjunct of P such that were P true, that disjunct at least might be true. As does the counterexample to 115, this counterexample deals with propositions specified as true at a small, in the case of P here, infinite, but still only countably infinite and hence much smaller than the collection of possible worlds, which is not only not countably infinite but not even a set of worlds. This shows that there is something wrong with Lewis's semantics, either in general or in the handling of such propositions. To see even more clearly, though making use of a slightly stronger assumption about closeness series, that there is a commonality between a problem with Lewis's semantics and the Lewisian counterexample to 115, suppose the following principle of density, for any non-actual world W, there is a non-actual world W closer to the actual world than W is. This should at least be an epistemic possibility, our semantics for counterfactuals should not rule it out. Let W0 be the actual world and put P equals A0. Then, by the principle of density, on Lewis's semantics, there is no possible world W such that were P true, W might be actual, that is, such that P rightward arrow A. For suppose that we are given a W. First, note that it is hopeless to start with the case in which W is W0 since P and A0 are logically incompatible. Next, observe that we in fact have P rightward arrow A. For let W be any world 6. Pruss, 2001. 245. Closer than W. Then, W is a P and A world that is closer than any P and A world, there being only one of the latter, namely, W. Thus, we do not have P rightward arrow A. But surely if P is possible, then there is some world that is such that it might be actual were P to hold. Lewis's semantics fails because of its incompatibility with this claim, on the previous not implausible principle of density which should not be ruled out of court by a semantics of possible worlds. Note further that the failure here is precisely a failure in the case of a might conditional p rightward arrow q with p of the form a1 and q of the form a2, which is precisely the kind of might conditional that appeared in the analysis of the previous counterexample. Lewis's semantics makes too few might conditionals of this sort true, and it is precisely through failing to make a might conditional of this sort true that it gave a counterexample. 2. 115. Thus, rather than having run my argument within Lewisian possible world semantics, I have run it on an intuitive understanding of counterfactuals, which intuitions do support. 115. It would be nice to have a complete satisfactory semantics for counterfactuals. Lewisian semantics are sometimes indeed helpful, they are an appropriate model in many cases. But as we have seen, they do not always work. Other forms of semantics meet with other difficulties. We may, at least for now, be stuck with a more intuitive approach. If we want more precision here, we might speak as follows. To evaluate p rightward arrow q and p rightward arrow q at a world W, we need to look at some set R, W, P, Q, of Q relevant P worlds relative to W and check whether Q holds at none, some, or all of these. If Q holds at all of them, then P rightward arrow Q and P rightward arrow Q. If it holds at none of them, then neither conditional is true. If it holds at some but not all of them, then P rightward arrow Q, and P rightward arrow Q. The difficulty is with specifying the Q relevant P worlds. Proposition 115 then follows from the claim that the actual world is a Q relevant P world relative to every world W, which is an R relevant P world relative to the actual world for any possible R and Q. This is plausible, and somewhat analogous to the Brouwer axiom. However, this does not let us embed the discussion in a precise semantics because we do not have an account of what R, W, P, Q is. 13.4.4.b An apparent counterexample. David Manley, 2002, has come up with the following apparent counterexample to 115, which I modify slightly. Suppose our soccer team wins 20-0. Then, it is true that the team won overwhelmingly in the actual world W0. What would have happened had our team not won? Presumably the score would have been 246. Rather different, say, 20-20, or 0-5, or something like that. Suppose the score is one of these, that we are in a possible world W1, where our team has lost. Then, it is not true that were our team to have won, it would have won overwhelmingly. If our team in fact failed to win, as at W1, then worlds where the team wins overwhelmingly are much more distant from our world than worlds where it wins by a bit. Thus, it is true at W1 to say that were our team to have won, it would have won by a tiny amount. Putting this together, we conclude that were our team not to have won, then were it to have won, it would have won by a tiny amount. But this is incompatible with 115, which claims that were our team not to have won, then were it to have won, it might have won by a large amount. Unfortunately, this account also relies on David Lewis's semantics and again does so in a context in which Lewis's semantics fail. For, by the previous reasoning, if we are in a world where our team has not won, then we should say that were it to have won, it would have won by exactly 1 point. But this need not be true. Perhaps were it to have got ahead by a point at some point in the game, then the other team would have become disheartened and lost by more. We can even more clearly see the problem in the Lewisian reasoning if we substitute a game very much like soccer except that its scores can take on any real value. Perhaps instead of a flat 1 point for a goal, one gets a real valued additive score depending on how close to the middle of a goal one hits. Then, By the preceding reasoning, were our team not to have won, it would be true. That were it to have won, it would have won by no more than 1/10 of a point. Worlds where one wins by no more than 1/10 of a point are closer than worlds where one wins by more than that. But this reasoning is perfectly general, and the 1/10 can be replaced by any positive number, no matter how tiny. But this is absurd. It is absurd to suppose that were our team not to have won, it would be true that were it to have won, it would have won by no more than 10/1000 points. 7. 13.4.4. A modal counterargument. Just as the WPSR-based argument was objected to with a counterargument based on 110, so too one might try to balance the modal counterfactual argument with the intuitive plausibility of the claim that possibly there is an uncaused event. However, the premises of the modal counterfactual argument have the dialectical. 7. This is similar to the coat thief example cited in Edgington, 1995. 247. Advantage that they prima facie do not take a stance on the necessary truth of the CP and do not beg the question against the opponent. They are somewhat lower-level principles about causation and counterfactuals, while the Humean claim is simply a denial of the necessary truth of the CP. 13.5. Conclusions. The modal counterfactual argument is a valid argument for the CP. The premises of the modal argument are all quite reasonable. We thus have reason to believe the CP, reason beyond the self-evidence considerations, even if we do not accept deep Thomistic ontological theses. Moreover, as one can run the same argument in the case of chains rather than individual events, then the methods of section 3.1 can leverage our results into a more global form of the CP, as long as we can argue for the possibility of each contingent chains having a cause. This more global form differs little from the PSR. 248. 14. Is the universe reasonable? Often the following argument is attributed to the defender of the PSR. The PSR says that reality is rational. It is irrational to suppose reality to be irrational. Hence, it is irrational to deny the PSR. Typically, this argument is given only as straw man, quickly refuted, and the defender of the PSR is associated with an evidently unsound argument. The argument as given is plainly valid, at least. 122, the PSR says reality is rational. 123, it is irrational to suppose reality to be irrational. 124, thus, it is irrational to deny the PSR. Of course, one might be a skeptic about the PSR, neither denying nor affirming it, and escape the argument thus. Now while the argument is valid, acceptance of 123 may rest on a confusion between irrationality within a belief operator and outside it. To hold that reality is irrational need not prima facie be an irrational belief, just as for me to hold that Jones is irrational need not be irrational. But there could be a little more to the argument than this. The PSR is one of our basic assumptions about how the world works. Our belief in it increases our confidence and resolution in our search for truth and explanation. Prima facie, a stepmotherly nature might not support our scientific research. However, once we suppose nature to be thus stepmotherly, vis-a-vis the PSR, recalcitrant in the face of our drive to seek explanations, then one might reasonably worry that our other intuitive expectations about the world, such as that it conform to our senses, might be frustrated. A world where the PSR fails is a world unfriendly to us, and if it is unfriendly in that way, who is to know how far its unfriendliness extends? Thus, Denial of the PSR means that the world is irrational in the 249 sense of not conforming to our ways of thinking in one way, but if in one way, why not in more? And so the specter of skepticism looms ahead. Since skepticism is an irrational stance, this might be taken as support for 123. However, the support is meager, since the universe plainly does disappoint some of our epistemic expectations. For instance, quantum mechanics shows that either there is an indeterminism of a sort that disappoints us in our scientific endeavors, or there are hidden variables beyond empirical reach, or both. But there is an argument not a far step from this one that has not been sufficiently explored. We have a desire to seek explanations. This makes it plausible that in fact there are explanations, since as a species we do not have desires for things that do not exist at all. Of course, it does not follow that there are explanations for everything. However, one way of looking at our desires to seek explanations of various particular things is as merely symptomatic of a single human drive to understand it all, a basic human desire to explain everything there is, holistically but perhaps only sketchily. On this view, our piecemeal curiosities do not give rise to search for cosmic explanation, but it is the latter that gives rise to our piecemeal searches for explanation. Of course, even without the search for cosmic explanation, we might have practically motivated and evolutionarily explicable desires for explanation. We might want to know why the lion runs the way it does, so that we might be better able to kill it. We might want to know why plants grow in one setting rather than another in order to be better agriculturists. However, these practically minded interests are not the disinterested desire to know for the sake of knowing that Aristotle evokes at the beginning of his Metaphysics, a desire born of wonder rather than of pragmatic exigencies. It is quite compatible with our pragmatically motivated interests that we also have an overarching striving for an understanding and explanation of it all, and our piecemeal interests derive from this. If so, if this is indeed one of our basic human desires, and if our basic human desires are all satisfiable, then it is possible to explain it all, though no doubt we could only know the global explanation sketchily. Thus, the BCCF has an explanation, and hence so does everything else. Or at least, it is metaphysically possible that the BCCF has an explanation, but as we saw in section 13.3, this implies that the BCCF in fact does have an explanation. This argument obviously will not impress an existentialist sort of philosopher who is quite willing to admit that we are thrown into a cold and indifferent world, with desires that do not match it. But such a 250 story is its own counterargument, for why should we have a basic human desire that is so much out of step with reality? It is true that our disinterested wonder about the reason for it all has produced modern physics, and has thus been an evolutionary benefit to us, but the wonder at the world as a whole is older than modern physics and in the past had much less in the way of practical application. This is not the strongest of the arguments for the PSR, but it does provide some evidence, for that we desire something is indeed evidence, albeit defeasible, for its possibility. 1. Note, 2. The resemblance between this argument and Thomas Aquinas's argument for the claim that knowledge of God is our ultimate end. We will not be happy until we know the causes of things, and thus we will not be happy until we know God, who is the first cause. Summa Theologiae, 2, 3, 8. 251. 15. Explanation of negative states of affairs. 15.1. The argument. Here is a pattern of explanation we all accept, which was already met with in section 3.4. Why did the yogurt fail to ferment? It failed to ferment because none of the usual explanations of fermentation, namely the presence of bacteria, were there to explain it, and there was no unusual cause. Why did the dog not bark? It did not bark because no stranger approached it, and none of the other possible causes of barking caused it to bark. These are perfectly fine explanations, and they are not elliptical for longer explanations, though of course they are not ultimate explanations, since one may ask why no stranger approached the dog. In these explanations, we explain a negative state of affairs by noting that the positive state of affairs that it is the denial of lacked an explanation. But now observe that this form of explanation presupposes a PSR, at least 4 positive states of affair, for if such a PSR does not hold, then one has failed to explain the negative state of affairs. If it is possible that a dog should bark without cause, then in saying that there was no cause for the dog to bark, we have not explained why the dog did not bark. We may have explained why a non-brute barking did not occur, but we have not explained why a brute, or unexplained, barking did not occur. Our acceptance of the preceding explanations as non-elliptical is thus a sign of our tacit acceptance of the PSR. 15.2. The defectiveness objection. The explanation is in fact defective. We have not explained why there is no brute barking. But in ordinary life we are satisfied with such a defective explanation. 252. This objection creates a mystery where there is none. Once we know that none of the causes of the dog's barking have occurred, we know why the dog did not bark. There is no longer a mystery about why the dog did not bark. The only scope for mystery is why none of the causes of the dog's barking have occurred. Of course, our ordinary pattern of explanation could be mistaken, and the objector could take a revisionary view of our ordinary ways of thought. However, note what the objector has become committed to, no longer merely objecting to the claim that all propositions have an explanation. She has pointed to a class of propositions that everybody thinks are explained, and has said that these in fact are not fully explained, and indeed necessarily are not fully explained if the explanation offered is the only possible one. 15.3. The nomic necessity objection. It might just be nomically necessary that the PSR holds, or that it holds. For the sorts of cases, say, physical events, in which we ordinarily use this pattern of explanation. Note that this objection does not say that the PSR necessarily holds of these sorts of cases but not of others. That would be an unjustified ad hoc restriction, since there is no metaphysical reason why one should think the PSR as a necessary truth to hold only for them, unless one accepts the PSR on dubious Kantian grounds. However, if the PSR holds only of nomic necessity, then the restriction to these states of affairs is quite plausible. We shall see in section 16.4, however, that the PSR should not be thought of as holding merely of nomic necessity. Thus the reply to this objection will have to wait. 253. 16. The puzzle of the everyday applicability of the PSR. 16.1. The argument. No one wants to deny the PSR wholesale. We all assume that airplane crashes have causes and consider it much more likely that an inspection team overlooked a cause that was there than that there was no cause. Generally, the person denying the PSR will still accept a restricted version, such as that, at least as a contingent matter of fact, every physical event in time has a prior cause, or perhaps that most macroscopic physical events have prior causes. No one thinks that bricks pop into existence ex nihilo from time to time. The disagreement between the upholder of a robust form of the PSR and the PSR skeptic is over the status of this proposition. Is it simply a generalization contingently true, or true with high probability, or is it the result of a basic metaphysical ex nihilo nihil fit type of PSR? It is a common dialectical move that when the defender of the PSR appeals to homely cases, the opponent insists that the homely cases only support a contingent, and perhaps only true for the most part, to use an Aristotelian phrase, version of the PSR. But it is a mistake for the PSR's opponent to think that victory has been achieved in this way. Let it be granted that the PSR is not metaphysically necessary and may not even hold for all events. It is still a mystery as to why it holds to the great extent that it does. After all, if the PSR is not metaphysically necessary, then there presumably are possible worlds where bricks pop into existence out of nothing for no reason at all. Why is our world not like that? Philosophy starts in wonder, and the great extent to which the PSR at least contingently holds is surely worthy of wonder. Call this the puzzle of the PSR's everyday applicability. 254. Of course, the opponent of the PSR, precisely because she is such, can refuse to answer the question. She can just insist that the everyday applicability of the PSR is simply a brute fact lacking any explanation. This is a perfectly consistent move on a Humean metaphysics on which any kind of a rearrangement of objects is logically possible. It is indeed true that there are possible worlds in which the PSR has everyday applicability, and it could thus just be a brute fact that our world happens to be one of those. But claiming something to be a brute fact should be a last resort. It would undercut the practice of science were things claimed to be brute facts were not implausible putative explanations, propositions that would be explanations were they true, can be formulated. And in this case there is available to us a putative explanation, namely, that it is a basic metaphysical principle that the PSR holds of metaphysical necessity. We can conclude the metaphysical necessity of a fuller PSR by inference to best explanation from the everyday applicability of the PSR. 16.2. An abundance of objections. 16.2.1. This is not explanatory. Saying that the PSR is metaphysically necessary simply transfers a mystery from a puzzle about everyday events to a mystery about why the PSR is metaphysically true. It is replacing a mystery about the physical world with a mysterious metaphysical principle. A coherent ontological system in which the PSR falls out of lower level assumptions, say, about the nature of being, such as in our Thomistic arguments, would be a response to this. If such an approach works, we will have subsumed the metaphysical principle into a wider ontological system and thereby made it less mysterious. And indeed the possibility of doing so is itself evidence for any system that allows this to be done. The explanatory value of a metaphysical system is evidence for the system. Moreover, we generally consider the subsumption of events under general physical laws of nature to be a paradigmatically good form of explanation. For exactly the same reason, subsumption under a metaphysical principle should be a good form of explanation. 16.2.2. The PSR is irrefutable. In a good use of inference to best explanation, the laws, or principles inferred are refutable. One can conceive of a situation in which they 255 could be observationally falsified. But the PSR is irrefutable, since for any observable event for which we have not found a cause, we can always suppose an unobservable cause beyond our ken. In response, one might well admit that the PSR is, strictly construed, irrefutable. The cause predicted by the PSR could always be unobservable. But not being strictly refutable is something the PSR has in common with most scientific inferences. A scientist can always give up some auxiliary hypothesis to defend a proposition. We know the difficulties facing the person wishing to defend Darwinian evolution from irrefutability. One can imagine pieces of evidence that would make evolution highly unlikely. But one could always suppose a more convoluted evolutionary story to get around the difficulty. Likewise, there are pieces of evidence that would make the PSR, insofar as it is inferred from experience and not on the basis of some metaphysical argument, epistemically untenable, say, if bricks haphazardly started popping into existence. The objection that causes entirely beyond our ken could always be posited to save the PSR from empirical refutation should in fact not worry. 1. First of all, any cateris paribus law could be saved from empirical refutation by positing causes beyond our ken. However, the evidence that inference to best explanation bestows on a proposition is defeated. In cases in which the proposition can only be saved from refutation by positing causes entirely beyond our ken, that is, causes that can only be justifiably characterized as entities sufficient to cause this, such as the virtus dormitiva. Second, consider the parallel of neo-Darwinian evolution. Any conceivable fossil finding could be made to fit with evolution if we allowed for causes beyond our ken. It is not a part of the theory of evolution, as such, that there are no supernatural unknowable beings redistributing fossils in strata and perhaps doctoring them. Any fossil that appeared to refute evolution could be supposed to be produced by such a supernatural cause, just as any event that appeared to have no cause could be thought to have some supernatural cause. This in no way harms the theory of evolution, and likewise it does not harm this inference to the PSR. One response that the critic can make here is that in fact there are cases in which the defender of the PSR will have to advert to causes beyond our ken. For instance, quantum mechanics presents us with indeterministic events whose causes we could not know. Likewise, there was a Big Bang. 1. For a simple discussion, see Kitcher, 1998, Chapter 3. 256. There is very good reason to think the Big Bang could not have had a physical cause, because any physical cause would have been in time and prior to the Big Bang, whereas time starts with the Big Bang. The quantum mechanical case was already considered in Chapter 8 and can be responded to by either the Bohmian approach or the insistence that explanations need not be deterministic. The case of the Big Bang is more interesting. Let us suppose that the physicists who think that there can be a physical theory explaining why the Big Bang occurred are wrong, for if they are right, then the Big Bang is no objection here. If so, then any explanation of the Big Bang will involve something non-physical. But it does not follow from this that the explanation will be beyond our ken. There might well, for instance, be some independent evidence for the existence of a deity of a certain nature, such as evidence found in fine-tuning anthropic arguments, and if so then the intentional action of this deity might be supposed to be an explanation of the Big Bang. But then because there would be independent evidence for this deity's existence, the deity would not be beyond our ken, since the independent evidence would provide for some characterization of the deity, for example, as a deity that desires organic life forms to exist. Moreover, it might be that the supernatural being would have to be a person, see Chapter 5, and we do know some things about all persons. They are beings that, say, have a capability for intelligence, intentionality, and responsiveness to reasons. 16.2.3. This inference is not predictive. One way to distinguish a genuine use of inference to best explanation from a misuse of it is that good explanations are predictive, in the sense that they make use of laws or principles that yield further observable predictions beyond the explanandum itself. But the PSR does not yield any further observable predictions because the PSR does not say that the explanation of a proposition will always be one that can be observed. Observe, however, that although evolutionary theory provides us with a general account of how organisms evolved, it does not by itself lead to further observable predictions. After all, while the theory insists that generally organisms evolved in a way that adapts to environmental conditions that harm or promote the genetic transmission of an organism exhibiting such and such a phenotype, that the environmental conditions are always observable is not part of the theory as such. Rather, that the sources of adaptive pressures appealed to are supposed to be physical and hence 257. Ideally at least indirectly observable is something that is suprad to evolutionary theory by the general edifice of scientific practice. Likewise, that the causes the PSR bids us to search for are physical, unless the context demands otherwise, example because we have a conceptual argument that a physical cause cannot be found, as in the case of the cause of the physical universe as a whole, is an additional hypothesis. Another example of a non-predictive explanation would be the following. Suppose that all over the world the sky started glowing in a mysterious and beautiful way, all amputees noticed that their limbs instantly regrew. And simultaneously everyone's computer screen flashed up the message. In the person's native language, know that I am God and I do exist. Live your life virtuously. And then the messages disappear, the sky goes back to its normal color, but the regrown limbs stay. The simplest explanation is surely that God did all that in order to testify to his existence. But there do not seem to be any predictions that can be made on the basis of this. One cannot, for instance, make any justified predictions about whether this will happen again or not, since given that this sort of universal phenomenon does not appear to have happened earlier in history, we cannot infer that God habitually does these things. Finally, perhaps some probabilistic predictions could be made when the PSR is applied in arguments for an intelligent first cause of the universe, see chapter 5, since it seems we can say something about what an intelligent person is likely to do. An intelligent person has a non-negligible likelihood of acting on objective reasons, and thus it is perhaps made more likely than on a naturalistic hypothesis that there should be things in the universe that such a being would have reason to make, such as orderly or beautiful or complex beings. 16.2.4. The PSR is metaphysically necessary, whereas inference to best explanation involves only gnomic necessities. Laws of nature are metaphysically contingent and hence are genuine subjects of inference on the basis of empirical facts. It is unacceptable to use empirical data to infer a metaphysically necessary truth. Hence, the argument to the PSR, it seems, fails. However, people use empirical data to infer metaphysical necessities all the time these days. Whenever we use a calculator, we infer a physically necessary truth from empirical facts. We can infer that 5 plus 7 equals 12, from the empirical fact that pressing the buttons 5 plus 7 and equals causes the display to show 12. It might be thought that this is 258. Different from the earlier case, however, in that when we use a calculator, we do not use inference to best explanation. Perhaps, we use inductive reasoning. Calculators have usually shown correct answers, or base ourselves on manufacturers' testimony, which in turn is based on inductive reasoning about semiconductor physics. So the example of a calculator, while showing that we can derive metaphysically necessary truths from empirical data, does not show that we can do so by means of inference to best explanation. Nor does the example show that we can derive the metaphysical necessity of a true claim from empirical data. In the case of a calculator, the immediate inference might be argued to be just that 5 plus 7 equals 12. The further inference that this is metaphysically necessary follows not from empirical observation but from the general metaphysical principle that all arithmetical truths are necessary. There is thus a significant disanalogy between scientific employment of inference to best explanation and our inference of the PSR. However, this disanalogy need not be fatal, because inference to best explanation is also used outside science. Philosophers often argue that some claim is probably true from the fact that its truth would neatly solve some philosophical puzzle. Positing the existence of propositions, for instance, would help explain how beliefs are individuated. Positing possible worlds, Lewis thinks, helps solve a number of different puzzles. However, in those cases more than one phenomenon is explained. The PSR only explains the everyday applicability of the PSR, it seems. But this is not obvious. The metaphysical truth of the PSR might also enter into an explanation of why, say, mere epiphenomenalistic property dualism is an unacceptable theory, for it fails to give the reason why physical properties are correlated with mental properties. And what further applications of the PSR could be given depends only on the ingenuity of philosophers. A number of issues were, however, already mentioned in the introduction. 16.2.5. The PSR inferred is too broad. The empirical data at hand support only the claim that the PSR has everyday applicability, not that the PSR is true in general. Therefore, we should infer that there is a metaphysical principle that, necessarily, the PSR has everyday applicability, not that the PSR is true. First, as a matter of general principle, in an inference to best explanation one seeks a principle that is not gerrymandered to fit the data, but has simplicity and generality. Otherwise, one could count as having explained everything by positing that, as a matter of metaphysical or gnomic necessity, 259. Everything is exactly as it is. Inferring only that the PSR has everyday applicability would be like inferring from the fact that every hitherto observed raven is black that, as a matter of law, every observed raven is black when observed. But the latter law does not sufficiently simply generalize from the observed data. There is a simpler and hence preferable, though stronger, law here: every raven is black all the time. The hypothesis that the PSR is just metaphysically necessary in full, rather than that the everyday applicability of the PSR is metaphysically necessary, is simpler and hence preferable. The proposed restriction of the PSR was ad hoc. The same could be said about a restriction to physical phenomena. There is no reason to think the PSR to be metaphysically necessary for physical phenomena without being metaphysically necessary for all contingent phenomena. Why should contingent physical phenomena be intrinsically different from non-physical ones with respect to explainability? Of course it may be a necessary truth that all physical phenomena are themselves contingent. Second, a metaphysically necessary proposition that something is probable or holds for macroscopic objects is an unprecedented kind of principle, in the absence of deeper metaphysical facts. While the PSR simpliciter is something that could not unreasonably be thought to be a basic metaphysical principle, the claim that every macroscopic object has a cause or that most physical events have causes seems much less likely to be a metaphysical principle. This is not to say that it could not be derived from propositions that look more like metaphysical principles. For instance, one might derive it from a claim about gods necessarily existing and from a claim about what kinds of things, namely, orderly universes, a god is most likely to create. But the onus would be on the opponent of the PSR to produce such a derivation and thus show the preferability of the narrower thesis as an explanation. Note that the theistic explanation will not do, for that God necessarily exists entails the PSR, since God's creative action grounds the explanation, not necessarily deterministic, of every contingent fact. Except perhaps those explained by the free will of creatures. 16.2.6. The PSR inferred should have merely gnomic necessity. Inference to best explanation gives us laws of nature, not laws of meta-physics. Thus, we should infer from the everyday applicability of the PSR that the PSR, at least as restricted to physical events, is physically necessary. To respond, neither the PSR nor the CP looks quite like a law of nature. For instance, although the CP is a causal claim, basic causal laws 260 of nature tend to be of the form every C causes a C rather than of the form every C is caused by a C, which is what the CP looks most like. The latter form is what evolutionary theory looks like. Every animal evolved through such and such a general process, but evolutionary theory is not a basic law of nature. Therefore, the form that this objection should take is not that the PSR or the CP is a basic law of nature, but rather that it can be derived from some basic law or laws of nature. One promising prospect here is the law of conservation of mass energy, which already implies a very weak form of the ex nihil nihilo principle. A state of the universe with positive mass energy is preceded in time by another state of positive, and in fact, equal, mass energy. By itself, conservation of mass energy will not yield a CP, since conservation of mass energy is consistent with a piece of matter of mass energies being annihilated in one place for no reason at all and a piece of matter of the same mass energies simultaneously popping into existence elsewhere, also for no reason at all. However, a localized mass energy conservation principle, that says that the amount of mass energy entering any region of space from an adjoining region during an interval of time is equal to the amount of mass energy leaving it to an adjoining region, may do better. However, no conservation type law will yield a causal principle, for conservation type laws say nothing about causation, as conservation laws are compatible with the hypothesis that there are no causal interconnections between events on different time slices, or that there is a time slice at, say, T0 across which all dynamical quantities are conserved but no causal influences reach. But conservation laws together with enough causal laws of the form every C causes a C could quite conceivably ground a causal principle about mass energy configurations. For instance, if we had enough deterministic causal laws of the form every C causes a C, then given a mass energy configuration at time t0, we could predict the mass energy configuration at a later time t1, and the conservation laws might imply that no new mass energy subconfiguration at t1 came into existence beyond those that were predicted by the causal laws, and hence no subconfiguration at t1 is without cause. Thus, the objector to the PSR might be able to use laws of nature to give a coherent account of the everyday applicability of the PSR. In doing so, she will be taking it that an appropriate version of the CP is gnomically necessary but not metaphysically necessary. However, we will soon see that this response does not work on all views of laws of nature. 261. It fails, for instance, on a plausible Aristotelian understanding of laws of nature as grounded in the powers and capacities of objects. We will in fact see that, on the Aristotelian view of laws, not only is this objection to the argument for the PSR refuted, but a fuller argument for the PSR is made available. But first we need a general digression about laws of nature. 16.3. Laws of Nature. 16.3.1. Humanism. The most basic dichotomy between views of laws of nature is that between Humean views, on which the laws of nature are merely descriptions of actual states of affairs that obtain, and anti-Humean views, according to which the laws of nature have modal import and describe something over and beyond correlations between actual states of affairs. The best argument against the Humean approach may well be the very one that Aristotle levies against Platonic forms, Humean laws of nature do not have any causal power and fail to explain anything. That all ravens are black is only explanatorily relevant to the claim that my raven Smitty is black if its force goes beyond the mere description of the color of the ravens in existence. If it is a mere coincidence that all ravens are black, then this accidental generalization fails to explain Smitty's blackness. Indeed, explaining the blackness of Smitty by the blackness of all ravens, when the latter is a mere coincidence, is explaining the obscure by the more obscure. The coincidence of all ravens being black is more surprising, and calls out for explanation more than Smitty's happening to be black. Admittedly, there are more complex versions of Hume's approach. Thus, David Lewis proposed that laws of nature are the propositions that figure in an account of nature that has the optimal balance of simplicity and informativeness, i.e., deductive strength. A detailed discussion is beyond the scope of this section. However, a quick objection is not out of place. It seems to be a conceptual truth that it is physically impossible that the basic laws of nature could have been other than they in fact are, though this may of course be logically possible. Consider now a simple, conceptually possible case. Suppose there is a basic physical law that states that a particular kind of interaction indeterministically has a 50% chance of producing an electron with spin up and a 50% chance of producing an electron with spin down. It is then physically possible that, by coincidence, 262. This interaction should have always produced an electron with spin up, let the event of this coincidence be E. But were that to have occurred, then the assertion that the interaction always produces an electron with spin up would be no more complex than the preceding indeterministic law but would clearly be more informative. Consequently, this assertion would have been a law. But it cannot be that there are both a physical law that says that an interaction produces a result with 50% probability and another physical law that says it always produces that result. Hence, had E occurred, the laws of physics would have been different from what they are. But E is physically possible assuming that the law governing these interactions is indeterministic. This violates the principle that the laws of nature could not physically have been otherwise. 16.3.2 Anti-Humeanism. Let us then part company with Hume on the laws of nature. There is more to some things being a law of nature than its being true of the actual universe. We must, of course, be careful here. Suppose it is indeed a law of nature that all ravens are black. It is reasonable to say then that the law of nature is a proposition, namely, the proposition that all ravens are black. But then, it seems, we are no further ahead than the Humean, because, qua proposition, it asserts nothing more than that all ravens happen to be black. However, while the proposition be that all ravens are black merely predicates blackness of the actually existent ravens, the further proposition that B is a law of nature says something more than just that B is true. We can thus partially characterize dissent from the Humean position by saying that there is more to a proposition P's being a law of nature than P's being true and P's having certain formal features, such as being universally quantified and involving concepts that are not gerrymandered in some gruesome way. There are propositions P that are laws of nature in some possible worlds and yet that are not laws of nature in all possible worlds in which they are true. 2. For instance, in our world that objects fall when dropped is a law of nature, but there is a world where the laws 2. This need not be true of all laws of nature. For instance, some laws of nature might be necessary truths, if they predicate essential properties of their objects. Also, arguably, the proposition that P is a law of nature is itself a law of nature if and only if P is a law of nature, so that the proposition that affirms nomicity of the proposition that all ravens are black is a proposition that is a law of nature in every possible world in which it is true. 263. Of nature do not constrain the movement of falling objects but where the objects happen to move just as they do in our world. Now, Recall the truth-maker theory. Every true proposition is true in virtue of its accurately reflecting some aspect of reality, and that aspect of reality is the proposition's truth-maker. Now, if P is a purely categorical proposition that is a law of nature, then we can ask not just what the truth-maker of P is, but also what the truth-maker of the proposition that P is a law of nature is. This truth-maker must be some aspect of reality. It must thus exist, since the non-existent cannot be a truth-maker by Parmenides' principle that one cannot talk of what is not. We need a name for the truth-maker of a true proposition of the form that P is a law of nature. The name should not be an abstract noun, because this truth-maker is not an abstract entity or concept, but an actual aspect of our existent universe, whose existence has explanatory prowess. I shall call such a truth-maker a lawmaker of P, that which makes the true proposition P into a law. Of course, just as the truth-maker of a proposition need not be a person that makes the proposition true, except in special cases. The truth-maker of Socrates exists is a person, namely, Socrates, so too. One should not read personhood into the term lawmaker. 3. The preceding assumes the truth-maker theory, the Parmenidean claim that every truth is true in virtue of what is. However, the argument also works if we assume the Aristotelian or Lewisian theory that true propositions can be made true either by the presence of a positive reality or by the absence of one. For it is implausible to suppose that what makes the proposition that P is a law be true is its lacking a false maker, or its being logically composed of propositions some of which lack a false maker, since the claim that P is a law seems clearly positive. Thus, still, I maintain that there will have to be some positive reality. It is generally accepted that laws of nature are not causes, because laws are mere propositions and propositions have no causal efficacy. However, there are contexts in which one wants to use causal language about laws of nature. One may want to say, the law of gravitation made this apple fall. Since the law of gravitation is a mere proposition, it cannot make anything 3. On certain views of laws of nature, some or all lawmakers will turn out to be persons or aspects of persons. For instance, a Richard Swinburne, 1968, might allow that a proposition's being a law of nature is constituted by God's directly willing it to be such, so that the lawmaker of the proposition is the will of God. Or if one thinks that ultimately all natural lawfulness supervenes on dispositional properties of substances, and if persons are substances, then the dispositional properties of persons will be lawmakers, though there will also be lawmakers that are the dispositional properties of non-persons. 264. Fall. But what does make apples fall, given appropriate initial conditions, is the lawmaker of the proposition that the law of gravitation holds. 4. The explanatory relation among the proposition that F equals gm1 m2/r2, the formula, of course, abbreviates a more complicated statement that gives the definitions of all the symbols, the proposition reporting the initial conditions, and the proposition reporting the fall of an apple mirrors a logically contingent, objective, ternary relation in nature among the law maker of the proposition that F equals gm1 m2/r2, the dropping of the apple, and the falling of the apple. Otherwise the law will not be objectively explanatory. If the explanatory relation among a law-reporting proposition, an initial fact-reporting proposition, and a final fact-reporting proposition failed to mirror some kind of extramental relation in nature between the lawmaker and truth-makers, respectively, of the respective propositions, then explanatory relations would lack objectivity. But the search for explanations is a search for objective truths. Given that generally speaking we are willing to say that a relation of causality between events A and B is parallel to a relation of explanation among the propositions reporting that A and that B happened, the relation between the lawmaker of the law of gravitation, the initial conditions, and the fall of the apple is one that we can also call causal in an extended sense. Thus, nomological explanatory relations can be said to parallel causal relations between lawmakers and truth makers. So the laws of nature are not causes, but their lawmakers can be meaningfully said to have causal efficacy or causal relevance. And there must be lawmakers if the laws of nature are not to be Humean, and if every true proposition must have a truth maker, or if Lewis's more general truth maker / false maker theory holds. What I have said so far is, however, neutral between various concrete anti-Humean accounts of laws of nature. Indeed, these accounts can be seen as being nothing else than different substantive accounts of what the lawmakers are. If one thinks that the laws of nature can be reduced ontologically to the dispositional properties of substances, as an Aristotelian does, then the lawmakers will ultimately be nothing but the possession of these dispositional properties. If one thinks that a theory of physics is true on which ultimately it is space-time that moves particles around, then space-time or its properties will be the lawmaker or lawmakers. If one thinks that the idea of a law of nature is primitive, then there will be no reductive account of a lawmaker, beyond saying that it is the truth maker of a proposition reporting that some other proposition is a law of nature. 265. 16.3.3. Natural necessity. Admittedly, this is not the only way of looking at the matter. One might instead make the concept of natural necessity for be primitive. If one accepts the truth maker, or truth maker / false maker, theory, then the natural necessity will have to be grounded in something, a lawmaker. However, one might be hesitant in saying that this lawmaker causes things to obey the natural necessities. But if the lawmaker does not cause things to obey the natural necessities, then it is not clear why things obey them. This may seem to be a question-begging objection in the middle of an argument for the PSR, but it is not. The main reason for positing laws of nature is to explain why things behave as they do. If it is completely obscure why things obey the laws of nature, if we have not been able to say anything about the connection between the lawmakers and the lawful events, then by stating the laws of nature we have not explained the events. It would be as if we said Jones's death is explained by Smith's pressing the trigger without anything's being said about any causal or other connection between the pressing of the trigger and Jones's death. The defender of the natural necessity approach can say that natural necessity should be understood as analogous to metaphysical necessity. It is a category mistake to think there is some entity that causes it to be the case that 2 + 2 = 4, and likewise it is a category mistake to think there is some entity that causes stones to fall toward the massive earth when dropped. Both happen because of a necessity, a different necessity in the two cases, and yet their happening does not require any explanation of causal type. However, the analogy here is mistaken. We know that the falling of a stone indeed can be explained scientifically. Were this not so, then inference to best explanation could never get off the ground, since the case of invoking gravity to explain the falling of stones is as clear a case of explanation as anything in science, and one might very plausibly think that inference to best explanation is at least a part of the epistemology of science. Moreover, the primary non-practical motivator for science is precisely the search for explanation. On the other hand, the notion of the explanation of metaphysically necessary truths is one that we do not have a good handle on. Is the proposition that 2 + 2 = 4 to be explained by showing via associativity that 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 equals 1 + 1 + 1 + 1, with 2 being defined as 1 + 1 and 4 as 1 + 1 + 1 + 1? Or is it 4. E.g., Lecky and Bigelow, 1995. 266. Perhaps a self-evident arithmetical claim. Or should we choose some other set of foundations for arithmetic? In general, are all mathematical proofs explanatory? Are only some, and if so, which ones? These are all questions to which we do not have answers, but they suggest that explanation in the sphere of the metaphysically necessary might be a very different thing from explanation in the sphere of the physically necessary, and hence provide a disanalogy between the two cases. One might even say that in the case of the physically necessary we seek explanations, while in the case of the metaphysically necessary we seek elucidations and understanding. It is a criterion of adequacy on a theory of laws of nature that it should make comprehensible y subsumption of a physically necessary connection of events, say, a stone's being dropped and its falling, under a law explains that connection. Unless one were willing to erase the distinction between the metaphysically and nomically necessary, and doing so would undercut the current objection to the metaphysical necessity of the PSR, and unless one is willing to be a Humean, it seems that some causal connection needs to be posited between lawmakers and events. Otherwise, it is quite unclear how the nomicity of the laws, that is, the existence of lawmakers, is supposed to be explanatory of the events. 16.4. Laws of Nature and the CP. 16.4.1. Why are there no everyday violations? Let us return to the question of why everyday violations of the PSR or CP do not happen. Suppose we grant that the CP is not metaphysically necessary. Then why do violations of the CP not happen? Presumably, since X hypothesis they metaphysically could happen, the answer has to have something to do either with its being objectively unlikely that they should happen, or with the contingent laws of nature, or perhaps boundary conditions operative in our world. The objective unlikelihood, unless it is grounded in the laws of nature the way quantum probabilities are, is most obscure. For any one decently behaved possible world at which laws of nature just like those of our world hold and the CP holds in everyday contexts, there are infinitely many possible worlds where the CP does not hold. A universe is a maximal aggregate of physical entities. Call a universe that obeys our laws of physics and has the CP holding in everyday contexts a regular universe. In fact, there are infinitely many more irregular universes. To see this, let S be the set of regular universes. The set S is infinite, but it is 267. Nonetheless a set of some fixed cardinality. This point is not trivial, since the collection of all possible universes is not a set. 5. However, S is a set, because the rules or laws in accordance with which the good physical behavior of the world is defined specify the set of all possible continuants for any given world at any given time, for these rules specify what kinds of possible entities can come to be present in the world and how many of them can come in and when. The possibility of such specification is, I take it, analytically contained in the notion of a regular universe. To make this point clearer, suppose that the kind of regularity that the world has is that which some kind of quantum field theory posits. Then, the field theory posits that the basic entities in a regular continuant will be several kinds of fields governed by certain equations. Now, a field can be represented as a function from some fixed set A to some fixed set B. Example: a scalar field on a four-dimensional Euclidean space-time can be represented as a function from R4 to R, where R is the set of all real numbers. The collection of all functions from A to B is a set denoted by BA whose cardinality can be computed if the cardinalities of A and B are known. In the case of scalar fields on a four-dimensional Euclidean spacetime, the cardinality of the set of functions from R4 to R is a cardinality known as that is bigger than the cardinality of the continuum. Or, suppose that the kind of regularity that the universe enjoys is such as to imply, among other things, that the universe is composed of up to n. A finite or infinite number, particles, which arise from k, a finite or infinite number, different kinds, each of which kinds of particles has at most p, a finite or infinite number, different properties that can each be described by real numbers. The properties might be, example charge or coordinate components of the position. Then, the set of regular universes will have cardinality at most n times k times p, where is as before the cardinality of the continuum. And even if a universe is only regular in some aspect or in some region, we will still be able to run the argument I am about to give, but this time concerning not universes as wholes, but those aspects or regions of universes in which there is regularity. Instead of kinds of universes, we will then be talking of kinds of aspects or regions of universes and counting these. Working out the details in this extension of the argument is left as an exercise to the reader. Now, assume the axiom of choice. Let A denote the cardinality of S. Let n be any infinite cardinality greater than A, for example, 2A, the 5. This is shown in Pruss, 2001, for possible worlds, but the same argument applies to possible universes. 268. Cardinality of the set of all subsets of S, which Cantor's diagonal argument has shown to be greater than the cardinality of S. We will let U be a set of possible universes in which tomorrow the Earth and Sun disappear counternomically for a day and are replaced, for no cause at all, by a big cloud of photons all dancing the polka, with the number of these photons having some value between 0, the cardinality of the set of integers inclusive, and the n plus 1, st infinite cardinal number 6n, exclusive, which photons then disappear, the Earth and Sun return, and everything returns to normal gnomic order the day after. The number of different cardinalities m satisfying 0 less than or equal to mn is equal to n, and so we can choose the worlds in U so that U will have cardinality at least n and hence greater than A. Moreover, since n is an infinite cardinality, it must be that n is infinitely many times greater than A. Thus, indeed, there are a lot more of the everyday CP violating universes that otherwise obey the laws of physics than there are everyday CP obeying universes, if the violation of the CP is metaphysically possible. 7. Thus, we are unlikely to be able to say that everyday obedience to the CP is objectively probable, unless this probability can in some way be grounded in the laws. So we are back to where we were. If the everyday violation of the CP is metaphysically possible, then it must be the laws that explain why it is not in fact violated. Should it be countered that this lack of violation is just a brute fact, one that is not itself explained, and that it is question begging to assume otherwise in an argument for the PSR, the following response can be made. The preceding argument shows that there is a presumption that the high degree of everyday obedience to the CP we observe is a very unlikely state of affairs. Even if one were willing to tolerate brute facts, a theory's positing of a very unlikely brute fact that can be specified a priori in a concise way, the CP is satisfied, is a strong consideration against. 6. The existence of such a cardinal follows from the axiom of choice. For the technically minded reader, we prove this in the nomenclature of Kuratowski and Mostovsky, 1976. The number n is the cardinality of a set S. Then as S is well orderable by the axiom of choice, p 254, theorem 1, we can find an initial ordinal omega n, often also denoted n, with index equal to the cardinality n of W, p 273, theorem 5. By definition of the index, it follows that there are precisely n infinite initial ordinals less than omega n, p 273, definition 1, that is, there are precisely n cardinalities between 0, inclusive, and omega n, exclusive. We can then let n equals omega n. Note, throughout their p 273, Kuratowski and Mustoki talk of initial ordinals, where, to be strictly precise, they mean infinite initial ordinals. 7. For arguments of this sort in the related context of Lewis's extreme modal realism, see Forrest and Armstrong, 1984, Lewis, 1986, Section 2.5, Pruss, 2001, and Section 19.3.2. 269. That theory. 8. We should in fact say that on the theory that it is just a brute fact whether the CP holds in everyday contexts, the observed high degree to which the CP holds of macroscopic events is a most surprising fact. Whereas on the theory that the CP is metaphysically necessary, this fact is much less surprising, though we might reasonably still be surprised that the causes are so often observable. Thus, we have very strong evidence against the brute fact theory of the CP's holding in everyday contexts, and should opt for the alternative. The brute fact and unlikely but random accounts dismissed, we now need to consider whether the CP, even in a restricted form, could in fact be grounded in the contingent laws of nature. As we shall see, on the preceding lawmaker account of laws the answer is negative. 16.4.2. Ceteris paribus laws and the CP. On a lawmaker account, as long as there is more than one lawmaker influencing, say, motion, it is very natural to think of the laws of nature as all holding ceteris paribus. Perhaps one lawmaker brings it about, ceteris paribus, that items drop fall, while another brings it about that items magnetically repelled from the ground, ceteris paribus, move upward. Now, if we follow the Humean denial of the metaphysical necessity of the CP, then we will have to admit that whatever a lawmaker can do can also happen in a brute manner, without any cause. A rock can fall under. 8. The notion of a fact that can be specified a priori in a concise way is an intuitive notion. For instance, we will use this notion when we say, upon hearing of a run of 1,000 heads in a coin-tossing experiment, that surely there was something fishy. Even though the run of 1,000 heads has exactly the same probability as any other sequence of 1,000 outcomes, namely, probability 2 1,000, the run of 1,000 heads could be concisely specified ahead of time, unlike most of the alternatives. There is no successful way of making this notion precise right now, though Chomsky, 1998, 2002, has made valiant attempts. A basic difficulty, for instance, is that the notion of a specification is language relative, and we need to avoid languages that are gerrymandered to specify precisely the description we are after. Thus, supposing that a given seemingly random run of 1,000 tosses of a coin has occurred, a language might in fact be gerrymandered to include the adjective Jabberwockian, which describes precisely that sequence of coin toss results, so that the run could be specified briefly, a Jabberwockian run has occurred. One needs to rule out such gerrymandering. This is most difficult in the case in which the phenomena to be specified, Chomsky 2002, is concerned with things like life, are ones that were observed prior to and during the development of our language. Unfortunately, the CP is also this kind of a phenomenon, and this means that the argument must be run on an intuitive level only, at least right now. Note, however, that we would just as much think fishy a run of 1,000 heads that occurred when the English language was being formed. We can perhaps proceed intuitively in these matters with the help of such counterfactuals. 270. The influence of gravity, or it can just move this way or that for no reason. Now, just as the gravitational impulse can be countered by an opposed magnetic impulse, it is plausible that the gravitational impulse could be countered by a brute uncaused impulse in a direction opposite to that of the gravitational impulse. If we say that the lawmaker of the law of gravity is by itself sufficient to bring about the downward movement, and hence when the lawmaker is present the movement cannot fail to occur, then we have contradicted the fact that the law of gravitation holds merely ceteris paribus. Of course, we might say that when we claim that we have a ceteris paribus law, we do not mean that the law operates in the absence of a countervailing brute impulse but in the absence of a countervailing cause. Moreover, one might wonder about the very conceptual possibility of a brute impulse, since an impulse is by definition that which a force produces, and hence is caused by the force, and since further more one might worry that there just is no concept of an impulse in present-day physics. But these objections miss the point. The point is, what is it that makes it be the case that when the lawmaker is present and no other forces or laws are relevant, the law-like behavior must occur, on the assumption that, at least in everyday contexts, it is at least nomically necessary that the behavior occur then? If we say that the lawmaker necessitates this behavior to occur, then we no longer have a ceteris paribus law. The metaphysical necessity of the CP would allow, however, for this question to be answered as follows: the non-occurrence of the behavior, in the presence of the lawmaker and the absence of other causes, would itself be a causeless event and hence a violation of the CP. If we have the CPs being metaphysically necessary, then indeed the issue is clear: events can only occur for causes, and so the causeless event of the law-like behavior's non-occurrence cannot occur. The preceding argument relies on the idea that there is more than one lawmaker influencing, say, the motion of a particle, that there is not one unified law, with a single lawmaker, that governs all the motion of our particle. Moreover, it is assumed that we cannot consider the conjunction of all the laws to be something that itself does not hold mere ceteris paribus. But even if there were a unified law or conjunction of laws, it might well be conceptually possible to think of this law as ceteris paribus. Were there other influences, other lawmakers, ex hypothesi, there are not. Quite possibly this lawmaker would not suffice to produce the effects. If we accept this, the argument becomes more general. 271. A different way to run the argument is to focus on the version of the CP that talks of the impossibility of objects coming into existence for no cause. Consider a large vacuum container. Why is it that we will not observe a brick or a stone or some other massive objects popping into existence in this container? One might start to answer this question by saying that quantum mechanics, while allowing for objects to pop into existence, makes it a very unlikely event when the object is massive. However, this, again, misses the point of the question. The lawmakers of the laws of quantum mechanics provide causes for objects popping into existence, though not ex nihilo, because in the presence of those lawmakers, which are not nothing. But in what way can something cause it to be the case that something does not brutally pop into existence? How can an ex nihilo popping into existence be causally prevented? We cannot prevent it in our usual way by preventing the cause from occurring or succeeding, since there is supposed to be no cause. 16.4.3 Essence and existence. Here is yet another form of the argument. A brick has both essence and existence. On a Phrygian analysis of this, the existence is a property of the essence, in the sense that for the brick to exist is for its essence to have the property of being instantiated. Consider the essence of a possible brick that could exist in a vacuum container. How do the lawmakers of the laws of quantum mechanics, or any other lawmakers, prevent this essence from, for no reason at all, gaining the property of being instantiated? After all, presumably, These lawmakers do not act on uninstantiated essences, they act, instead, on concrete existing things, transforming some into others. One possible answer to the question is to say that the way the popping into existence of the brick is prevented is by the law-enforced presence in that place of something incompatible with the brick's presence. Vacuum is, on this view, not the complete absence of stuff. Perhaps, at least, empty space-time is there, and the presence of empty space-time is incompatible with the brick's presence there, while the lawmakers of the laws of nature continually bring it about that the empty space-time persists as it is. This answer, however, will not work if all laws are unavoidably ceteris paribus, because then the laws will not be sufficient to bring it about that empty space-time remains as it is, and so it will be incomprehensible how they guard against brute poppings into existence. And there are arguments to be made in favor of all laws being ceteris paribus. Besides the well-known arguments of Nancy Cartwright, 1999. 272. One might add another one, at least for someone who thinks that some thing like theism is logically possible, for, arguably, it is logically possible that, whatever lawmakers actually exist, there might coexist with them a very powerful supernatural being capable of overriding them. If so, then the laws are ceteris paribus, they function in the absence of the influence of a logically possible supernatural being. 16.4.4. The probability of violations of the PSR. A useful intermediate conclusion result that I will argue for now is this. 125. If the PSR is not metaphysically necessary, then either it is objectively highly probable that the PSR is violated in many ways, or there are no objective, non-epistemic, non-frequentist probabilities of specific events that would be violations of the PSR. For now I will assume all objective probabilities are non-epistemic and so drop the non-epistemic qualifier. An objective Bayesian approach will be discussed in section 17.4.2.g. Now, frequentism is not a viable option because after all it is possible for coins to have come up heads in all the finitely many tosses that have in fact occurred, even though the probability of coming up heads is not one by an event with a non-existent objective probability. I do not mean an event that has zero objective probability. Rather, I mean an event about whose objective likelihood it makes no sense to talk. There may well be contingent events that have no objective probabilities. For instance, if there is a God, then it might be that God's freedom is so radical that there are no objective probabilities to be, even in principle, assigned to different possible cosmoi that God could create, and if there is no God, then it might well be that no objective probability could be assigned even in principle to the Big Bang. We might convince ourselves on the grounds of there being more possible worlds with lots of violations of the PSR than those with no violations of the PSR that violations of the PSR are objectively probable, if we take probability in terms of world or universe counting in some intuitive sense, albeit it is known that this is a sense that is very difficult to quantify. Otherwise, we have to say that there is no objective probability of any possible violation of the PSR, for the only other way there could be such an objective probability would be if these probabilities would be generated by the laws of nature, and this would make specific violations of the PSR be law-governed events. But if we understand law-governed 273 events as ones arising from the causality of substances and or lawmakers, and if we accept the thesis at the heart of the rejection of the free will and quantum objections to the PSR, namely, that causation always gives rise to an explanation, we have to conclude that specific events violating the PSR cannot arise from any kind of causality and hence cannot have objective probabilities assignable nomically. We can in fact reject the first disjunct in the conclusion of 125, since we do not in fact observe lots of widespread violations of the PSR, and hence that disjunct is empirically disproved. Given the implausibility of frequentist accounts of probability, it follows that 126, if the PSR is not metaphysically necessary, then there are no objective probabilities of specific events that would be violations of the PSR. This undercuts all objective gnomic probability assignments if the preceding arguments are correct about there always being possibilities of violations of laws given the negation of the metaphysical necessity of the PSR. 4. Suppose that we have an objective probability of some event is occurring in a law-governed way given the laws. Then 127, P, E occurs, equals P, E occurs in a law-governed way laws are obeyed, P, laws are obeyed, plus P, E occurs for no reason at all or for some anomic reason laws are not obeyed, P, laws are not obeyed. Of course, we must understand the laws that are not obeyed here as cateris paribus ones, rather than as universally true propositions. The preceding sum then involves two terms, the first of which presumably has an objective value, while the second does not. Hence the sum also does not have an objective value. 9. The preceding arguments become particularly clear if we understand the laws in an Aristotelian way. We have a plurality of finite substances in the universe, each with its own dispositions, capacities, powers, and characteristic forms of behavior. The substances interact in various ways. For instance, through gravitational attraction or electrical repulsion. No finite substance is sufficiently powerful to be able to overcome all actual 9. The sum A equals B plus C where B has objective value and C does not cannot itself have objective value, for if it did have it, then so would C as C equals AB. On the other hand, it is possible to imagine a sum in which neither sum and has objective value but the sum does. For instance, suppose D has no objective value. Then, neither does D. But the sum of D and D might count as having objective value 0. 274. And possible opposition. Now on this view, it is indeed incomprehensible how a finite substance or set of finite substances is capable of preventing the popping into existence of something new. Moreover, one might think that anything that can pop into existence for no cause can also causelessly pop out of existence. If substances can pop into existence causelessly, then the fact that finite substances do not in fact willy-nilly pop out of existence cannot be grounded in the powers, capacities, and characteristic behaviors of finite substances. 16.4.5. Would a deity help? The Aristotelian can, however, posit a more powerful substance that tains in existence all existing substances and holds sway over empty regions of space to ensure that they are empty in the absence of causes. Such a substance would be a sort of deity. It is not clear whether any substance could do this if it were not itself sufficiently similar to the God of Western monotheism. Plausibly, the only way a substance could sustain in existence other substances and prevent the causeless popping into existence of new substances is if it were such as to be itself the source of being, that by virtue of participation in which all the other substances exist and apart from which no substance can exist or pop into existence. It is plausible, further, that any such substance, since it would be the source of being, would have to exist either necessarily or at least quasi-necessarily, where a being exists quasi-necessarily provided it exists in every non-empty world. It would be strange if the fount of being did not have quasi-necessity. At least, since that would mean that it is a mere accident that it, rather than something else, is the fount of being. This would be sufficient to guarantee the truth of the version of the CP that says that substances cannot come into existence ex nihilo, for in every non-empty world, then, substances would come into existence only under the influence or sway of that deiform substance. More generally, an Aristotelian system of caeteris paribus laws arising out of the dispositions, powers, and characteristic behaviors of finite substances can only work if the CP is assumed, for only if one could rule out the possibility of lawless brute behavior not grounded in these dispositions, powers, and characteristic behaviors could any concrete predictions be made, even if one knew all of the caeteris paribus laws. The lawmakers, that is, the dispositions, powers, and characteristic behaviors of substances, are such that each is incapable on its own of logically necessitating any one result. Taken all together, they also are incapable of logically necessitating 275. A result. After all, were a new substance to pop into existence, it could override their activity. This makes it plausible that the only way behavior not arising from the activities of the substances, that is, unlawful behavior, could be ruled out would be either through the efficacy of a deiform substance or through an appropriate CP being metaphysically necessary. Or both, since one might take the CP to imply the existence of a god. 16.4.6. Causelessly ceasing to be. Finally, observe a simple way in which a failure of the cosmic CP might lead to scientifically unacceptable results. Suppose we accept the parity thesis that a contingent being that can causelessly come to be can also causelessly cease to be. If we think that the universe as a whole causelessly came to be, say, in the Big Bang, then we must likewise suppose it can causelessly cease to be. Now, the coming to be of the universe was on this view a causeless event not governed by laws of nature, for if it were governed by laws of nature, then we could say that the universe was caused by the lawmakers of the laws, even if the causal connection here were indeterministic. Cf. the discussion of quantum mechanics in Chapter 8. Understanding the causelessness in the parity thesis in the same way, we will have to allow that the universe as a whole can also cease to exist, in a way that is not governed by scientific laws. But this yields a defeater to scientific predictions of the future fate of the universe. Notwithstanding whatever the scientific theories say, the universe could cease to exist, in a way not governed by law. The possibility of the universe's just popping out of existence is a possibility that needs to be taken seriously, because it is a possibility precisely parallel to something that, on the theory under consideration, has in fact happened. The universe has popped into existence. While not just any logical possibility of an outre event needs to be considered, when an event of the same sort has occurred and one has no justified way to attribute a low probability to the events recurring, then the canons of reason, even of inductive reason, require one to take the possibility seriously. And indeed nothing can be said of the probability of the universe's popping out of existence, since this popping out of existence is not supposed to happen in concert with the laws of nature. Observe that this argument can be run apart from the Aristotelian account of laws of nature or the more general lawmaker account. It can be run even from a Humean point of view. But once one uses an account of laws other than that considered earlier, then the following response 276 becomes available: the parity thesis is false, for the universe's popping into existence at the beginning of time is, while not governed by law, not contrary to any law of nature. But the universe's popping out of existence would in fact be contrary to the laws of nature. The point is that on the more Aristotelian view, laws are of a caeteris paribus sort. But on other views, exceptions might be impossible and there might be no caeteris paribus clauses. However, let us consider the whole of the evidence available to us before we decide what counts as a law. Part of our evidence is that, X hypothesis, the universe has popped into existence. Let us suppose that this is an event to which no available well-confirmed scientific theory can assign objective probabilities. Nonetheless, it is something we should work into our views. If we accept an intuitive parity between popping into existence and popping out of existence, then by the same token we should leave room in our laws for the universe to cease to exist. Thus, our causal laws should be of the form, state A at t is followed by state B at t plus t provided that the universe still exists at t plus t. We have no reason to dismiss the possibility of the universe's causelessly ceasing to exist if we do not accept a CP. 16.4.7. Induction. Consider a final objection. We know inductively that there are causes of macroscopic phenomena, simply by virtue of having found causes in the cases of many macroscopic phenomena. There are at least three problems with this answer. The first is the worry that many of the inductive data may be neutral with respect to the PSR or may presuppose it. For instance, yes, we have an explanation of the patterns shown on cathode ray tubes, an explanation in terms of electrons. But we have not actually seen the electrons. We infer their existence as the best explanation of this and other phenomena, arguably only because we assume that there is an explanation, or so it shall be argued in the next chapter. Now, consider the following two hypotheses. 128, the PSR is true of macroscopic phenomena, and 129, there are always good putative explanations of macroscopic phenomena, that is, propositions compatible with the phenomena that would explain them well were they true. Cases like those of electrons only support 128, by supporting 129. However, there will be cases of inductive data that do support the PSR. 277. Sometimes we will in fact be in a position to see that in fact there is an explanation. But this takes us to the second objection. We do not in fact always find explanations for phenomena. We may never know why Sextus Empiricus died or why the San Francisco earthquake of 1906 occurred in 1906 rather than 1905, however hard we might search for the explanation, though no one wants to claim, at least in the case of Sextus Empiricus's death, that there was no cause. It might be optimistically claimed that in the case of phenomena that we collectively put our mind to and that do not slip further and further from what is epistemically accessible to us, as particular historical events do, we do eventually come up with an explanation. But it is not clear that such confidence is in fact justified historically. For instance, we have searched for centuries for the origins of life. We do have accounts of abiogenesis, but these are mere theories, for none of which do we have independent evidence. The most that can be said for these accounts is that if the origin of life has an explanation and if the explanation is naturalistic, then likely some account like one of these is true. And we do have theistic accounts, but of course theism entails a form of the PSR, since if there is a God, his activity together with that of any free creatures explains everything, at least as long as God's existence counts as self-explanatory because it is necessary. Likewise, we have a number of theories of what triggers rain, but none of the theories is sufficiently dominant for us to say with any confidence why rain happens when it does. Of course, one might come up with a story about why these kinds of unsolved problems are particularly hard ones, concerning the distant past, or very complex phenomena. And one might in fact claim, confidently, that any cases in which our concerted efforts at finding an explanation have been thwarted will turn out not to be disconfirmatory of the PSR, understood as inductively supported, but will turn out to be cases in which we can explain why our doxastic faculties are simply too limited for us to be able to handle the problem or why the problem is very complex. This confidence is highly plausible, but its justification rests on a priori considerations rather than induction. A third but most controversial consideration against the inductive justification of the PSR is that violations of the PSR would not be law-governed phenomena. Inductive reasoning, however, presupposes that we are operating within a law-governed realm, and hence cannot itself justify this presupposition. A thought experiment: suppose you came upon a bunch of 100 oysters and found after opening 30 of 278 the oysters that each contained a pearl. You might justifiably conclude that they all contain pearls. However, suppose you further learn that in fact whether a given oyster produces a pearl is an anomic phenomenon, one with no explanation and one to which objectively no probabilities can be assigned. I would suggest that such information would make one conclude that in fact it was just a coincidence that the 30 oysters contained pearls, and hence that one cannot justifiably claim that the others would as well. In fact, one might even hold, with Rundle, 1986, that induction itself depends on the PSR, and then that dependence would be an argument for the PSR. So long as relevant conditions match those when our actions have had such results, say, as the door opening when the key is turned previously, we anticipate them following yet again. Part of what is at work here is a principle of sufficient reason. A departure from an observed regularity means that conditions were different on this occasion. Rundle, 1986, p. 120, 121. One difficulty with this argument is that we have seen that if the PSR is not to lead to fatalism, we must accept cases in which the same conditions end up with different results, for instances, cases of libertarian free will or quantum indeterminism. However, the basic point here stands. It is quite plausible to see the pattern in simple induction as starting with a claim that there is an explanation for the inductive data. Then, we try to fill out the explanation, though perhaps only to a very vague extent. For instance, there is something deterministic in virtue of which all A's are B's. And then from this explanation we conclude that the next A will be AB, unless the conditions differ in that something is no longer present. This suggestion leads us into our next topic. 279. 17. Inference to the best or only explanation. 17.1. Can inference to best or only explanation be rational without the PSR? A number of scientific inference schemes have the structure: we have a phenomenon, ideally, one that comprises a cluster of different phenomena, and a number of explanatory hypotheses H1. Hn, that is, hypotheses each of which would explain were the hypothesis in question true. Of these, high is the best or most plausible or most probable. Hence, probably high holds. The question of how we tell which of the hypotheses should be chosen, what best or most plausible means, is of course the area where much controversy lies, but I will avoid this question. Schemes having this general form I will label inference to best explanation, IBE, though some Bayesian schemes not always contained under that label will qualify, as long as the hypotheses among which one is choosing on Bayesian grounds are explanatory. I will be interested in this inference scheme to the extent that it is considered to be truth-directed in a realist sense. The non-realist about inference to best explanation will thus not be interested in what follows. Indeed, some may find the following considerations moving them to this non-realist stance. IBE then holds that given a number of putative explanations, the one that is in some sense best is likely true. But what if in fact the phenomenon has no explanation at all? What if the phenomenon is just a brute fact? This possibility would not, of course, itself be an explanatory hypothesis. Thus, it would not fall within the purview of IBE at all. I want to suggest that it is a possibility for which the IBE defender needs to account. Even if one solved the difficult problem of deciding which of a set of competing 280 explanations is best and why bestness is a sign of truth, the problem of why we should think there is an explanation at all would remain. The threat of the no explanation hypothesis is in addition to the well-known threat that an unknown hypothesis might explain the phenomenon. Unlike an unknown hypothesis, the no explanation hypothesis is a hypothesis that is worked out in as much detail as any of the particular explanatory hypotheses, but it is simpler. It just states that the phenomenon happened for no reason at all. Obviously, this is not a worry we have in everyday doxastic practices. If we find that the airplane that crashed had a metal fatigue failure in the ailerons that would produce a crash in, say, 5% of flights, and if we find no other putative explanation, then we simply conclude that probably the metal fatigue failure caused the crash. The idea that given such a simple and clear theory about how the crash could have happened, nonetheless it might be that there was no cause strikes us as even more bizarre than that there should be no cause in a case in which there is no theory about how the crash could have happened. But if the PSR fails to be necessarily true, are we right to dismiss this possibility? Why should we not consider the hypothesis of no explanation in addition to the explanatory hypotheses? It seems to be simpler than the other hypotheses. The probability of this hypothesis is, moreover, inscrutable, and indeed perhaps objectively the hypothesis has no probability, neither high nor low, neither 1 nor 0, since it posits an anomic event, and one might think that objective probabilities can only be assigned in the presence of laws. In other words, the possibility that the PSR might be false seems to introduce a defeater to IBE-based inferences. There may seem to be something circular about first having argued for the metaphysical necessity of the PSR in Chapter 16 as the best explanation of why the PSR holds in everyday situations, and then arguing in this section that IBE itself depends on the PSR. This accusation would be fair if we were trying to justify IBE. But that is not the point. It is a given that IBE is a good inferential truth-directed practice. Using this practice, we can argue for the metaphysical necessity of the PSR. Furthermore, however, we can consider the argument that IBE itself in part depends for its success on the PSR. 17.2. Preference for explanatory theories. We tend to prefer explanatory theories to non-explanatory ones. Take any scientific theory, say, Neo-Darwinian evolution. We can try to consider 281. A weaker theory that is the same theory minus the distinctive causal or explanatory claims that the theory makes. Thus, instead of saying that natural selection and random mutation explain the mammalian eye, the weaker theory will say that there was such and such a sequence of organisms, that after a cosmic ray hit a DNA molecule, it changed in such and such a way, and so forth. The weaker theory is just as useful for all practical purposes, because it produces exactly the same predictions. Moreover, we can retain any counterfactual claims, if we think we need them practically. Thus, we can say that were the glass to be dropped, it would fall. As long as we do not imply that it would fall because of the dropping. An occasionalist will use counterfactual discourse in this way. Since the weaker theory does the job and fits the data equally well, why not go for it instead? In general, given two theories that, as far as we know, fit the observed data equally well and give the same amount of predictions, but where one theory claims to explain the data and the other neither claims to explain nor not to explain, take, for instance, the claims of Hellenistic empiricist physicians, IBE would tell us to opt for the explanatory Theory. This is an instance of use of IBE that cannot simply be reduced to Bayesian epistemology, at least not in the absence of the PSR. Both theories make the observed data equally likely. If Bayesian epistemology is to explain the difference will have to lie in the priors. But there is no reason to suppose that the explanatory theory should have a higher prior probability than the non-explanatory theory. In fact, in general, since the non-explanatory theories make weaker claims than the explanatory ones, they should have higher prior probabilities. Of course, it may be that we only assign a high prior probability to a non-explanatory theory T when there is an explanatory theory T that is strictly stronger than T and whose prior probability is very close to that of T. If so, then confirmation of T would be confirmation of T. But why should we assign high prior probabilities only to those non-explanatory theories that have such an explanatory theory associated with them? What justification is there for this? If there is none, then we cannot say that there is anything irrational about those who act differently. Cf. section 17.4.2. For probabilistic attempts to answer this question. On the other hand, given the PSR, we can give an account of our preference for explanatory theories. There has to be an explanation. Theory A purports to give one and is the best candidate. We say, Eureka! We have found what we were looking for, and we accept A. On the other 282 hand, if we had a non-explanatory theory, we would know that even if that theory is true, we would not be done, there would be a further theory to be given. Here is a different approach. Suppose, now, that we have a contest between two incompatible theories, A and B, of comparable complexity, where A is explanatory and B is not. If we accept B, then given the PSR, because B is not explanatory, we know that the full story either does not include B or goes beyond B. Thus, if B is correct and a part of the full story, rather than a falsehood or a merely accidental truth, the full story of the phenomenon to be explained is more complex than B and hence than A. If, on the other hand, A is correct, it might well be the full story. Simplicity bids us to prefer A, all other considerations being equal. But it does so only given some version of the PSR. 17.3. The Sherlock Holmes principle. Observe, finally, how strong our commitment is to the PSR, in connection with IBE in the special case in which only one explanation is available. Recall Sherlock Holmes's famous precept: when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Which seems at first sight to be a claim about modal logic. But actually, the application of this principle uses a version of the PSR, as we see from the continuation of the quote. Holmes, we know that he did not come through the door, the window, or the chimney. We also know that he could not have been concealed in the room, as there is no concealment possible. When, then, did he come? He came through the hole in the roof. I cried. Of course he did. He must have done so. Doyle, 1927, p. 111. Holmes thus takes the elimination of all other explanations to be tantamount to an elimination of all other possibilities. There is no possibility of the person's coming to be ex nihilo in the room. In our ordinary reasoning, if we are certain that we have enumerated all the possible explanations, as Holmes admittedly had not, and that all but one did not occur, then we are certain that the remaining explanation is the correct one. We do not allow for any possibility of there being no explanation. To modify somewhat an example by David White, 1979, suppose that a number of zoo animals were brutally killed, 283, and dismembered. We have absolutely conclusive evidence that no animal had any access to the cages in question, and only one person did. Moreover, we know that no disease or other natural event could have caused the carnage. On the basis of our absolutely conclusive evidence, only that one person could have done it, though there is no direct evidence against him. On the contrary, there is extremely strong character and circumstantial evidence in favor of this man, who was widely reputed to be a holy man who loved animals as Saint Francis did. It is highly implausible that he did it. But if it is even more unlikely that anyone or anything else did it, then we will reluctantly conclude that our Saint Francis did it. The only question is whether the evidence ruling out the other possible explanations is solid. Observe, too, that, as Holmes did, no doubt, the prosecutor in court will slide between talking of having eliminated all other possible explanations and talking of having eliminated all other possibilities, and no one will consider as a possibility the option that the dismembering deaths of the animals are a brute uncaused fact. Thus, in our ordinary practice, we assign zero probability to the chance that this was a brute fact. Now, there is no reason why it should be any less likely that we have an unexplained brute fact occur in a case in which there is only one available explanation than in a case in which there is more than one available explanation. Thus, in the latter cases, if we are to be consistent, we should suppose there to be no chance of there failing to be an explanation. The strength of this commitment to the PSR also strengthens the claim that the PSR is not itself an inductively confirmed generalization. Observe that Holmes's principle that if there is only one possible explanation, then this explanation is correct is arguably sufficient as a replacement for the PSR in the most controversial application of the PSR, namely, its application on a global scale to the existence of the cosmos or to the big conjunctive contingent fact, the conjunction of all contingent true propositions with truth functional redundancies removed, if needed. For as we have seen, it can be argued that in those cases the only possible explanation is in terms of the free action of a necessary being. Therefore, by Holmes's principle, this is the explanation. This argument was made by David White, 1979, see also Katz and Creamer, 1997. And, of course, if we have an explanation of the BCCF, then we have an explanation of every contingent fact, and hence the PSR is true. Thus, Holmes's principle implies the PSR. 284. 17.4. Alternatives to the PSR that do the job. 17.4.1. Restricted PSRs. 17.4.1. A restriction to scientific cases. Let us now consider some alternatives to the PSR that seem to do the job for philosophy of science. 130. If P is a true proposition that can have a scientific explanation, or, alternately, P is the sort of proposition that can have a scientific explanation, then P has an explanation. This principle would appear to exclude the BCCF or the proposition that there is a contingent being, since it seems there cannot be a scientific explanation of these facts. Thus, it is a principle that would tell the PSR to keep to its proper place and not lead us into theological realms, grand axiarchic principles, or the like. However, in fact, 130 does not appear to accomplish the kind of limiting of the explanatory aspirations that it promises. Let S be the set of all contingent physical beings. Suppose that, in fact, all the members of S are discernible, that Leibniz's principle of identity of indiscernibles, PII, holds at least contingently, in the following sense: for each member alpha of S there is a general non-relational property P alpha, that is, a non-relational property expressible in general terms without rigidly referring to individuals, places, or times, such that alpha and only alpha has P alpha. This is a plausible assumption. The argument extends to a more general, and even more plausible, case in which each set of mutually indiscernible contingent beings is of finite cardinality, but I will leave that as an exercise to the reader, cf. Pruss, 2004a. Consider now the conjunction P of all propositions of the form 131, there exists a unique contingent being X such that P alpha. Somewhat surprisingly, P is a proposition of a sort that could have a scientific explanation. It is a finite or infinite conjunction of propositions of the form 131. But such propositions can have scientific explanations. For instance, if one has a conjunction of 17 propositions of the form 131, there is no conceptual problem with giving a scientific explanation of why this conjunction is true. One just explains how one of the entities came into existence, how another came into existence, and so on, making sure that one does not involve oneself in a circularity and that one also explains any apparent coincidences. In fact, plausibly, it is logically possible for P to have a scientific explanation, for there could 285 be a larger universe in which P is still true and where P is explained in terms of the antics of contingent physical entities not falling under any of the descriptions P alpha for alpha in S. In that universe, S would only be a subset of all the contingent physical entities, but this does not affect the argument. Hence, by 130, P must have an explanation. But, in fact, it seems that P does not have a scientific explanation, for an explanation of P would have to make reference to entities outside S, and no scientific explanation does that, since in fact the set S is the set of all contingent physical beings. Thus, P has a non-scientific explanation. Thus, while the motivation for 130 was to clip the wings of the PSR and not allow us to get to non-scientific explanations, 130 fails to accomplish this. Of course, one might deny that the version of the PII used previously is even contingently true, as well as denying the more general technical assumption about the finitude of cardinality of each set of mutually indiscernible contingent entities. If so, then the preceding argument would be blocked. But it is highly implausible that it is permissible to infer an explanation of P if and only if this technical assumption holds. That would seem quite ad hoc. And given that 130 fails to give one what one wanted when one proposed it, the simpler full PSR is more plausible. Now, one might try to block the preceding argument by saying that I misunderstood what 130 is getting at. Granted, P could have a scientific explanation. But it could not have one in the actual world where P is in fact a report of the existence of all contingent physical beings. Thus, perhaps, the modality we want in 130 is possibility in the actual world. But there is no such modality. Unless this modality is going to collapse into ordinary metaphysical possibility, the actual world must be a rigid designator. But if W rigidly designates a world and Q rigidly designates a proposition, then the proposition that Q holds at W is either necessary or impossible. Otherwise, we end up with nonsensical claims such as Q holds at W1, but it is not the case that Q holds at W2. Hence, if the actual world is a rigid designator, whatever can hold at the actual world necessarily holds at the actual world. And so, 130 says that P has an explanation if P has a scientific explanation, and that is a mere tautology. But perhaps the modality in 130 is epistemic. Given that we know P to be the conjunction of all propositions of the form 131 for alpha in S, it is not epistemically possible that P have a scientific explanation. However, epistemic possibility differs from person to person, and so this would mean that P has an explanation provided it is epistemically possible. 286. For at least one person, or maybe one rational person, that it has a scientific explanation. This is an unacceptably anthropocentric principle. Besides, since views of what can and cannot have a scientific explanation differ widely among rational persons, it would follow in practice that just about any true proposition would have an explanation, except maybe propositions such as P is true but has no scientific explanation. Probably, however, what someone who would propose that the modal ity in 130 is epistemic really means is that 132, if P is known to be true and it is epistemically possible that P has a scientific explanation, then it is rational to believe that P has an explanation. Such a principle would seem to do the job in practice. It allows that if one did not know that, for instance, P is the report of the existence of all contingent physical beings, then it would be rational to believe that P has an explanation, but it might cease to be rational if one learned that P actually reports the existence of all contingent physical beings. Likewise, if we learned that some quantum mechanical facts do not have a scientific explanation, then the principle would no longer justify us in thinking that they have an explanation. There are other variants of the condition in the principle. For instance, one might say, cf. Calendar, 2004, that it is rational to believe that P has an explanation provided that it is reasonable to think that an explanation would be fruitful, either pragmatically, example by yielding predictions, or explanatorily, in terms of supplying a theory that explains other things. All of these have in common the claim that under some conditions as to what an explanation of P would be expected to be like, it is rational to believe P has an explanation. Now, observe that such a principle does not actually reflect the totality of instances in which we are willing to accept the existence of an explanation. Suppose that scientific study demonstrated that some basic constant in the laws of nature when expressed in binary in a physically natural system of units, upon being interpreted as a sequence of 8-bit ASCII codes, spells out a dense 500-page treatise in Danish that has the same combination of being enigmatic and yet insightful as the concluding unscientific postscript of Kierkegaard. We would not exactly know what to make of it, just as we do not really know what to make of the postscript. A scientific explanation would not be possible since the constant was assumed to be basic. Since the work is so enigmatic, we could not assume that the claims made in it are straightforwardly true or even accepted by 287. The author. Besides, the content of the work might be such as not to generate testable predictions even were the content of the work assumed to be all true. Yet, surely, the rational thing to do is to believe that there was an intelligent being that was at least partially responsible for making the constant have the value it has. This does not generate predictions. It might make somewhat plausible the claim that other constants might hide other messages, but even if this claim were not borne out, we would still be reasonable in thinking that there is an explanation in this case. One might think that in this case, one does not need any specific principle for inferring explanations, but simple induction will suffice. Things that look like complex literary works are all written by intelligent agents, we see. This looks like a complex literary work. Hence, it is written by an intelligent agent. But the claim that things that look like complex literary works are written by intelligent agents is no more strongly confirmed empirically than the claim that every contingent proposition has an explanation. Note that in both cases we have cases in which we do not have direct data. There are, after all, complex literary works whose authors are not known and for which we have no independent evidence that they have an author. Furthermore, even if we found out somehow. For instance, because an indisputably divine voice told us that the mysterious treatise was not composed by an intelligent agent, we would surely at least suspect there is still an explanation and might toss around strange possibilities such as that an intelligent agent was responsible for it in a different way than by composing it, example by designing a non-intelligent machine that produces Kierkegaardian prose, or that somehow the collective unconscious of humankind produced it supernaturally, and so on. Thus, 132, does not appear sufficient. The restriction to cases in which the epistemically possible explanation is scientific appears ad hoc. It is quite unclear why the epistemic possibility of a scientific explanation gives sufficient evidence for the claim that the proposition has an explanation in a way in which the epistemic possibility of explanation simpliciter does not. And of course, once one removes the requirement that the explanation be scientific, then the epistemic possibility of the theistic explanation of the BCCF will be enough to secure the reasonableness of thinking that the BCCF has an explanation, and hence that every contingent true proposition has one. 17.4.1.b detailed explanation. On the other hand, one might modify 132 by removing the restriction to scientific explanations and inserting 288 instead a requirement that we have a fairly specific notion of a possible explanation. 133, if P is known to be true and it is epistemically possible that P has an explanation that we can spell out in relevant detail, then it is rational to believe that P has an explanation. To block the application of this principle to the BCCF, and hence block the movement from 133 to the rationality of believing the PS are to be at least contingently true, we can insist that the theist does not actually give a putative explanation, but gives a sketch of an explanation. For the theist says that God brought about the BCCF for some reason R, but the theist cannot say very much at all about what R is. And something needs to be said about R for the explanation to count as spelled out in relevant detail, CFGR Unbaum, 2004. However, note that this attempt to block the application of 133 fails. As a theist can give some epistemically possible reasons are. She may say, with Rescher's interpretation of Leibniz, that God wanted to optimize a balance of diversity over simplicity. Or she may say, with John Hick, that God wanted to create a world where creation could participate in self-creation on the level of species through evolution and on the individual level through the moral self-improvement and growth of limited persons. Or she might say that God valued the objective good of creatures praising Him freely. There are many possibilities. The theist cannot say which of these possible reasons is the one on which God actually acted. But 133 does not require that we be antecedently able to say which one of the epistemically possible explanations is the correct one. As long as we can give some sort of a relevantly detailed sketch of an epistemically possible explanation, that is all we need. If one complains that all of these sketches are too vague, consider the similar vagueness that can obtain in putative explanation of why a work of art came into existence. I once saw a number of rocks piled one on top of the other, on a rocky beach in Vancouver. The rocks clearly were purposefully arranged and had some sort of artistic vision. But I could not understand their arrangement. The sketch I could give of a putative agent-based explanation would be quite sketchy indeed. Someone arranged them for some artistic purpose or other. But that should be enough for purposes of 133, since this seems a fine application of 133. In fact, to this day, my knowledge of the reasons for this arrangement remains more general than any one of the mentioned proposals in the theistic case. And, in fact, I can offer a theistic proposal that would have a very similar level of specificity. 289. A highly intelligent agent brought about the BCCF for some artistic purpose or other. Now it is true, I suppose, that if I stared at the work of art, I might eventually come up with possible interpretations that are more specific. But it is implausible that I would need to do that to be justified in simply thinking that there is an explanation. Moreover, many, people do claim to find more and more meaning in the universe as they continue to live. 17.4.2 Probabilistic PSR 17.4.2 A Bayesian approaches. Perhaps we could simply look at matters in a Bayesian way and assign a very low prior probability to causeless events occurring. This, too, would give us what we need in daily life and science. But it is not clear what would underwrite such a probability assignment. It is rational to set one's epistemic probabilities in accordance with those objectively assigned by the laws of nature when the laws of nature assign probabilities. But this does not apply in this case, as we have seen in section 16.4.4. It is perhaps likewise rational to choose one's probabilities in accordance with some principle of indifference. But a principle of indifference is surely not going to tell us that it is unlikely that an object will come into existence ex nihilo. It is not clear that any other proposed methods for choosing prior probabilities will help, unless in an ad hoc way they simply say that one should assign probabilities in a way that is hostile to things coming into existence ex nihilo. One might, of course, retreat into the purely subjectivist Bayesian camp. This, however, does not appear satisfactory. It means, for instance, that we cannot say anything about the irrationality of the person who is constantly surprised not to see objects popping into existence ex nihilo if her consistent probability assignment included a high probability of their doing so. We can criticize such a person on the grounds that her probability assignment was in fact bad for her, that she could not navigate well in the world. But that is not a rationality criticism, just as it is not a rationality criticism to say that it was bad for Fred not to have played the lottery. Because the number that he always uses when he plays the lottery had 1. It was bad for Fred not to have played the lottery, but there was, we may suppose, nothing irrational about it. 17.4.2. B. An objective Bayesianism. There is, however, an objective Bayesian approach that might help, suggested by Peter Forrest and building on Carnap's original approach. Simply lay down a constraint on prior 290 probabilities that simpler claims are more probable, by making claims that are expressed in longer sentences in a natural language be less probable, where a language is said to be natural in this sense if it has simple terms for the more natural universals and in general it is appropriately adapted to the nature of things. Then, unpredictable states of affairs are less likely a priori because predictable states of affairs can be described more briefly. For instance, if a state of affairs is entirely predictable from an earlier state and the laws, to describe the later state of affairs we need only give the laws and the earlier state. One very natural way to do this is to fix the simple language. Assume the language is written in a finite alphabet of cardinality n. Otherwise one may need non-standard analysis to handle infinities, but since I am giving this only as an example of the kind of account in question, we do not need to work out the details. Assume that one of the symbols of the alphabet is an end-of-sentence marker. Now, consider a stochastic process that generates strings of symbols, terminating the string as soon as an end-of-sentence marker is received. This induces a probability measure. On a terminated string, the probability of a string is equal to nk where k is the length including the terminator. Now condition these probabilities on the event e that the generated sentence is grammatical. This yields a probability measure on the set of all sentences that has the property that longer claims are exponentially less likely. This is not quite enough, because if we simply define the probability of a proposition P as the sum of the probabilities of all sentences expressing P, we would probably not get a consistent probability measure. For instance, disjunctive claims would likely be less probable than some of their disjunct. But it is a start. Condition further on the claim that the sentence is a complete descriptor of a world, that is, that one and only one world satisfies the sentence. This can also work in terms of universes, that is, maximal spatio-temporally connected entities, rather than worlds. Now, define the probability of a world as the sum, finite or not, of the probabilities of all the sentences that are complete descriptors of it. And then define the probability of a proposition as the sum, finite or not, of probabilities of worlds at which the proposition holds. This measure makes simpler worlds more probable than less simple ones. This seems to mean that we have reason to accept simpler laws over more complex ones, and this is exactly what we want for scientific inference. The proposal seems to make many cases come out right. Moreover, it can be argued that any proposal that makes inductive claims come out the way we think they should would assign probabilities in roughly 291. The way described. If we prefer to model epistemic credences via convex families of probability assignments, we can now take all probability assignments of the preceding sort, ranging over all languages of the right sort, and then make the convex hull of these assignments define the a priori credence distribution. However, it does not appear that any proposal of this sort will yield a correct epistemology of probabilistic laws, because a formal proposal such as this just does not interact well with probabilistic information. Consider two worlds, each of which contains only one basic particle. According to the laws of both worlds, the particle is of type A until time t0, at which time it changes into a basic particle either of type B or of type C, and the probability of its changing into a particle of type B is 99%. In world W1, the particle changes into a particle of type B. In world W2, the particle changes into one of type C. The complexities of the complete descriptions of the two worlds are exactly the same. Thus, any formal proposal of this sort will have to assign exactly the same prior probabilities to these two worlds. But clearly world W1 is the more probable a priori. The basic difficulty here is that, plausibly, in some worlds there are stochastic laws, and it seems unlikely that in all worlds the probabilities in these should match the formal ones coming from the objective Bayesianism. We need to retain the probabilities induced by these stochastic laws. Since we cannot say that it is objectively just as likely that an improbable event should happen as that a probable one should. However, the probabilities that stochastic laws give rise to tend to behave very differently than the probabilities arising from the objective Bayesianism. A sequence of coin flips, each of which comes up heads, is overwhelmingly more likely on the objective Bayesianism than a particular less orderly sequence, but stochastic laws are going to assign the same probability no matter whether the sequence is orderly or not. We have two very different patterns of probabilistic assignments, and it does not appear we can make them work coherently together. And the probabilities induced by stochastic laws are hard to dispute. It is very hard to dispute that if P is the proposition that a process that with probability 99% produces a particle of type B has occurred, then the probability that a particle of type B exists given P is 99%. If we denied this and allowed the probability to be 50%, then we would be very hard-pressed to explain why the fact that a particle of type B is produced in most experiments is evidence for P. On the other hand, determinism appears to produce problems for the objective Bayesian as well. Suppose that the universe is in fact 292 bidirectionally deterministic, so that the laws and a complete description of the state of the universe at any one time entail a complete description. At all other times, while theoretically determinism could be unidirectional, in practice deterministic theories have been bidirectional. Then, the boundary conditions at the time of the Big Bang, these will be conditions prevailing at the time of the singularity if the Big Bang actually occurred at a point in time, and limiting conditions otherwise determine everything that happens now, and similarly the complete state of the universe now determines those boundary conditions. Let S0 be a complete description of the boundary conditions, and let S1 be a complete description of the state of the universe now. There does not appear to be any reason to think that, in fact, there is going to be a way of phrasing S0 in an appropriate language that is going to produce a shorter sentence than any description of S1. Conceivably, the initial conditions might have been very nice in a way that allows for an elegant description. Maybe the energy levels at the time of the Big Bang were integers, whereas now they are irrational numbers, and so on. But there is no reason to think so apart from heady metaphysics, such as theism or optimalism. In any case, suppose that somehow or other we learn, maybe an omniscient being tells us, that the present conditions, when backtracked to the time of the Big Bang, would yield a state whose descriptions are not shorter than those of the present time. The entropy at that time was, of course, lower, but that refers to macro states, while the complete description in question is that of the details of a microstate. If so, then our objective Bayesianism is going to ascribe the same prior probability to the hypotheses: the universe started in S0 and preceded viaduct laws L, and the universe started in S1 and preceded viaduct laws L. Since all empirical evidence is balanced between the two hypotheses, the objective Bayesianism will not allow us rationally to say that we know that the universe is more than 5 minutes old. Now, we do not in fact know the details of S1. But it would be strange to suppose that were we to learn all the details of the present state, and were we to hear from an omniscient being that the initial state cannot be described any more briefly, then we would conclude that there is a 50% chance that the universe started just now. A crucial assumption in this argument was that the probabilities were assigned to microstates. If instead our objective Bayesianism assigned probabilities to macro-level descriptions, then the lower entropy at the time of the Big Bang would solve the preceding problem. However, it would do this at a cost. First, the line between the macro and the micro seems 293 arbitrary and subjective. Second, the objective Bayesianism is designed to ensure that simpler hypotheses are preferable, a right and noble aim. But we have this aim just as much with respect to microstates. We do not just want to be able to confirm macro hypotheses of statistical mechanics, we also want to be able to confirm hypotheses about microstates. Finally, consider the kind of worldview on which the objective Bayesianism is plausible. Being objective, the Bayesianism has to be responsive to the world in some way. But the probabilities that the Bayesianism is based on are obtained by a probability distribution over sentences, admittedly, sentences of a language other than one of ours, but still sentences. Why should a probability distribution that is natural for sentences be appropriate for the world? To put it melodramatically, why should we think that logos rules the cosmos? Such a probability assignment would be plausible if our ontology were a Tractarian one, or if we literally thought that the universe was ruled by a rational being. But apart from such metaphysics, it appears that a more Humean assignment is more appropriate. The proposed objective Bayesian assignment assigns a disproportionately high probability to arrangements in which there is a pattern, since a pattern makes for briefer descriptions. A sequence of 50 coin flips in which the results alternate can be described very briefly by saying what the first flip was and what the pattern was. Intuitively, prior probabilities should be laid down in accordance with some principle of indifference. But a standard problem with principles of indifference is that the method of partitioning the state space affects the outcomes, and hence the state space must be partitioned in a natural way, lest bias should enter in. Choosing the partition in a way that reflects a purely human interest in linguistic description would not be acceptable unless one had some prior reason to think that such a partitioning is indeed natural, as it would be if in some appropriate sense logos ruled the universe. Note, of course, that this criticism does not apply to those objective Bayesians who are willing to assume a priori the existence of God. 294. 18. Inductive skepticism. The Humean inductive skeptic claims that I do not know whether a stone dropped tomorrow will fall. It is promising to try to answer the skeptic in an externalist way. The kernel of any such answer will be that my belief that the stone dropped tomorrow will fall constitutes knowledge because I have inductive grounds for this belief, and in fact throughout time stones dropped fall. I will argue, however, that given an Aristotelian conception of laws, unless the PSR is in fact metaphysically necessary, this externalist answer does not work. This will yield an argument for the PSR from the premises. 134. An Aristotelian conception of laws is correct. 135. I know that a stone dropped tomorrow will fall. 136. The only way 135 could be true is in light of an externalist account such as sketched previously and elaborated below. An externalist epistemology needs to include the notion of a defeater. For instance, some might think that even if some data input or inference is in fact reliable, and even if knowledge of its reliability is not required for it to be knowledge conferring, nonetheless if the agent falsely believes it to be unreliable, then she does not obtain knowledge through it. The belief that one is gathering information unreliably is then a defeater for the relevant knowledge claims. Consider another defeater. Suppose I tossed a fair coin 10 times and by chance it always came up heads. Suppose further that it is the case that on the 11th throw it will, also by chance, come up heads, and that that coin has never been thrown before and will never be thrown again. 1. Does not want to say that on externalist grounds the fact that the inductive generalization that this coin will come up heads is knowledge. It is mere 295 chance that the inductive generalization holds, the generalization is not gnomic. More generally, if some information gathering mechanism is reliable, not in a gnomically or modally robust sense but only in the sense that completely by chance it has always produced the correct results and always will, the mechanism does not confer knowledge. There is a possible world where the outcome of every battle always happens, completely by chance, to match the result obtained by augury. There are only a finite number of battles in that world, and the very unlikely event of the entrails of birds sacrificed before battle always matching the outcome of the battle, according to the rules of augury, always occurs, as it happens. The objective probability that this event should happen in any one case is something like 1/3 if loss, victory, and indecisive result are the only three possible outcomes of battle and augury, and the probability that it should happen in every case is roughly 1/3, n, where n is the number of battles. This is a very small number, but still non-zero, and it may be that the event with this small probability chances to happen. But it is not the case that, even in that world, augury is in fact knowledge conferring. The fact that augury is right only by chance is a defeater for the knowledge claims based on augury. On the other hand, in a possible world where augury matches the outcomes of battle in some objectively gnomic way, for example, because the fighters are so superstitious that they have no chance of victory given inauspicious augury, augury-based knowledge claims might indeed confer knowledge. and even if one does not accept the preceding judgment about mere chance success defeating augury-based knowledge claims, one should still accept that the belief that augury works only through chance is a defeater for such claims. The case of accidentally successful augury suggests the following as true on any plausible externalist view. 137. The knowledge claim obtained through an inductive prediction about the future is defeated by the predicted events in fact having or being believed to have small or non-existent objective probability, given the present and past state of the world. In fact, 137 may have plausibility even apart from externalism, and if so, then the argument works given a greater range of epistemological theories. Inductive predictions only give knowledge of the future if the objective probability of the future event given the present and past state of the universe is in fact medium to high. This formulation shows why 137 also mentions the possibility of a non-existent objective probability. 296. For there are two ways a probability could fail to be medium to high: it could be low or it could be non-existent, neither high, nor medium nor low, neither 0 nor 1, but there being no objectively assignable probability. Now, on an Aristotelian, or more generally a lawmaker-based, view of laws, we saw that a failure of the PSR to be metaphysically necessary implies the objective possibility of a failure of inductive generalizations. For instance, if we accept that just as things can pop into existence causelessly, assuming the ex nihilo nihil principle fails, they can likewise causelessly pop out of existence, and if, as is plausible, no objective probability can be assigned to a causeless event, then the probability of the Earth's popping out of existence tomorrow is non-existent. Likewise, the probability of the Earth's continuing in existence tomorrow is non-existent. Since the stones falling tomorrow depends on the Earth's continued existence tomorrow, it follows that there is no probability of the stones falling tomorrow. Hence, we have a defeater for the knowledge claim that the stone dropped tomorrow will fall. The crucial point here is that the causeless failures of laws of nature allowed by the denial of the PSR cannot have any probabilities assigned to them objectively, for it is highly plausible that objective non-epistemic probabilities can only be assigned against a background of laws or natures that explain certain events, since only against such a background are there objective tendencies which are needed to make sense of these probabilities. Thus, against an Aristotelian background of defeasible laws of nature, the PSR must be posited to escape from inductive skepticism. The PSR, or even the CP, too, is useful as an escape from radical skepticism about the external world. Radical skepticism about the external world is the view that for aught that we know, it might be that the only things that exist are my present experiences, and, if this is conceptually required, an ego which has no properties other than of being a contemplator of these experiences. In other words, the radical form of skepticism envisioned supposes that solipsism of the present moment is an epistemic possibility. However, if we take the CP to be self-evident and take it to be self-evident that the experiences we have are contingent, then we can escape from this skepticism, for then the experiences must have causes. Since I do not experience the causes of the experiences causing the experiences, it follows that there is something outside my experience, either the causes are outside of my experience or their relation to the effects is outside my experience, or both. Suppose this something beyond my experience is just the ego. The ego is not the relation of causality. To think that would 297 be a category mistake, and hence it would have to be the cause of the experiences. But then it has a property over and beyond the properties of being a contemplator of these experiences, namely, the property of causing them. Moreover, this is a property that I do not actually perceive. Thus, the CP lets me move outside the realm of my experiences. This is not going very far, but at least it lets me make reference to items in the external world under descriptions such as the cause of my experience of heat, whatever that cause might in fact turn out to be. On the other hand, it may even be the case that the denial of the PSR leads to skepticism about all sensory data, as Robert Kuhn's, 2000. p. 110, suggests. After all, consider any given piece of sensory data. It is quite possible that this piece of data came about for no cause at all, if we do not grant the PSR. Moreover, no probability can be assigned to its coming about for no cause at all. And it is plausibly a defeater for our sensory knowledge claims that there is no objective probability that can be assigned to our senses working correctly. 298. 2. 19. The nature of possibility. 19.1. Alethic modality. We use alethic modal language all the time. For instance, we say that someone did not do something she could have done, or that the existence of unicorns is possible, or that 2 + 2 = 4 could not have failed to be true. We make counterfactual assertions such as, were I to drop this glass, which in fact I do not, it would fall. We think it might have been the case that Hitler had never existed. In these locutions we are speaking about situations and things that are not actual, of ways the universe might have been but was not. Moreover, alethic modal language could not play the kind of role it does in our lives if we did not take a realist stance toward it. For instance, to decide rationally between alternatives, we often need to consider what consequences would result from each alternative. To decide questions of moral responsibility, we often need to decide what else could have been done. The laws of nature by which we navigate the world have counter-factual force. If we did not take our alethic modal claims to express objective truths, modal language could not play the role it does in these cases. A useful way of clarifying modal discourse is to introduce the notion of a possible world, or world for short, which is a complete way that a universe might have been. The term possible refers here not to physical possibility, but to a broad notion of logical or metaphysical possibility, which lets one non-trivially ask questions such as whether it would be metaphysically possible for a horse to beget an owl. Once possible worlds are introduced, one can say a proposition is possible if it is true at some world, necessary if true at all worlds, and contingent if true at some but not all worlds. So that modal operators can be replaced by quantifiers. It is possible that 299. 2. There is a unicorn if and only if there is a possible world at which there are unicorns. Many ordinary language modal claims seem local. It might have been that Hitler had never been born sounds as if it were a claim merely about the circumstances around Hitler's birth. However, in fact, in a way it is a global claim. Usually, we do not simply mean that a world in which Hitler is not born is logically possible. What we mean is that there is a world like ours in relevant respects, for instance, sharing the same laws of nature and initial conditions, or maybe even the same historical conditions up to the late 19th century, but in which Hitler is not born. Specifying what these relevant respects are may well be a global task, one going beyond our parochial imagination, especially if laws of nature are global. So we need possible worlds for clarification and disambiguation. Moreover, possible worlds can be used to clarify modal claims that one could not easily explicate in other ways. For instance, a claim that people's having virtue or vice supervenes on natural facts is a claim that there are no possible worlds that share the same natural facts but that differ in respect of someone's virtue or vice. Likewise, David Lewis, 1979, 1986, has shown us how to make a start on making sense of counterfactuals in terms of possible worlds. Assuming I do not drop the glass, it is true that were I to drop the glass, it would fall, provided that some world in which I drop the glass and it falls is more similar to our world in relevant ways, especially in nomic structure, than any world in which I drop the glass but it does not fall. If we are to be realists about alethic modal truths, then the natural question is, what makes modal propositions true? What are they true of? Plausibly, an objectively true proposition must be true of some aspect of reality. Or, if we do not accept the truth-maker theory and accept Lewis's more general truth-maker/false-maker theory, what kinds of things are they that the absence of some of which and the presence of others make modal propositions true? At present, an account of modal truths involving false makers is not available, though I will briefly discuss a candidate later, and so I will focus on truth-maker-based accounts. What, then, are the existent truth-makers of alethic modal claims? This question is deeply puzzling, since many alethic modal claims prima facie concern non-existent things such as unicorns. One proposed answer is that the truth-makers of alethic modal claims are possible worlds, and we have already seen that we have good reason to believe in possible worlds even apart from this. So this takes us to the second question: what are possible worlds? 302. There are two groups of accounts of possible worlds, Leakin, 2002. p. 307. The actualist accounts reject any non-actual entities, any entities not found in the actual world, and thus must provide an account of the truth of modal claims in terms of this worldly actual entities. The concretist accounts, on the other hand, say that there are concrete non-actual entities, such as unicorns existing concretely in concrete physical worlds different from ours, which serve as the truth makers of modal propositions. I will critically evaluate the most prominent contemporary concretist account, that of David Lewis, 1986, according to which possible worlds are just concrete physical universes on a par with ours, and the most promising contemporary actualist account, that of Robert M. Adams, 1974, and Alvin Plantinga, 1974a, which claims that possible worlds are Platonic entities constructed from abstracta such as propositions or properties. Point 1. I will argue that both of these kinds of accounts fail to provide an adequate theory of the truth makers of alethic modal propositions, and I will sketch an alternate actualist account based on ideas of Aristotle. Interestingly, the actualist account I will sketch will make the truth makers be concrete entities. This will provide a non-reductive account of the nature of possibility, but need not provide for possible worlds, if one wants possible worlds. Additionally, one may have to posit the existence of a God, in whose mind they exist as ideas. And, what is most relevant here, the account will be such that the principle of sufficient reason, as applied to all contingent propositions, can be read off from it. Thus, what will be shown is that an attractive account of possibility, one that avoids the primary disadvantages of the main competitors, entails the PSR 19.2. A formalist account. One might simply insist that there is no problem about the grounds of possibility at all. A proposition is possible provided that it is not logically self-contradictory, that is, provided it is logically possible. And logical possibility is quite unproblematic. We can define it through a number of syntactic rules. Axiomatic tautologies such as that 0 equals 0 are logically necessary, and anything derivable from the tautologies by a finite number of applications of some specified set of rules is also logically necessary. Anything whose negation is not logically necessary is logically possible. 1. For an in-depth recent discussion of both the concretist and actualist accounts, See Divers. 2002. 301. 2. A narrow notion of logical possibility as sketched here is indeed useful for some applications, but it fails to do justice to the full range of phenomena that fall under the head of what Alvin Plantinga calls metaphysical, or broadly logical modality. It is impossible that a horse is an insect. But this is not a narrowly logical impossibility, since one cannot derive a contradiction from XHX and 9, unless of course one has some axiom that basically says that. But once one allows substantial claims such as that no horse is an insect to figure as axioms, then the question of the nature of alethic modality returns. For what is it that makes some true proposition be fit for axiomhood, which of course carries with it automatic logical necessity? It is no longer some formal feature of the proposition. One might think that no horse is an insect is true by definition. And there is no problem about adding definitions to the axioms. A part of the definition of a horse is that it is not an insect. But that is not correct, because it is in fact an empirical discovery that no horse is an insect. Prior to our knowledge of biology, it should have been an epistemic possibility that our ordinary horses are in fact genetically defective versions of a six-legged breed of Pegasuses that in fact are enormous insects. Besides this, it is plausible that all arithmetical truths are necessary, in the sense of necessary that interests us. But G. Odell's work shows that there is no formalization of arithmetic in which we can give clear and explicit inference rules sufficient to derive all the truths of arithmetic. Therefore, there will be arithmetical truths that on a formal view will not be necessary, and that is unacceptable. Formal accounts of necessity and possibility are relative to a set of axioms and an inferential scheme. Within that limited framework, they can be useful for analyzing some concepts. But they are not enough. 19.3. Lewis's theory. 19.3.1. Lewis's solution. David Lewis, 1986, has an elegant and thoroughly worked out concretist answer to both the problem of truth makers of modal claims and the problem of what possible worlds are. A Lewisian world is, by definition, a maximal physical spatio-temporally connected aggregate. Every way that a world could have been is a way that some existing, physical world really is. This I call extreme modal realism. According to the extreme modal realist, there are infinitely many existing island universes, and unicorns. 302. 2. And witches do exist, but not in our world. What makes it true to say that something could happen is just that it does happen in one of these island universes. Lewis has a twofold argument for positing the infinitude of physical universes that he needs. The first is a cost-benefit theoretic utility argument. Supposing there are such universes solves the problem of what makes true modal statements true, and Lewis thinks this is useful for many other philosophical purposes, such as for saying that a proposition is nothing but the set of worlds at which it is true. Given the usefulness of the theory, Lewis concludes that it is probably true. The second argument for the theory is that as do indexical terms such as I, here, and now, so too the word actual and its cognates depend for their reference on the context in which they are tokened. If someone says, there actually exist horses, according to Lewis she is saying that there exist horses in the universe in which she is speaking. This makes the word actual and its cognates into indexical terms. But all the referents of indexical terms are ontologically on par. All referents of I are ontologically on par with me. There is no absolute property of I-ness that accrues to me and me alone. This is not so obvious in the case of now, though it will be true given the B theory of time. By analogy, all the referents of actual are also ontologically on par. Thus, the universe that is actual is not ontologically special. It must be ontologically on par with all the other non-actual universes, and hence all possible non-actual universes must exist, Lewis concludes, and must be ontologically on par. Note, then, that considering actual to be an index cycle gives one a good argument for believing in extreme modal realism. Conversely, if one accepts extreme modal realism, there is good reason to consider actual to be an index cycle term, or at least a term that is relevantly similar to an index cycle term. To see this, Lewis argues as follows. According to extreme modal realism, every way that a world could have been is a way some concretely existing world is. Now, if actuality were an absolute property of a world, then there would be exactly one world that had that property. But as surely it is a contingent matter which world is actual. A contingent matter is one that varies from world to world. At one world, the contingent matter goes one way, at another, another. So at one world is actual, and at another, another. How can this be absolute actuality? The relativity is manifest. Lewis. 1986, p. 94. 303. 2. And one can argue that our best account of how something's actuality is relative in this way is that actuality is index cycle, or at least that claims of actuality are relevantly similar to index cycle claims. All this means that extreme modal realism goes hand in hand with a relative, index cycle theory of actuality. But is actual an index cycle? Richard Gale, 1991, Chapter 5, has noted that the index cycle account of actuality fails to give correct truth values for various sentences. For example, the sentence "I might not have been I" is false, because an index cycle like I is a rigid designator, that is, a term that has the same referent in counterfactual as in non-counterfactual contexts. On the other hand, Gale has argued that the actual world is a definite description just like the tallest person in the world. Just as the tallest person in the world might not have been the tallest person in the world, likewise it is true to assert, the actual world might not have been the actual world, which is disanalogous to the index cycle case and shows that the actual world is non-indexical. In the latter sentence, the actual world is used non-rigidly, its second occurrence refers to the world that would be actual in the counterfactual case. A defender of Lewis might say that the preceding is a non-central use of the actual world and point to the central use as occurring in sentences like "It could have been the case that Smith was less intelligent than she is in the actual world." In this sentence, the actual world is indeed used rigidly the way an index cycle is, since it refers not to the counterfactual world where Smith is less smart, but to the world in which the sentence is tokened. 2. However, first of all, the very existence of a non-rigid use, even if non-central, already shows a crucial disanalogy between index cycles and actual. Second, ordinary definite descriptions also have an analogous rigidified use. For instance, one can say, with only a little awkwardness, "It could have been the case that John was faster than the fastest person alive." 2. It might be argued that in fact even in this example the actual world is not used rigidly but simply has wide scope within the sentence in which it is tokened. To see this, consider the following dialogue. A. It could have been the case that Smith was less intelligent than she is in the actual world. B. This is true, but it might not have been true. In this dialogue, B makes the arguably true claim that it might have been the case that Smith had such a level of intelligence that she could not have had a lower. This would be true if it was possible for Smith to have had no intelligence at all. However, if in the actual world were a rigid designator and the actual world were W0, then B would be making the claim that although it could have been the case that Smith was less intelligent than she is in W0, it could have been the case that it could not have been the case that Smith was less intelligent than she is in W0, a claim that is evidently false if S5 is true. If we take it that B's claim is not evidently false, then we have to grant that although in the actual world has wide scope relative to the rest of A's assertion, it is not rigid. 304. 2. Here, the fastest person alive acts as rigid designator. In the counterfactual context it refers to the same person as the one who in our world is the fastest person alive, though this person is obviously not the fastest person alive in the counterfactual world. Thus the presence of both a non-rigid and a rigid use make the actual world much more closely analogous to definite descriptions. This and other logical linguistic disanalogies between the actual world and paradigmatic index-ical terms undercut the argument for extreme modal realism from the supposed indexicality of actuality. However, if one accepts extreme modal realism for other reasons, such as theoretic utility, one will see a crucial analogy between actuality and index-ical terms, namely, the systematic shift in reference between different contexts of use. What the actual world refers to when used by a speaker in one world is not what it refers to when used by a speaker in another. The Lewisian will then say that the actual world is an index-ical term, albeit one that is sometimes linguistically treated differently from paradigmatic ones. A stronger argument against this claim will be that in addition to the linguistic disanalogies, we will see that there is a crucial disanalogy in the ways we treat actuality and ordinary index-icals in our inductive reasoning. Now, if we do accept the plausibility of Lewis's account of actuality, the extreme modal realist account attractively answers the two basic questions of the nature of possible worlds and modality. Possible worlds are not queer ghostly might-have beings but are full-blooded physical beings, universes like ours. And we have an apparently reductive physicalist account of possibility. A proposition is possible if and only if there is a maximal spatio-temporally connected aggregate of which it is true. When we say that unicorns can exist, there thus is no semantic problem of explaining what we are doing when talking of unicorns given there are no unicorns. We are simply saying that somewhere in the totality of all physical universes there are unicorns. But of course the unicorns are not actual, they are not a part of the aggregate of all physical objects spatio-temporally related to my present tokening of this sentence. 19.3.2 Inductive paradox. Lewis's theory radically revises our notions of the range of things that exist to include the things that we thought to be merely possible. Not surprisingly, this creates a number of unacceptable paradoxes. The first of these shows that if Lewis's theory of actuality is right, then we are never justified in making any inductive inferences about the future. 305. 2. But certainly we are justified in inferring on the basis of past data that, for example, something approximately like the universal law of gravitation will continue to hold tomorrow. If tomorrow I drop a glass, it will fall. And Lewis will surely not want to deny I have reason to believe this. However, I will show that if Lewis is right that actuality is index-ical, then this is an unjustified inference. Since the inference that gravity will hold tomorrow is a justified one, pace the skeptics, by modus tollens it follows that actuality is not index-ical, and so this argument is a reductio of Lewis's claims about the indexicality of actuality. To see this, suppose for a reductio that actuality is index-ical. Let D be a complete description of the actual world up to the present, that is, T0, in non-future involving terms. Intuitively, a non-truth functionally complex sentence about a time t is non-future involving provided it does not entail the existence of any instance of time after t and is compatible with the truth of an arbitrary number of tokenings of that sentence after t3. Now, there are at least as many possible worlds satisfying d but at which the law of gravitation fails a day after t0 as there are worlds satisfying d but at which gravity continues to work a day after t0. This is just a statement about logical space, one that David Lewis certainly accepts, and one that Both sides in the Humean debate on induction can accept. Suppose then I have a possible world W about which the only thing I know is that it satisfies D. I am not justified in inferring just from this information that gravity will work a day after T0 in W. Since I am only talking about possible worlds at this point, this is merely a statement about logical space, and my claim follows from the fact that there are at least as many worlds satisfying D at which gravity will fail a day after T0 as there are ones at which it will continue to hold. This, too, is a statement that people on both sides of the Humean debate can accept and should not be controversial. The mere facts that W is possible and W satisfies D do not give one reason to think gravity will continue to hold in W. Before continuing, we need to observe one crucial fact about theoretical reason, and specifically about inductive reason. Theoretical reason is impartial with regard to merely indexical facts. If some set of non-indexical facts did not justify an inference to some further non-indexical claim, then adding a purely indexical claim to the evidence, such as the time described is now or this took place here, cannot by itself give justification for inferring the non-indexical claim we could not infer before. Purely indexical data are irrelevant for objective reason. If, for instance, I cannot 3. Cf. Gale, 2002a. 306. 2. Infer from some non-indexical inductive data about people that Alexander Pruss will do the right thing under some circumstances, then neither can I infer it when I add the additional premise that I am Alexander Pruss. To do so would be to commit a fallacy of partiality. Now suppose I find out one more piece of information about W in addition to knowing that it satisfies D, I find out that W is actual. If I take the claim that actuality is indexical seriously, then just as merely learning that T0 is now will not give me any information relevant for inferring that gravity will continue to function a day after T0, analogously, learning that W is actual will not give me any information relevant for inferring that the law of gravitation will be true in W a day after T0. Therefore, if actuality is indexical, I cannot infer from the fact that W satisfies D and W is actual that gravity will hold a day after T0. Since in fact we do not have any further relevant information about our world beyond D and the fact that this world is actual, neither can we infer that gravity will function tomorrow, assuming that actuality is indexical. But this conclusion is absurd. We certainly are justified in inferring that if we drop something tomorrow, it will fall. By modus tollens, it follows that actuality is not indexical. More formally, the reductio is as follows. 138. Let D be a complete non-indexical description of the actual world up to the present, T0, in non-future involving terms. Definition, 139. D contains the claim that gravity has always held prior to T0 and does not overall give evidence against the continuation of gravity after T0. Premise. 140. Conclusions about the actual world reached by reasoning in accordance with the canons of inductive reasoning are justified, and in particular knowing that gravity has always actually held prior to T0 justifies one in believing it will continue to hold after T0. Premise, 141, there are at least as many worlds satisfying D in which the law of gravitation fails after T0 as there are worlds in which it continues to hold. Premise. 142, therefore, knowing that an entity W is a world satisfying D does not by itself epistemically justify inferring that W is a world at which gravity holds after T0. Premise, justified intuitively by 141. 143, theoretical reason is impartial with respect to merely indexical facts, if knowing that X satisfies F, where F is a purely non-indexical description and X is a definite description or proper name, does not epistemically justify inferring that X satisfies G, where G is a purely non-indexical description, then neither does knowing X satisfies. 307. 2. F and that X is I, now, here, etc., any pure index cycle will do, justify inferring that X satisfies G. Premise. 144, actuality is index cycle. Premise. 145, therefore, knowing that an entity W is a world satisfying D and W is actual does not epistemically justify inferring that W is a world at which gravity holds after T0. By 142, 144. 146, but knowing that the actual world satisfies D and W is actual epistemically justifies inferring that gravity holds in W after T0. By 139, and 140. 147, therefore, knowing that the actual world satisfies D and W is actual both does and does not epistemically justify inferring that gravity holds in W after T0, which is absurd. By 145, and 146, the claims marked with an asterisk form an inconsistent quadruple. All of them, except 144, are highly plausible, and hence we need to reject the premise, 144, that actuality is index cycle. Another way to look at this argument is to see it as showing that if actuality is index cycle, then inductive reasoning violates 143, and hence is guilty of the fallacy of partiality. But in fact we take inductive scientific reasoning to be a paradigm of impartial reason, and hence actuality is not index cycle. Note that a pragmatic will to believe argument for accepting inductive consequences such as that gravity will continue to function cannot help. Lewis. Will to believe arguments presuppose that we have reason to think that one belief will be more beneficial than another, and if inductive reasoning about gravity is undercut as earlier, likewise we do not have information either way about which beliefs are more likely to be beneficial. Observe that the previous argument is not a general skeptical argument. The premise of the indexicality of actuality plays a crucial role in the deduction of 145, and so this is, rather, a positive argument that given certain premises, we do not have more reason than not to think that objects dropped in the next minute will fall. Since we do have more reason, by modus tollens, one of the premises must be false, and the best candidate for falsity is the indexicality of actuality thesis. 4. Lewis, 1986, Section 2.5, criticized closely related arguments given by a number of authors, see, example Forrest and Armstrong, 1984. However, Lewis's criticisms do not appear to apply to the form of the argument that I have given. Lewis's most powerful objection is the tu quoque, whether one is an extreme modal realist or not, the multiplicity of irregular worlds should challenge induction. However, in my formulation, the indexicality of actuality is essential to the argument. This is not a general skeptical argument. Of course, a Lewisian can always challenge me to give my account of the justification of induction. But that is not a fair demand. I am not complaining that the Lewisian has no account of the justification of 308. 2. 19.3.3. Identity versus counterpart theory. A proposition is possible if and only if it is true at some world. Taking this at face value, it is possible that I be a biologist if and only if there is some world at which I am a biologist. Since I was never a biologist in the actual world, the true claim that it was possible for me to have been a biologist seemingly implies that at some non-actual world I am a biologist, and that in turn implies that I exist not only at the actual world but at least one non-actual world as well. Moreover, prima facie, for grounding the truth of the claim that it is possible that I be a biologist, it is irrelevant whether other people at this or other worlds are biologists or not. There are now two different kinds of possible world theories. An Iden Titty theorists such as Saul Kripke insists on taking these intuitions at face value. Thus, I myself exist at a number of possible worlds, at one of which I am a biologist. David Lewis, on the other hand, is a counterpart theorist and holds that each concrete entity exists in only one world. What makes it true, however, to say that I could have been a biologist is that there is a possible world at which my counterpart is a biologist, where my counterpart in a given world is, roughly, that person there, if he exists, who resembles me most in the relevant respects and whose resemblance to me is sufficiently close. The identity theorist will, of course, insist that what people very similar to me do in other worlds does not make it true that I could do those things. Although their doings would be evidence for my being able to do it, these doings would not be a truth maker for the proposition that I can do it. Lewis's extreme modal realism now faces a dilemma. Either counterpart theory, as Lewis himself thinks, is right, or identity theory is right. Each horn of the dilemma leads to two problems, one ethical and one metaphysical. Suppose both identity theory and extreme modal realism are true. Then the following paradox results. Whatever I choose to do, in the sum total of reality, I perform all the choices that it is logically possible for me to perform. I claim that this means that what I do overall does not matter. And significant parts of ethics break down. First of all, as has often been noted, on Lewisian grounds what I choose does not matter for the totality of reality at large, since according to induction, but that the indexicality of actuality thesis, as understood within extreme modal realism, precludes the possibility of any such account, by allowing us to make a sound argument that if actuality is indexical in the way Lewis thought it was, then there is not more reason than not to accept inductive conclusions about the future. 309. 2. Extreme modal realism. The totality of all real worlds is fixed, as this totality corresponds to the logical space of all possibilities. However, this is not itself enough to generate the breakdown of ethics, as Lewis has argued. According to a non-consequentialist such as Lewis, what matters is not that the sum total of all reality should be positively affected by one's actions, but that one's own actions be the right ones, that one be oneself virtuous, even if there are infinitely many vicious people who undo the good effects of one's actions. However, when one adds identity theory to extreme modal realism, then the ethical paradox becomes much more formidable. For then my actions do not even affect overall what kind of a person I am, because I really exist in infinitely many worlds, and I cannot change which ones I exist in. In some worlds I am a mass murderer, in others I am a great philanthropist, and in yet others I am a venal liar. Whatever I do, facts such as this will not change. I know that if I choose between a virtuous and a vicious action in favor of a virtuous action, I will do the vicious one anyway, in worlds equally real as ours and in a way that is as real as the one in which I do the virtuous action. Hence, moral choice does not have significance for building one's moral character, since one's overall character as a person is fixed. This is paradoxical, and hence we cannot have both identity theory and extreme modal realism. Note that this argument does not apply under counterpart theory. It is true that if I act virtuously, then infinitely many counterparts of mine will act viciously. But they are not literally I, and hence a non-consequentialist can still insist that I should do my duty, not minding them, for what they do is not my business. On the identity theory, however, what they do is literally my business, since they are I. Besides ethical paradox, there is a serious metaphysical difficulty for extreme modal realism if identity theory is adopted. We have seen that extreme modal realism cannot tolerate an absolute theory of actuality. Given the identity theory, Lewis's index-equal alternative, however, fails. Recall that on the index-equal account of actuality, a given instance of a tokening of the actual world, at least in central cases, refers to that world in which it was tokened. However, according to the identity theory, that very tokening occurs in more than one world, for suppose I token the sentence in the actual world, a cure for cancer is found in the year 2020, and suppose that the sentence is in fact false. Nonetheless, it is logically possible that I make this very tokening in a world in which it expresses a true proposition. After all, according to the identity theorist, there will be a world in which 310. 2. This sentence type expresses a true proposition, and in which I token the sentence at numerically the same place and time as I do, having the same history, and I perform the tokening in the same way. It is highly plausible to suppose that under these circumstances it follows that in that world I make numerically the same tokening. But if the very same tokening of a sentence containing the phrase the actual world occurs in more than one world, then one cannot define the extension of the phrase the actual world as being the world in which it occurs. Nor can one allow the phrase to refer to more than one world. For then it would be the case that both a world where a cure for cancer is found in 2020 is actual and a world where such a cure is not found is actual, and this entails the self-contradictory statement that actually the cure for cancer is both found and not found in 2020. Therefore, the index-equal theory of actuality is not available on the identity variant of extreme modal realism, and it is difficult to see what could replace it. Given the unavailability for a Lewisian of an absolutist theory of actuality. However, the counterpart horn of the dilemma is no more congenial. First of all, we have to contend with the strong Kripken metaphysical intuitions that what my counterparts might do in other worlds cannot be. What makes it true that I could have been a biologist? Facts about people other than me are irrelevant interlopers with respect to questions about my capabilities. Second, a variant ethical paradox can also be given, albeit one that, for technical reasons, has to be run in a counterfactual world and needs the plausible technical assumption that there are no indiscernible worlds, a question about which Lewis himself remains agnostic. It is indeed plausible that there are no indiscernible possible worlds. First of all, the usual tool for individuating indiscernible objects is by their spatio-temporal relations. But possible worlds do not stand in spatio-temporal relations to one another. Moreover, if there were indiscernible possible worlds, one could ask the question, how many indiscernible copies of a given possible world are there? It would seem quite incredible if there were in fact exactly 3, 17, or 17 indiscernible copies of the actual world. Whatever answer one gave, whether finite or infinite, would seem arbitrary. 5. If a Cantorian absolute infinite made sense, one might find less arbitrary a claim that there is an absolute infinity of copies of the actual world, but this would raise another problem. It would mean that there is a precise type of physical object, namely, a universe indiscernible from this one, such that there is no set of all instances for the type. And anyway, it is not at all clear that the notion of an absolute infinity of objects makes sense. Such a notion would seem to presuppose a bijection between these objects and the totality of mathematical entities, and 311. 2. Imagine then that I am in a possible world containing a number of persons, but only one of the persons ever makes a free choice, and suppose this choice is indeterministic and that the only indeterminism physically possible in that world is whether choice A or choice B is made. Before and after this choice, determinism holds sway. Let the choice in question be whether I should stick my wet thumb into a light socket. Suppose I know this would not kill me and would have no ethically significant consequences for anybody in that world other than that it would cause severe pain for a while to me. Still, it would clearly be irrational, indeed crazy, of me to perform that action. However, if a counterpart version of extreme modal realism is true, then this would not only not be crazy, but heroic, for supposing that the world described is actual, there is a non-actual world that shares the same initial conditions and laws of nature, but in which my counterpart makes the choice opposite to mine. If I stick my thumb into the light socket, my counterpart does not. If I do not stick my thumb into the light socket, my counterpart does. Therefore, there is a real sense in which by sticking my thumb into the light socket, I save someone else from horrible pain. This, then, is a heroic act of supererogation rather than a crazy act. Therefore, the counterpart version of extreme modal realism is absurd. Thus, Lewis's extreme modal realism leads to ethical paradoxes, albeit different ones, whether one adopts identity theory or counterpart theory. Both horns of the identity versus counterpart theory dilemma involve other difficulties for Lewis's extreme modal realism. Moreover, the argument from inductive reasoning applies on either horn of the dilemma. Therefore, we have a strong cumulative case against extreme modal realism on the basis of paradoxical conclusions. One paradox does not completely destroy a theory, but a number of serious ones does put it in grave doubt. 19.4. Platonism, the main extant realist. Alternative to Lewis. The most promising contemporary realist alternative to Lewis's account of possible worlds are the abstract worlds accounts promoted by Robert M. Adams and Alvin Plantinga. On their accounts, worlds turn out to the notion of a single bijections encompassing the totality of mathematical entities seems deeply problematic. Absolute infinity transcends the infinity in any one mathematical object, and hence presumably it transcends the range and domain of this bijection. 312. 2. Be abstract Platonic entities, exactly one of which is instantiated by the universe, where the universe is defined to be the aggregate of all existing or occurring concrete entities, and this is the world that is absolutely actual. I will focus primarily on the Adams permutation of this account. We thus start off by introducing propositions as theoretical abstract entities that are the bearers of truth values and are needed to explain what it is that sentences express, what the objects of beliefs and propositional attitudes are, and what paraphrases preserve, somewhat as electrons are needed to explain various physical phenomena. Some or all true propositions are related to things and events in the universe, with the relation being one of the propositions being made true by or representing these things and events in the universe. If things in the universe were otherwise than they are, then different propositions would stand in these relations to things in the universe. If there were unicorns, then the proposition that there are unicorns would stand in the relation of being made true by to some things, namely, the unicorns in the universe. Note that the theoretical reason for believing in these Platonic propositions is largely independent of issues of modality. Adams then constructs a possible world as a maximal consistent collection of propositions. An argument is needed that such collections exist, but let that pass. 6. Exactly one world is then absolutely actual, it is the one all of whose propositions are true. A proposition can be said to be true at a world providing it is one of the propositions that are members of the collection of propositions with which the world is identical. Note that because the worlds are Platonic entities, I had to distinguish between the concrete universe, which we physically inhabit, and the actual world, which is the collection of all true propositions. One might object to the Platonic approaches on the grounds that they all involve queer entities. Not only are we required to believe in Platonic beings, but, as Lewis notes, we are to believe that there is a magical relation of representation holding between Platonic beings such as propositions and the concrete entities that make them true, with it being contingent. Which propositions enter into those relations, since it is contingent which propositions are true? What is it, then, that picks out one relation in the Platonic heaven rather than another as the relation of representation? The proponent of these Platonic worlds can argue, however, that she has no need to answer this question. The relation of representation is 6. In pruss, manuscript, I argue that it is plausible that such collections can be found. 313. 2. One of the primitive terms in her theory, and it is not even a primitive chosen ad hoc to explain possible worlds, but a primitive needed for other explanatory purposes, such as for making sense of our practices of claiming, believing, and paraphrasing. Nonetheless, if we had some way of pointing out this relation within the Platonic universe of all relations, we would be happier as theorists. Second, the Platonic theories are expressly non-reductive as accounts of possibility, unlike Lewis's theory. For Adams, a possible world is a maximal consistent collection of propositions, and that is just the same as saying it is a maximal composable collection of propositions. On this theory, there is a primitive abstract property of possibility or consistency that applies to individual propositions and to collections of them. One could also take necessity to be the primitive concept, but this would not change anything substantially. That the Platonic accounts are non-reductive is only a problem if a reductive account of possibility is available. However, the most plausible account claiming to be reductive is Lewis's, which is too paradoxical to accept. But while a complete reduction is probably impossible, it would be desirable to give at least a partial reduction, on which the whole realm of alethic possibility would be seen to have its root in some more comprehensible subclass. The Platonic accounts do not succeed in performing this more limited reduction either. Adams's theory is an actualist one. His possible worlds are built up out of things that are actual. These abstracta actually exist, indeed, necessarily so, and an actualist theory is one that grounds possibility in actually existent realities. On the other hand, Lewis's other worlds are not actual entities by Lewis's index-Eichel criterion, as they are not the world in which my tokening of the word actual in this sentence occurred. If we think of possible worlds as possibilities for our universe, then there is a sense in which Adams and Plantinga have grounded possibilities in actuality, thereby answering to the Aristotelian maxim that actuality is prior to possibility. However, in a deeper way, the Platonic approach is not faithful to what the Aristotelian maxim affirms. When an Aristotelian says a possibility is grounded in an actuality, she means that the actuality has some powers, capacities, or dispositions capable of producing that possibility, which, of course, once produced would no longer be a mere possibility. This is clearest in the paradigm case in which the actuality is temporally prior to the possibility. Aristotle's favorite illustration is how the actuality of one man makes possible the existence of a future man through the first man's 314. 2. Capability for begetting a descendant. If we find attractive the idea that possibilities should be grounded in actuality in the stronger Aristotelian sense, then the Platonic approach will be unsatisfactory, because Platonic entities, in virtue of their abstractness, are categorically barred from entering into causal relations, and hence cannot make possibilities possible by being capable of producing them. Moreover, the Aristotelian can argue that in fact there are capabilities and dispositions sufficient to ground the truth of at least some possibility claims. That I could have been a biologist is very plausibly made true by my capacities and dispositions and those of various persons and things in my environment. These capacities and dispositions are concrete, real, worldly things, albeit ones having modal force. Hence, in fact, we do not need a Platonic realm to make at least some possibility claims true. Indeed, the facts about the Platonic realm, about propositions having or not having some primitive property, are interlopers here. Just as the statement that I could have been a biologist was not made true by what my Lewisian counterparts in other worlds do, so too, I shall argue, it is not made true by abstract properties of Platonic abstracta. The common intuition behind both cases is that it is something in me and my concrete environment that makes the statement true. For on the Platonic approach, what makes it possible that I was a biologist is that the abstract proposition, an entity in the Platonic heaven, that I was a biologist has the abstract property of possibility. But we have just seen that there are concrete capacities and dispositions in the universe that are by themselves sufficient to make it possible that I was a biologist. We thus have two different ways of characterizing possibility. One is via concrete this worldly Aristotelian properties of co and sierra that really do exist, the Platonist should not deny their existence, and the other is via some abstract Platonic primitive properties of abstracta. Moreover, anything that is possible on the Aristotelian grounds will have to be physically possible, and hence also logically possible, and hence possible on Platonist grounds, though prima facie perhaps not conversely. But now we can ask, why is this so? Why is there this apparent coincidence? That anything made possible by this worldly powers and capacities and dispositions happens to correspond to a proposition in the Platonic realm that has a certain abstract property? The Platonist is unable to explain this coincidence between powers in our universe and abstract facts about the Platonic realm, given the lack of causal interaction between the two realms. 315. 2. 19.5. An Aristotelian alternative. 19.5.1. The account and some advantages. If one shares the Aristotelian intuition that this worldly capacities, powers, and dispositions can make modal statements true, one might opt for a fully Aristotelian definition of mere possibility. A non-actual state of affairs is possible if there actually was a substance capable of initiating a causal chain, perhaps non-deterministic, leading to the state of affairs that we claim is possible. We can then say that something is possible if it is either actual or merely possible. An approach like this has a number of benefits. Capacities, powers, and dispositions are probably the concepts closest to ordinary language. Notions of possibility. They are things we arguably have direct experiential knowledge of, pace Hume, by ourselves being capable of producing effects, and we can at least point out by Ausenzion what, say, a capacity is. Moreover, despite having modal force, they are concrete. Reducing all possibility to the subclass of modal notions would thus increase the comprehensibility of what we mean in saying something is possible, at least if one finds Aristotelian intuitions appealing. The account is not a full reduction, since powers and capacities are modal notions, but it does reduce all of modality to a more basic subclass. Furthermore, epistemological difficulties of the Platonic and Lewisian accounts are at least to some degree alleviated. These difficulties arise from the intuition that one's knowledge of a proposition must be caused by some state of affairs closely bound up with that in virtue of which the proposition is true. But if the proposition is either about a Platonic realm of abstracta or about concrete worlds causally separated from ours, then how we can know it becomes incomprehensible. However, knowledge of Aristotelian modal properties can indeed be to some extent causal. Fire has the capacity of burning us, and we observe this capacity in action when we put our fingers in it. It is possible for Bucephalus to run, and we infer this from observing relevantly similar other horses running. This is only a sketch, to be worked out more thoroughly elsewhere, but it suggests that the epistemological problems for the Aristotelian are to some extent lesser. 19.5.2. An account of S5. Another consideration in favor of the Aristotelian over the Platonic account is that the Aristotelian ontology of possibility shows why the 316. 2. Useful and intuitive axiom S5 is true. The axiom S5 states that if a proposition is possibly necessary, then it is necessary. One way to argue for S5 would be to start with two intuitions. The first is that matters could not have been such that it would have been impossible for matters to have been as they in fact are. However events might have gone, it still would have been true that they might have gone the way they in fact have gone. If matters could have gone a certain way, then had they gone that way, it would have been true that they could have gone the way they in fact went. This is the Brouwer axiom, P proper superset symbol LMP. It tells us that the accessibility relation is symmetric. The second intuition is that when we talk about metaphysical possibilities, we are talking about ultimate possibilities. Now, if we have a possibility operator M such that MP can hold without MMP's holding, then this operator does not tell us about ultimate possibilities. If it could have been that P was true, then there is a more ultimate sense in which P could have been true. If we then deny that MP, we are saying that M does not tell us of the ultimate possibilities there are, but of possibilities relativized to some way that things have been. Indeed, in such a case there is a reasonable more ultimate possibility operator, namely, MM. Thus, if we are talking of ultimate possibilities, it is reasonable to require that MMP should imply MP. This is the S4 axiom. It tells us that the accessibility relation is transitive. But of course the Brouwer and S4 axioms, understood as necessary truths, together with the very basic modal axiom L, P proper superset symbol Q, proper superset symbol, LP proper superset symbol LQ, imply S5. Just apply the Brouwer axiom to MP to conclude that MP proper superset symbol LMMP, then use the necessary truth of S4 to conclude that L, MMP proper superset symbol MP, and so, by the basic axiom, LMMP proper superset symbol LMP. But while this kind of an intuitive argument can be given for the truth of S5, on a Platonic account of possibility it is difficult to see why we should think modal reality is in fact such as to satisfy S5. Why should it be the case that every abstract proposition P that is in fact true has the abstract property of being such that LMP, as the Brouwer axiom alleges? This is a special case of the epistemological objection to Platonism, of course. On the other hand, the Aristotelian account gives a neat proof of S5. First, observe that S4 follows quickly. Suppose it is possible that C occurred, but, for a reductio, assume that it is not possible that C occurred. Then, there is a state of affairs or substance A that had the power of initiating a causal chain leading to its being possible that C. Were it to have initiated that causal chain, then, by assumption, C would not have occurred, since it is not possible that C occurred, but the chain 317. 2. Would have led to there being an item, B, capable of initiating a causal chain leading to C. But then surely A is capable of initiating the chain leading to B, and B is capable of initiating the chain to C, and putting these two things together, A is capable of initiating a chain leading to C. Though A may not be capable of ensuring that B initiates a chain leading to C. Hence, we have shown that it is possible that C occurred, and that is absurd given our assumption that this is impossible. Thus our proof by reductio ad absurdum is complete. The Brouwer axiom also easily follows from the Aristotelian view, on the plausible assumption that if A initiates one chain, C1, of events and is capable of initiating another chain, C2, then were it to have exercised this capability for initiating C2, it would still have been capable of initiating the chain C1. It is important that what the powers of an item, state of affairs or substance, at T are and have been, the actualization of which powers grounds various possibilities, should not itself depend on which of these powers are in fact actualized, for then the powers would not be prior to the actualization. If one disagrees with S5, one will take the preceding to count against the Aristotelian view. However, while one might have considerations that make one agnostic about S5, it is unlikely that a good argument could be given against S5, and considerations that would make one agnostic are defeated by the fact that S5 is implied by what may be the best available account of possibility. And while conclusions about S5 make the Aristotelian theory vulnerable to modus tollens refutation, they also show that we are dealing with a bona fide theory, a theory that while invoked to explain one phenomenon, namely, why modal alethic propositions can be true at all, can explain other phenomena and lead to further philosophical predictions. I am grateful to Robert Brandom for this kind of point. 19.5.3 Global Possibilities, Worlds, and the PSR. Now, one difficulty with the Aristotelian account is that while it works for local possibilities, such as of my having been a biologist, it is difficult to see how one could get possible worlds out of it. 3 solutions are available. The first is just to forget about possible worlds, except as a useful façon de parler to be made sense of on some fictionalist account such as Siders, 2002. The second is to supplement the Aristotelian account by a Platonist account of possible worlds, except with the understanding now that facts about the Platonic realm are not what ground claims about what propositions are possible and what propositions are necessary, but rather 318. 2. These claims are true in virtue of the properties of conc. This hybrid account threatens, however, to fall prey to the coincidence objection. Against straight Platonism, why is it not a mere coincidence that facts about the Platonic realm match up with the realm of conc? A third available solution is to combine an Aristotelian account of possibility with a Leibnizian account of possible worlds. A possible world, then, is a maximal idea, a thinking, in the mind of God about a world that God could initiate the production of, with God being the first cause, the substance whose causal powers ground all other possibilities. The divine ideas are not disconnected from the Aristotelian properties that ground possibility. For it is precisely by using these ideas that God plans what to create, while they depend on God's concrete capabilities. Since they are involved in the production of the cosmos, it is not surprising that we can know something about them by observing the cosmos, in a way in which it would be hard to know something about pure abstracta. What is relevant to the project of this book is that just as the account yields S5, it also yields the PSR. Suppose P is a contingent true proposition. For a reductio, assume that there is no explanation of why P is true. That there is no explanation of why P is true entails that its being the case that P is not the result of any actual causal chain of events leading, perhaps indeterministically, since we saw in part 2 that we can have indeterministic causal explanations, to its being the case that P. I am assuming that leading to its being the case that Q entails leading to all of the contingent conjunct of Q's being the case. The Aristotelian account requires this in order to take account of compossibility claims. 7. Let P then be the proposition that 148, P and there is no existing causal chain of events that leads to its being the case that P. Then, let W1 be a possible world at which P is false. By the Brouwer axiom, it is possible at W1 that P is true. Thus, there is at W1 a substance or state of affairs that could have initiated a causal chain capable of leading to PS being true. But if there is a substance or state of affairs with that capability, then there is a possible world, W2, where that substance or state of affairs in fact actualizes that capability, and hence initiates a causal chain 7. It would clearly not do to allow that R and Q is possible simply because there is one possible chain that could lead to R and another possible chain that could lead to Q, since then it would be possible for someone to be smiling and not smiling at the same time and in the same respect. 319. 2. That leads to PS being true. Thus, in W2 there is a causal chain leading to its being the case that P. But that is absurd, since P is a conjunct of P. And P states that there is no causal chain that leads to P's being true, and any causal chain leading to PS being the case would lead to P's being the case. Thus, our assumption that there is no explanation of why P is true is now seen as false. 8. An Aristotelian account of possibility, thus, entails that the PSR is true. For contingent propositions. Moreover, since the Aristotelian account of possibility purports to be a partial analysis of possibility, it has the property of all full or partial analyses that if true they are necessarily true, and hence the PSR will also be necessarily true. This is a surprising result. The Aristotelian account was not, after all, developed in order to account for the PSR. We thus see how deeply the PSR is interwoven into an Aristotelian worldview. We saw in chapter 16 that an Aristotelian account of laws of nature presupposes the necessary truth of the PSR. We now see that an Aristotelian account of possibility entails the PSR. This suggests a general form of argumentation for an Aristotelian worldview. First, start with the basic claim that possibility is grounded in actuality. Something is possible precisely to the extent that there exists something actual in virtue of whose capacities it is made possible, capacities by the exercise of which a causal chain leading to the possibilities being actualized could be initiated. Next, show that S5 and the PSR follow. Once we have the PSR on the scene, we can ground laws of nature in the dispositional and related properties of existing things, and the fact that the laws will be ceteris paribus need not disturb us, since in principle once we have specified all the de facto existing things, then the ceteris paribus clause can be dropped because of the PSR. Everything will be guaranteed to be accounted for in terms of the Aristotelian properties of things, since nothing new can come into existence without a cause. Thus, what may well be the most plausible account of possibility, namely, the Aristotelian account in terms of capabilities and dispositions, entails the PSR. This gives us a final very good reason to accept the PSR. And it gives us a good reason to reject various counterfactual counteracts. Amples to the PSR, such as the Humean ones discussed in chapter 4. They just are not possible according to what may be the best account of possibility. 8. A related argument is given in Gerson, 1987. 320. 20. Conclusions. In part I argued that plausibly most of the versions of the PSR and the causal principle stand and fall together intuitively. Then, in part 2, I argued for the failure of the objections against a PSR that states that every contingent proposition has an explanation. These arguments require that explanation be understood in such a way that the explanans not be required to entail the explanandum, or else in such a way that contingent self-explanatory propositions be possible. The guiding intuition here was to follow our ordinary usage of explains, as well as a grander notion that to explain is to remove mystery. The self-explanatory is what is not mysterious once you grasp it. This means that as long as we are willing to admit that there is no mystery left about the choice when we say that a libertarian free agent freely chose A for R, we can coherently say that the proposition reporting this choice is self-explanatory, modulo the need to explain why the agent existed, found herself free under the circumstances, and saw R as a reason. It may be objected that the notion of explanation is not a very strong one. It certainly is not strong enough to satisfy the entailment requirement, but then again few explanations we give in everyday life are. However, the notion of explanation and the associated PSR are sufficiently strong to allow us to require answers to global questions, such as why there is a contingent being or why the big conjunctive contingent fact is true. This means that this PSR, if true, is strong enough to ground a cosmological argument for the existence of a necessarily existing first cause. Of course, it is a separate question what the nature of this first cause is, though, as I have noted in Chapter 5, there are considerations in favor of a theistic answer. 321. The PSR is not merely tenable, however, but actually true. Besides the still unrefuted possibility that the PSR is self-evident, a number of arguments are available in favor of the PSR. Abstract Thomistic considerations involving the nature of existence lead to the PSR. Likewise, an analysis of plausible versions of the principle that without the cause there would be no effect leads to much the same conclusion. The best explanation of why the PSR holds in everyday contexts is that the PSR is metaphysically necessary. Our epistemic practices become quite dubious in the absence of the PSR. Finally, the best theory of what makes aletheic modal claims true has, as a surprising consequence, the truth of the PSR. Note that this is not a liability for that account. A theory is made more plausible by the fact that it has non-absurd ramifications in many areas. All this is only the beginning. Further analysis of the PSR in the case of necessary propositions is still to be done but will require progress in the analysis of mathematical explanation. But the PSR in the case of contingent propositions is already something. Once we have seen the PSR as epistemically respectable, we can resume the classic philosophical program of examining the implications of the PSR in various areas. As we have repeated more than once, philosophy is born in wonder, and wonder is our expression of the need for explanation. 322.